Num. Like, imagine putting this on Twitter. We actually make people like worry hands down. Do you wanna play, Raven? Slinky, Raven, you have two names I can't like decide.
One come back in. Nice.
Skojar med mig. Vad är det med min tungkontroll?
Yeah, he ran away.
Kids kitchen, mute. What's that?
Legion 20 blue.
I'm leaving, friend.
He sees your camera.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Okay.
Fuck you, Glass. The left side. Almost every time, so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going up to rafters.
Healing, healing.
Okay.
Tik. Sötkärring.
That means sex in a vulgar way. I just put the F word in. I guess that's what the F word means. Sex in a vulgar way. I'm sorry. That's funny.
Be careful, run.
Yeah, I see the laser sight. Oh, fuck you, Jockey, you stupid fuck!
Nice.
How did that happen?
Missing on whole clip.
Watch out, tap and traps.
Nice job.
Ooh, that flick, look at that.
How does pure shit even look like?
I don't know.
I've done a poop.
Yeah, but like, have you ever fucking pooped something that is not brown or yellow or red?
What?
You
need to go to the doctor.
Yeah. My god, that's terrifying in itself.
I pooped red. I pooped yellow. I pooped green. I pooped Lego. Okay?
All at the same time.
Hello everyone, I'm back and we are going to continue on to this final, and this is the semi-final today. So we had 2 rights and 1 wrong yesterday. Unfortunately, SSG lost to FaZe, so we are going to be continuing on. And today is Unwanted against FaZe, and whoever wins is going to be facing Furia in the next one. And as you can hear, my speech is a little bit better today, so we are going to be focusing. And BDS won with 2-0 very easily against Furia, so they are in the finals. But yeah.
Good morning, Boston!
Let's listen to what I have to say.
Of the Invitational, and what a first one we have had. More of you streaming in to the MGM Music Hall here live at Fenway Park, Boston, Massachusetts. An entire space with so much history, and this weekend we are making our own. Thanks to you here watching us in place, but also all of you at home. Welcome to the show. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Fresh and Alpha joining us today. Give us a round of applause. Thanks so much, Boston. Gents, how are we doing today?
Doing well. Honestly, I've been watching this stage from the hotel yesterday, and I was so impressed already. And like watching it here, it's amazing. Honestly, it's incredible.
It's only gonna get better, baby.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
It's been so good. Like yesterday was so good. Finally, you know, getting into an arena. We had a long couple of weeks back at the venue, group stage and playoffs. But once crowds are in place, once you guys start giving, you know, your love and affection to the team, the volume, the atmosphere, it's so good for everybody involved.
Being on stage versus being back at the hotel or practicing in your own home is a completely different ball game. This is where the real challenge is. And yesterday was challenging. We had to knock out 2 great teams here at the Invitational main stage, but we're left with 4. Let's walk through them one by one and feed you that info that you need to be well suited for today. Unwanted is up first, and what a big surprise. Expect the unexpected for this squad that back then used to be known as Beast Coast, gutted after Manchester and after Montreal, and here they are today in day 2 of the main stage.
They make top 4 at SI.
It's huge.
It takes to not gain any salaries for an NA team to make it top 4 to SI.
Oh,
That's a pretty good motivation.
I thought you was going to make a joke here, and you've gone for that.
Oh,
You
yeah.
was going to say they're living the dream.
Oh yeah, they're living the dream. They are.
No, they were so impressive yesterday. I think they're just riding that confidence wave, and it feels very Manchester-esque. I know, obviously, the 3/5 of this core won Manchester, but it feels very Manchester-esque in the way that they're playing. They're having fun. They're loving playing up on the stage. The 2 guys they've added into the roster, it's looking very, very complete right now.
They've been pretty hot, but also high in spirit. Some say we're very high spirits in general. That is Unwanted. We'll get to see them later on today, though. Moving on to our second squad here of FaZe Clan. What have they to offer? They've been in the grand final of last year's Invitational in Brazil, and then they bottled it, as they say in the UK.
Yeah, they did. I think FaZe have actually had a pretty tricky tournament so far. They've not come through looking like absolutely amazing. They're very much limping into the games and through the games. That changed on the main stage yesterday. They looked a lot better. We challenged them. Can they attack better? Can they really go up against a disciplined team in SSG and absolutely dominate? They did. They played super well across both maps, and I think what was most impressive to me, Leo, was their attacks, was how they were able to be dynamic in those attacks. That we hadn't really seen that too much from them through the group stage.
They finally stepped there in that department. It was one of the worst teams. Reminding you, in the playoff, when they came in, they were doing worse than Scars that was eliminated in terms of attacks.
Yeah.
So they really stepped up their game. I actually think it's helped them a lot to struggle that much throughout the tournament because they've come here in full confidence. Compared to last SI, where they were so dominant and in the end they lost in grand finals.
I love KDS's interview as well, where he's out there, he knows he's knocked out an NA team, and he's gone, yeah, we do the same again tomorrow. It was easy.
Exactly.
That's confidence.
They're living that spirit from back in Brazil. However, another Brazilian squad, the second one left here in our top 4, is Furia, the current reigning world champion. Still in the running. You knew them last year as W7M. They've been pretty much silent throughout the entirety of 2024, yet they're here and back on main stage.
Honestly, the comeback story is insane. These guys 1 year ago were winning SI, they were fresh off a crazy season, and then they disappeared. And here they are. They bring it back all the way at this SI, and they look super strong. Obviously versus VDS, right? It was a tough one. Well, I will tell you, it was one of the closest teams to ever try to beat VDS on Bank.
When you're a top team in the world, you're operating that very fine line between confidence and ego. And I think yesterday, you know, we talked a lot about why would they allow BDS to go to Bank. It's a map they've never lost as a roster. had Furia have won that, they would have won such a mental battle against BDS, because they would have anticipated, if we win yesterday, we'd probably play them again in the final, because BDS are that good. So it was a calculated risk that Furia took yesterday. It didn't quite pay off for them, but they're going to be confident. They've been great all tournament long. You know, they're going to be obviously waiting to see who they play today, and will be confident of beating whoever that is and then getting themselves into the final.
We're judging them on a high level because they are the reigning world champions and still competing here. However, our one and only grand finalist for now is BDS, and they made it to that final yesterday by, as we were talking about it, Furia beating them 7-3 on Skyscraper and then going all the way on Bank, where, well, they remain 16-0 since May of 2023, Leo.
The Frenchies are the best, and the ACR, I will say, Yuzus.
Pas mal, non, c'est français.
Pas mal, c'est français. I will say Yuzus really stepped up. I remember that one round with Kaid on Bank. I don't know if you saw that one, you know, the double kill on Garage with the Kaid and then the double kill with the C4 to save the round and bring everything back. I mean, there were some amazing moments in that Bank game versus Furia, but these guys, the resilience, the confidence, it's no surprise to see them here in Grand Finals.
Yeah, and they've been the most consistent team in the world this year. It's just clear as day to see. This is the 4th final of 4 tournaments that they could have possibly reached a final in. Manchester, Esports World Cup, Montreal, and now the 6th Invitational. This is the big one for them. I said it yesterday. Their judgment will come tomorrow.
We'll have to see. Well, that means that our Invitational has been so far full of dreams and heartbreak, but especially a lot of emotion. And if you missed the emotion from yesterday, don't you worry about it. Here's all condensed into one.
To the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025. Plaza Company Academy is awarded!
Let's go.
What a day it has been yesterday. Let's go, as you heard it at the end there from Liquefact, the in-game leader of Team BDS. But now, general housekeeping here as we go through our bracket and what can you expect today. Our matches, the Invitational 2025. Here is what happened so far. FaZe taking out SSG, Unwanted versus Raza Company, also going their way, and BDS versus Furia. All 3 2-0. Is that surprising in some way?
Yeah, I think the FaZe PlayStation 1 was a big surprise for me. I expected it to go all the way to 2-1. It's always been a huge barn burner, and I'm not gonna lie, the second map was crazy, but I did want a third map at least.
I'm fully bought into SSG as a team and a culture. I'm so impressed by the way that they operate. Obviously, it didn't quite come to fruition yesterday. They didn't quite get over the line. But I think if you go back big picture for SSG, the main stage, top 6 at SI, is a big result for them. And the other thing is, yes, it was all 2-0s yesterday, but they were very competitive 2-0s. It wasn't a complete whitewash at all. We were very unfortunate actually not to see 9 maps in, 3 maps in all of the fixtures yesterday.
We were pretty close to it. Now, of course, with BDS in that grand final and 3 more teams fighting for the spot, here's our prize pool. It's $3 million total, and BDS have guaranteed a minimum of $450,000. Should they win it, they are more than doubling their earnings from this event, and teams are fighting for that spot in the final. Here's our schedule for today. Pretty simple. 2 best-of-3 series and our final best-of-3s in this entire tournament. Tomorrow will all be about best-of-5. FaZe versus Unwanted first. I'm sure the North American crowd is going to love that one. And then Furia versus the winner of that matchup. Back-to-back games, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky for the team that comes through from the first game because they're going to obviously take a break during the middle struggle and then have to get themselves back up. But equally so, if that's a big convincing victory, you're warm, you're ready, and you're just going into it for the next game, you're the one coming into it hot. So it's maybe a little bit tricky, therefore, for Furia as well, if there's a team coming in hot against them.
I know there's kind of two schools for this when you're a player, right? I personally prefer to go straight. I love to have 2 games back-to-back, because when you win, you're fresh off a momentum. If they start at 11 AM and they go 3 mapper, they will go quite quickly in the second matchup, and it will still be completely hot, and the other one is pretty cold.
Would you say then, well done, but would you say then the winner of FaZe Unwanted would have the better shot to make it to the final?
Yeah, I actually think that the momentum they carry is very strong, and if you can bring that in the first map, take that one fresh off momentum, it's a huge, huge advantage.
Well, gentlemen, we have a lot to look forward to today. Yesterday, we were lucky enough to thank one of the most important members of this entire esport. That was our good friend and colleague, Fluke Emmy, who received the first commendation at SI 25. Everybody's a fan, everybody loves Emmy. There's no two ways around it. However, we still have more commendations. 2 are coming today, and now it's
I
a thank
still
you
want to have
to
that
one of our
as well
developers.
as one time. I think that Jesco
Thank you
should
very
be
much, Milos.
able to get one.
Just got to quickly ask, Boston, how's everybody doing today on this fine Saturday? Of course, things are going to really heat up as we look to find out who will join BDS in that grand final. But for now, we need to shine a spotlight on one of the developers, as Milos said, who's been working tirelessly behind the scenes for a very long time. This man is a legend and a very worthy commendee.
Is it who I think it is?
I see maps everywhere. Sometimes I just take a walk like around the train tracks. I see interesting buildings or part of buildings. I can see a map there. I'm always as passionate as I was in my early days. It provides such a good satisfaction that whatever you do, millions of players are gonna play in it. It's an amazing feeling.
Jan's pretty much the powerhouse and the driving force behind the design of all of the maps. I think that he leads by example. He's been there since the beginning. He's a constant source of knowledge. He is the passion and he is the voice.
He's the one that is taking care of how to balance the map, how to make them competitive, how to make them enjoyable for players.
The work they do and like watching Jan
Hi,
do
Matt.
stuff, it's mind-numbing. It's incredibly impressive, and to me, it's a testament to the field, like to the craft of level design is what they all do. I've seen Jan, even to this day, still does very practical work, and like I respect the hell out of that.
If you look at the maps that are created, they are characters in themselves, and you have to learn them, you have to respect them, and Jan effortly
The surgery
creates
went
these
okay,
kinds of realms
but
with
when
his
I
team.
woke up from the surgery, I had trouble breathing,
I mean,
and
I think the
then
maps
my
are like the biggest reason why people
then
love
my
Siege,
illness
the
took over, so
destructibility,
I'm still
everything that you can do in the
suffering
map. But it goes so
from
much
that,
further than that because
and a
the
little
way
bit
it's
of,
built, the way it looks,
breathing
it
still.
feels familiar to people. And I think it's a lot easier to
But I get
understand where
better
there could
every
be
day.
holes, you know, where you could visualize what it's like in your real life and put it into the game.
Even at the really early stage, when we build a space for gameplay, and we have
I had
the
a
full structure
lump
in 3D,
on my
just
chest,
by
so
looking
I
at
had
it,
to cut
we
it
can
out.
spot places where
And
for
nothing
gameplay
that
it
suggests
won't work
that I have
because the player
cancer.
won't have a
They
good
did send
navigation.
the lump to
Navigation at
to
the
the
beginning
lab,
is hard
but
to balance
so far there is
because if you
they
have
don't think
too
it's
many
going to be
ways of
anything at
navigating up
this
and down,
moment.
too many stairs, too many paths of doors, at every corner there could be someone. So it's a question of
Oh,
anticipation.
by the way, I got a
and
new
also
PC,
a question of
so
comfort
it's
for
coming
the player.
this Thursday.
Another
I'm
important
just
thing
waiting for it to
is
come.
also a good rhythm in the different length of the line of sights you have. So it's important to have a space that breathes, but when we have long line of sights, we try to make them narrow so that when you pass the door, you have 1 to 3 spots to check, not
Yeah.
25.
A lot of things
Once
have
it feels more
happened
playable,
this
we
past
just
couple days.
go in and put
I
a lot
also
of
left my
instruction.
esports
And each time we
organization,
play,
so
we're
I'm
gonna
orgless
find out
at the moment.
which destruction is the most important so that we arrive to a perfect balance. Destruction is important because it allows players to be creative. What we do when we make a map, we offer the player the tools to change their own level design by adding the destruction. So we want to make sure that the materials that are destructible are really readable. So if the player thinks he can do something, he must be able to.
Destruction
No,
is the X factor that brings
everyone in
so unique to
NorCal
Siege.
left because
And that takes
the
so much in terms
of
playing around
NorCal
with
was
the gameplay and
arrested for
understanding what it takes
sexual
to make something that is
assault to a
fun,
minor.
that is
So the
creative like
entire
that. And Jan is actually a
everyone
person
within
who
the
always pushed that
organization left
boundary.
the same
Somebody
day.
who's been on the brand for that long and still have
So
that
we
kind
have
of fresh eye
left, and then we
to
kind of had
search out that new fun. That's
a
incredible.
new org, but I'm not sure if I'm going to join that org, since I'm the only
It's
one
an
that
opportunity
plays
you
Siege.
have like once in a career to work on a game that
And
is
that
so
happened
popular.
the day before
When
surgery,
you
so it
do
was
something in a
so
map, you
it
make
has been a
change,
lot of things
you know,
happening,
it's gonna
and
impact
that's one of the
lots
reasons why
people.
my illness
So
took
it
over,
puts some
and
kind of pressure on
the reason why I'm
It's
having
really
a little bit
challenging. I really like
trouble with talking. It was, like I said, it was worse
Every time
yesterday.
I went to the SIs, it's an amazing feeling to see all those people knowing every little corner of every map that you made. I always had goosebumps and I still became emotional. That's why I'm still on Siege, and that's where I get my thrill.
That guy deserved a commendation.
Now, unfortunately, Jan couldn't be here because he's currently stuck in a snowstorm. He would have been here to accept the award, but instead, Eric Tremblay, who is a senior producer on Rainbow Six Siege, is here to accept it on Jan's behalf. So first, round of applause for Jan, please, who I know who will be watching at home. An absolute legend. Thank you, Jan. And for yourself, Eric, I know that you would like to say some words on Jan's behalf.
Yes, thank you very much, Jan. Thank you all the folks for being here. Real pleasure to see every one of you. So on
Also,
Jan's behalf,
last week,
it's a great honor
me,
to receive
Dark
this,
Toxic, and
this
two other
commendation.
Finnish
I
friends of
want to thank all
Toxic.
the
We
Six
played
Invitational organization,
Siege Camp for the first time,
e-sport team,
and we actually
and you, all the
won.
Players, for being
I
here.
did post
so
the
Jan,
video
feel
of that
really
in
blessed and privileged to receive
YouTube
this
as well.
award. Jan is dedicating this commendation to two things. First, his love and passion for the game. He spent
You
25
win those
years
special
working on
points
Rainbow
for
Six
Siege.
alone, including 12 years on Siege only. So I think this is pretty clear that he loves and is passionate for the game. Yes.
Hi, Flap.
Secondly, a map is not the work of a single person. It takes an entire team to build the map. And as you've seen in the video, many people are involved in working on such great maps. So Jan would like to share this award with the entire map teams and the world teams in Montreal, everyone within the teams who are involved building those great maps. So again, thank you very much all.
Of course, you guys are all sitting here live at a Six Invitational, and none of this, the competition, any of it would be possible without the fundamentals of the game you love. So one more time for Jan. Eric, thank you very much for
He
coming to collect
deserves
this
that award.
Thank
He
you,
should
Jan.
have gotten
Jan, I
that
hope you're
earlier.
safe somewhere, hopefully building a snowman, but we'll get this to you very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted
Yeah,
the hammer.
I
who
just
might never
need
lift the
one
hammer, And it's not because they
one
aren't good enough.
right
they
prediction
just
and
might
I
not
will
put
get
in
the
What
skin.
it requires to really get there.
That's
because
all.
They're the goods and not the greats.
I really thought SSG would win against FaZe because FaZe has not played as evenly as SSG, but for some reason they just crumbled yesterday.
Então, assim, foi momento de muita emoção. The Invitational is, you know, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team
They
will
are
win
in
a
finals.
World Championship.
They're going to be playing on the final,
That matters
grand
is the
final
four guys
tomorrow.
next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you. No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Davi Sakiemi! I brought it all the way back! Baixa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
BDS already played
That was
against
eyes
Furia
on
yesterday,
Glory. The
and
recap,
BDS
58
won with
minutes
2-0.
of Glory just on
So
that grand
today
final from
it
last
is
year's Invitational
Unwanted
in Sao
against
Paulo, Brazil. Probably the
FaZe,
best game
and
that's ever
whoever
happened in the
wins
history
that
of Rainbow
will
Six. Not
face
just Rainbow Six, actually, esports and Brazil
Furia
as a
after
nation
that.
in general. You'll get to watch it and see exactly why it's already out. Has been for the past few days. Make sure you catch it. Though, our eyes now turn to our first game, Unwanted versus FaZe Clan. And both of our squads are heading in and getting set up for their game. There you go. A little brotherly
Valentine's
slap.
Day was yesterday, guys.
Some great teamwork already.
You know, when you really love your teammates, every day is Valentine's Day, Jack. You know that. FaZe is up on the chopping block here first, but these two teams might as well be from different planets when it comes to the history, when it comes to the experience. It truly is a David versus Goliath.
It is, isn't it? You have Unwanted. One team that doesn't have an organization. One team, look at this.
I love this.
It's the Empire. It's FaZe, you know? Versus a team that
What is
doesn't
with
have an
this
organization, doesn't have
picture?
salaries, doesn't have, you know, maybe as huge of a coaching staff. They've got Mint and they've got Nyx, right? But like, it's a completely different story. When you look at the prestige and the consistency on the side of FaZe, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Looking and comparing and contrasting, you know, you're looking at completely unpaid players, no organization, like you say, and then compared to FaZe, who seemingly have absolutely every means of support at their disposal. In reality, on an objective basis, there is no way FaZe should lose this game, but the heart that Unwanted have been showing throughout this whole tournament, the crowd behind them, it evens it out.
Yeah, I think so. Though Ian sat down with KDS to have a little chat, so let's see what he had to say.
All right, I'm here in the hustle and bustle backstage with the one and only KDS of FaZe Clan. KDS, you've already broken hearts in America by sending home SSG. Unwanted are your opponents today. How do you feel about them?
I think
They are
a
a
really
mix
great team.
of
They are playing very well in this tournament, so I think we'll be a
different
tougher
players
match against
that
SSG, and
don't
we are
have
going
a
to send
org.
home too. So it will be a very fast game for us.
What do you make of their play style?
I think they play style with a lot of shields like Blades, Blackbird.
They have
I
like
think will be,
hot
we
and
are going
cold.
to counter very
Was in DC.
easy, and the match will be very fast again.
You know what happens if you win here, right? You know who you face.
Yeah, if you win, we face Furia. We want a rematch, so it will be an amazing game. Always a great match to play against Furia, and we are very close friends, you know, because we are in the same region. So it will be very fun to play again on the stage in the Six Invitational.
Of course, it would be an epic thing for the fans to see you guys facing off against Furia in what would be a rematch from SI last year. But first, of course, you have to get past Unwanted. Any last words for them?
Good luck, have a great game, and the best win.
Thank you, KDS.
Thank you.
I was expecting him to say, have a safe trip home, but that'll be something to prove in the server itself. I think it would not be an overstatement to say that FaZe Fields 5 are the best players to ever touch Rainbow Six here, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what they've got going is such a consistent basis for a roster of a team. You know, KDS, Cyber, Vita King, Handy,
but Matt, I wanted the former Beast host.
At times where Cyber is that loose cannon. He is kind of the X factor for this
Gunnar
team.
left
Their
from
playstyle is
Beast
quite,
Coast
in a way,
to
quite
M80.
European. They like to be quite slow with
and
it. They like
then
to
they
allow
took in
teams and
Mint
force teams
as
to
a
execute
coach,
and play
who was a
better
coach
strategically. That's the big
who
thing for FaZe.
were
They will allow
working
teams
with
to do whatever they want,
Dark
but you've got
Zero
to be
before.
better at the crossfires. You've got to be better at the communication, the teamwork, absolutely everything. And if you're not, FaZe will punish you every single time.
Yeah, it's very much objective based, right? If you look at the way they play, Vita King has a wealth of vision. Like, he has so many ways to play this game, and they all find ways to execute it every time, right? It's been impressive for a long time. They used to be very good in attack, and they've dropped the ball so far this event. And yesterday, they surprised everyone. Can we see that again today?
Well, it seems with FaZe, it's not just that they like to take it slow in the game, but they also like to make it very, very long. And
it was
played
their
an
coach.
incredible amount of rounds so far here at SI.
They've played the most
So
amount
there
of
was a
rounds.
drama that happened when M80 was playing against Dark Zero. The coaches was having a bit of a tiff during the match, like bickering, stuff like that. And then the coach on M80 got a warning from the admin on the tournament for a third time. So they got penalized by losing 1 round to Dark Zero. And the coach just got mad and very emotional and everything. And the Dark Zero coach did not help either. So, and it ended up with M80 coach going up to Naif in DC and kind of like body checked him a little bit. And after that, he got kicked out of the tournament. So on the last day, M80 had to play without a coach.
FaZe Clan are a bit of a different beast to your previous opponents. All due respect,
There was a little bit of a drama. But
I would say more ready.
The thing is, with him getting the warning, it was because he was talking to his players when he was not allowed to at 3 separate occasions. So it was not during the same match. It was like 1 match before and the match before. And he did it on that match. And that's the 3rd time. So they lost around, which is kind of stupid. You should not get punished for matches that is done for. So, don't know.
A massive achievement for the squad, but do they have what it takes to make it that extra step forward, Leo?
They have. They are living the dream. I have so much respect for these guys. Honestly, Dream was on the verge of retiring if he didn't get picked up by these two guys. You know, it just tells you how much talent these guys have, but most importantly, the vibes on this team. They're always happy. Look at Gavin. He's always having fun. You look at the EPS score and you don't think many people stand out. Well, I'll tell you, these guys, they play as a team. They play cohesive Siege. They play a way of Siege that I love to watch. It's heavily strategic, heavily relies on teamwork, and it just shows once more this team and this game is made for players that understand it and play it less like chess.
They've got the perfect balance of Hotton and Dream as kind of the old heads, the strategists, and then the other 3, especially Gaveni, just confident individual fraggers that can basically just be led around the map by their backline. Very
nice.
And just express themselves.
I went in on my Smurf account and I had I have an 8 win streak on my Smurf at the moment. So hilarious.
Rework post-Montreal was the shield merchants, right? Yes. Different teams in different regions that rely on shields, or at least integrated shields, so well into their gameplay that they become synonymous with it. Does that apply here?
It does. I think it's safe to say KDS referenced it. We've seen it. Unwanted are the Shield Merchants. Now, what we're showing you here is presence rate. So that is pick rate plus ban rate inside of any given round, and they have a high presence on Blackbeard, Blitz, and Montagne. They will play them to their heart's content. You can ban one of them. You can ban away the Blackbeard, they'll play the Blitz and the Monty. You can ban away the Blitz, they'll play the Blackbeard and the Monty. Guess what? You ban away the Monty, they're playing the Blackbeard and the Blitz.
Well, there's a lot of offer here for them. You can't ban everything, right? That's always the conversation here. However, one man that, even though his name is Hot and Cold, he's been hot throughout the entire tournament. We've seen him hot throughout 2024, Leo.
We need to highlight this player. He's been there for so long, you know. He's played for 5 years. He's played for 5 years for two of the biggest organizations in NA, right? Dark Zero and Space Station. He qualified to almost every STR event during this time. And he was always short end of the stick. Every single time he got dropped, the best placement he had was what, 5th, 8th? He had to then rebuild the roster entirely, and that's when he won his first title. And that for me is a beautiful story. By building his own roster, that's how he won his first title. And now with his team, he's about to do it again, trying to win SI. Beautiful story.
I might even remember it all the way back
I'm
to
so excited to be
2017,
able to
the
get
old
my
Flipside
PC.
Tactics
I'm
days,
so
just a long
going to
time
be
ago with this squad. But we have to
playing
talk about
the
two
different
players
games
specifically
now.
also here on the comparison. Let's bring up the graphic on screen for everybody to see, because Jen's comparisons are always fun. But when it's two teammates that are doing so well, this is just a great combo.
I mean, we've mentioned these guys about the vibes, right? They're the biggest, happiest guys in the team. They're the ones that are going to bring the energy. Not only out of game, but in game as well. Look at these stats from yesterday. I mean, these guys were dropping kills like crazy. 120 EPS,
yeah, I
118
was
EPS,
about to buy the
Dream,
4070
impressive.
Super
Ti. Very
TI,
important kills, very impactful in the
but
middle of the rounds.
unfortunately they
And a player
stopped
that is used to
selling
be
that card.
One of the biggest support in NA, right?
Yeah.
And he's the top
So I
fragger
had
yesterday.
to
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And the stories galore in this team. Like I said,
go
we've just
with
been through
a
Horns,
regular
we've spoke about
super.
Dream at length. Gavin, very similar, you know, maybe unfairly dropped from Dark Zero, but he's such a confident player. And I know that during Manchester, they said during that final in Manchester, Gavin was the guy that was just keeping the spirits high, was just keeping everybody going, and was completely unfazed by anything that
By
was
the way,
going on
on this
inside
Siege
of the
Cup,
arena. And that
I
was a huge thing. Like
kind of
you said,
acted
both
as
of
an
these guys are
IGL
performing
during
inside
the
of the
Siege
server,
Cup
but their contribution
because we
outside of the
literally
server,
did not
those
have anything to
intangible
go up.
assets that you can't see,
And
genuinely have been excellent and keeps this team
I
operating
made
at such a high level.
Toxic
So now the question is how
stay
deep does
in
the
a
map
room.
pool go? For that, we bring up our map picks.
I
and
have a new
here in
monitor.
CG Sports again
I
is
got
a
it last
9
week
map pool for
as a
Ben.
birthday
First one is
present.
picked. Gents, please take us through it.
So these
So
two
I have
teams
a
have pretty
MSI
complementary map pools in
with
fairness.
180
FaZe have pretty much
hertz
permabanned
with
Chalet Border the whole
0.5
entire event. The only
response
time they
time.
let Border through, they lost it against CAG, so it's gone, it's out. Now for Unwanted, they
27
have three maps they
inch
don't really like to go to.
monitor as
Being
well.
Skyscraper, Bank, and Chalet, which FaZe banned for them. What we're going to see here, therefore, is 5 maps remaining that both of these teams absolutely love and adore and have played lots in this tournament, including that first pick where both of these two teams have played it. For FaZe, it's not particularly a high preference map for Cafe. It's a
I
lower
think
middle
it's going to
preference
be
map,
Lair
but
for
they did win it
FaZe.
yesterday against Space Station Gaming.
Oh,
Now we see
love
FaZe
house.
Clubhouse. Now that one is going to be interesting. Unwanted have played it twice at this event. They've lost it twice, but overall, I was just hearing in the backstage, Hot and Cold said that it was a good map
Yeah,
for them.
it has
Top
been
4 map
busy
actually
for
in
me.
the map pool. So far pretty good for Unwanted,
Good-
but once again,
good and
very
bad
comfortable for both of
things
these
in
teams.
And the reason they've allowed that through is FaZe have played that map 4
I
times at this
knew
event,
Lair
and they're
would
2 and
come
2 on it.
up for
And then we get
FaZe.
through to Lair. Now Lair is the interesting
I
one.
knew
If
it.
we get to Lair, both of these teams are unbeaten.
Lair
on this
has
map
been
at
one of
this
the
event.
most played
Unwanted have
maps
played it
during
3
this
times, won it
tournament.
every single time.
So,
FaZe have played it twice, won it every single time.
by the
I
way,
can't
we
think of a
had
more
Lair
perfect side to go
on
There's a consistent
on
team
our
theme here.
Siege
The
Cup,
thing with Unwanted
and
is, if you look at
I
their last
put
matches against
Toxic
Braza, right?
in a
It's a
room
team that
on the
always plays
second
same
floor
way. Well,
by
they think FaZe does the
himself
same.
with
So what they wanna
smokes
do is
and
go on maps
dagger,
where they have a lot of votes,
and the
they have
enemy
plenty of
could
time to
not do
analyze, and now they
anything,
can go and Counter-Strike.
and
It's
we
exactly what they
won
love to
that
do, and
round.
right now, the map pool is perfect for it.
Because
Preparation
we
is
put
key,
him
especially
in
with
a
Unwanted
room
having the
where
support staff
they
behind
could
them
not
that is
get
very
past
decorated in their
Toxic.
own right, despite not having won an invitation before. But gentlemen, thanks so much for
It
getting
was
us
so
all set and
hilarious.
ready for our
And
first
I
matchup
came up
of
with
the
that
day here on
idea
day 2 of
because
the
I saw it
However, we'd like
in
to
one
get a
of
bit
the
of a pulse
SI
check here
games
at the
30
MGM
minutes
Music Hall. We're
before the
sitting down
Siege
with
Cup.
Pulse check incoming.
And I put it
am
in there.
The noise right now. Noise? Can I get some noise? Also, this is where the action happens. This crowd is about to get incredibly loud, of course, because NA's last representative, Unwanted, have got the challenge of their lives against FaZe Clan. Let me introduce it to these fans. What's your name? Where are you from?
Marco from California.
Marco, welcome.
Joe from Texas. And Noah from Boston.
Noah from Boston. Give it up for these guys, please. All right, I'm going to ask you the tough questions. You can answer them all individually. Can Unwanted beat FaZe Clan and why?
100%, no doubt. Their fragging potential is just amazing. They're learning how to play their maps a lot. And even though they got no org, doesn't matter. Everyone's behind them. We want USA to win as well. NA all top.
Of course they can, because they're living the dream. Let's go!
Wait, on that note, any Dream fans in the building? He did say during that interview that he wants to hear
There is a Siege Cup coming on Friday.
I like that. Let's get that
So
going
we
more
go
and more.
to see if we
Your
can
thoughts
be
on this matchup?
full.
I mean, look at
for
where
that.
we are. We're in the city that's the most historic sporting city in the world. Celtics. We got the Patriots, and we got three people I want to talk about. Tom Brady, Larry Bird, and Dream. Those are the big three, baby. Those are the big three.
This guy could be on the analyst desk. Fresh is coming for your job. Thank you very much, guys. We are now going to throw to a quick break, but when we come back, it is time to bring out the teams. See you soon.
But we're gonna see if we can go for Siege Cup on Friday. We're with team. Not sure if I will make it because of my PC.
We all worth it.
War's over, Beth.
No, Jamie. War is just beginning.
Okay. We'll have to see how it goes. But it said that my PC is coming on Thursday. But we will have to see. I have to like reinstall everything, my OBS and my Elgato stuff. So it's going to take a while to move everything, and I really hate that. Yeah, I do have fast internet, but like all my files from OBS, I need to manually transfer them to the PC, for example. And all my saved video clips that I have, also I have to do it manually. And I will have less memory as well to begin with, since I only have 1 terabyte on my PC. At the moment I'm using about 5, 6, 7, almost 900 gigabyte. Yeah, almost 1,000 terabyte at the moment. No, that's what I'm using almost. I have to think now. The 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, just above 1 terabyte. No, not in just videos. It's everything, like from OBS to game files and stuff. So it's probably going to be less.
Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts. I know that you, watching at home, are ready to kick off proceedings and get into this first crucial series. But I've got to ask, Boston, are we ready to bring out the teams? Well, let's do it then. Here to crush dreams in order to achieve their own. It's FaZe Clan! They were dominant yesterday and they are on a mission to achieve what they failed to on home soil last year in Sao Paulo. And this, for them, is just the next step. Their opponents, North America's last chance. They don't have an org, but they've got a ton of heart. It's Unwanted! As you can hear, the crowd absolutely loves this team. In theory, on paper, they had no right to be here. Written off, thrown aside, but very much taken in by this wonderful crowd here live in Boston. Hot and Cold, come and join me. KDS, come and join me. Brief words just before we get into this best of 3 series. KDS, good to see you again. Hot and Cold, good to see you again. You were not afraid of this crowd yesterday. You had harsh words before and after sending home SSG. What do you want to say right now?
Thank you everyone to be here, first of all, and we are going to send home another NA team today.
I got a feeling you're not going to let that happen.
He didn't seem too sure of his words. I mean, I think we got him beat.
I know that you are impressed by this team, and you're not going to take them lightly, are you?
I don't understand a lot of things that they say. I don't know.
I've got to ask this. Do you feel like after everything this roster went through to get to this point, you are so proud of yourselves, but you know that you want to go all the way here?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm already proud of us. We've done, you know, what every other NA team couldn't do, and we're going to keep proving people wrong.
Can we get a handshake? All right, this is huge. It is Unwanted versus FaZe Clan. Let's get it on.
I would be surprised if FaZe wasn't scarred by that SI loss, because they choked the hell out of that loss. It was a 6-1 lead. Yeah, it's probably awesome.
I don't think lost last year because we are very prepared to be in the final again.
What's gotten us here is honestly just having trust in each other, you know, like fully buying into the system. Even if we, you know, have a bad first map or a bad second map, we're just resetting, focusing on the next round, focusing on the next map.
I think our strength is the players like Handy and Souls. They are playing very good this year, and I think this is the biggest strength of FaZe Clan.
I've only ever played for a hometown crowd a couple times, and it's awesome just hearing the fans cheer your name or cheer your team's name on, you know, wear your jerseys. Can't really do that in our regard, but, you know, it's going to be fun just having the crowd support.
Can you stop fucking laughing back there?
What's so funny?
I think it would be fun to play against all NA teams and beat them in Boston with their crown. So it would be very fun to eliminate them.
We've beaten them before. We're about to beat them again.
We are here to prove to the world we are the best.
Tension in the air. The energy here at the MGM Music Hall is through the roof. So let's do a quick sound check, shall we? Who is going on to the next best of 3 and taking this series? Is it going to be FaZe Clan? Or is it going to be Unwanted? All together now. Listen, this is the first time I've done this collectively, Boston. In 3, 2, 1, make some noise! It is time to get into this one. I cannot wait for it. And casting all of the action, we have in Terra and Jesse.
Thank you so very much, Ian. Only 4 teams remain here in Boston. One of them we know for certain will have the crowd behind them, and that's the team with no logos, no jerseys, no sponsors, no nothing. And for so many games, people thought they had no hope. But they've gone from unwanted to being the most wanted team in this entire tournament for the crowd and for the other teams on the stage. They have quite an obstacle in their way, and that is FaZe Clan, last year's SI runners-up. Oh man, I know it's got the big fight feeling, Jesse, and I'm excited to get into it.
It really does, Parker. I mean, you hit the nail
I
on the
think
head.
FaZe
They
is
may
going
not
to
have
lose.
the support of an org, but they have the support of the crowd, and that is exactly what they're going to need to topple a team like FaZe Clan. Probably the toughest opponent that they've played so far through their lower bracket
did
run.
put,
It's going to be a difficult battle, but nothing's been able to stop them yet.
One of
against
these
FaZe.
2 teams will play 2 matches today, because yesterday in the matchup that would determine who goes to the grand finals and who goes down into the lower bracket, Furia, the defending world champions, were knocked down at the hands of BDS, and for the 3rd event in a row, BDS finds themselves in the grand finals. Either FaZe Clan will play Furia later today in a rematch of last year's SI finals, or Unwanted will go to battle in a grueling 2-day series. No matter what happens today, we are guaranteed to have 2 electric games, and I think I speak for the audience when I say please no more 2-0s. I want 3 maps today in at least one of the series.
Yeah, if there's any time to go the distance, it's got to be SI main stage, and we know that these 2 teams deserve it. So we're hoping to see as many maps as possible, go for a long one. FaZe Clan have historically been through some pretty long games here at SI. The Death touched on that. They played more rounds than anybody else at the 6 Invitational. So what's 45 more against a team like Unwanted?
No, exactly. And I mean, there's always something to these teams that come into the event with not a lot of expectations on their shoulders, right? You see these big orgs, and I don't need to name them, but there are some huge organizations that went home on our very first day of eliminations all the way back in Phase 2. If you're a team, all right, fine, I will name them. If you're a team like Shopify, Rebellion, or G2, the expectation is you'll go deep into this. Unwanted came in with no expectations, and here they are, Final 4. They will have their hands full. FaZe Clan, all the expectations in the world to make it back to the grand finals. We're ready. How about you? Are you ready for our first map of the day? This is going to be a cheap pop because I think you can do better than that. Are you ready for map 1?
No, they have played really well. They adapt every single round. They adapt. They never do the same on every round. That's what they have. So no, I didn't get dropped because they fucked up
too many rounds.
this time.
Match earlier on in the tournament, getting a 7-4 win.
So I was supposed to get drops, but they are showing favoritism to people that have not streamed the games.
Of course, that's a huge operator for Spirits. He's been loving that shield. Expect to see a lot more of those. And this might surprise people. Of course, the desk and everybody's been hyping up Unwanted as the shield team. But Monty has been their least played. They've much more like the aggressive shields, the Blackbeard, the Blitz. We'll still see a lot of that. And then,
Frost?
oh no, it's Frost. Take it off the board for Unwanted. They've seen how that can do some damage yesterday. They don't want to repeat history. final ban coming out from FaZe Clan. They'll take out the Mozzie, an interesting one to remove. All of these bans, frankly, coming out of nowhere. A lot of these were unexpected.
Since when have we seen
compared to what
Frost
we've seen
and Mozzie getting
the
banned?
only ban that we have typically seen from these two teams that got repeated was that Monty ban from Unwanted.
I love the Mozzie pick. 4 bans on this map in particular. Think about how Cafe flows as a map, right? It's very upward in trajectory.
Yes.
You're going to be defending that top floor most of the bomb sites that you go to, especially if you go to the top floor bomb site. So what does an operator like Mozzie bring to the table? Well, all throughout this tournament, we've seen how integral information is. Mozzie, Vigil, and Mute have been 3 of the most played defenders time after time. Mozzie got a buff. Those pests can easily go on the stairwells. It's hard to get around them at that point without shooting them. They can go on the door frames, much of which there are narrow door frames leading to the bomb sites on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. And on top of that, everybody knows how good the Roni is on land. That thing absolutely shreds. And he brings great secondary utility too. It's an excellent pick to get rid of. And it's going to cause a change as to how you block information from the attackers.
Unwanted looking to repeat a little bit of history. This was the map where they embarrassed FaZe Clan back in Manchester. That was a 7-1 defeat to knock what were the favorites for a lot of people out of the Manchester Major, the first event of our season. A couple of crazy plays that I remember from that game. Obviously, a few different players, different coach behind the team, but they've still got that reputation to live up to. FaZe Clan will choose to start on the defense, and we've seen some brilliant C4s so far. Good catch by Dream.
He knew about that.
Larry Bird and Tom Brady of Unwanted. You heard it here first.
I actually love that line. That was, I might steal that later on.
It does go very hard.
Yeah.
It does.
Handy not willing to give up this position just yet. Could catch someone off guard, but I like this early round. You know, first round of the day, first time you're trying to get under your opponent's skin, set the pace a little bit. It's okay to play a little bit more aggressive, and Handy's very much aware of that. One of the most experienced players in our scene. He's been to this stage many times before. Unwanted start on the roof. They start with these castle barricades. They need to set up their execute.
My aim is probably shit now because of my paralyzation has gotten back. So we have to see how everything is going. I'm getting better every day, so my aim will probably get I'll probably get my aim back to where it was.
On his shoulders to find himself in these circumstances up against what many consider to be one of the best teams in the world. Well, it's a rough start because Adam is the first casualty of this series. Unwanted already suffering with 90 seconds off of the clock.
Yeah, looking for a trade back, but it's a bit slow from the Candelas. Hot and cold, thankfully, avoiding those nitro cells. A lot of util coming through. Is anybody going to actually enter, though? That's the question. 2 Candelas still in the pockets of Spirits, still some Firebolts and Smoke Bolts from Hot and Cold. Gavin will strike back, finding Vida King, and they're still looking for more Dream.
Come on!
Why are they stacking up on White Stairs? Why do they not have that information? Now it's Souls tucked into a corner, but watched on the windows by Unwanted, and he might be in a tough spot where there's limited opportunity for him to get out with his life intact. Handy is on the other side of the map and just got exposed from that position. Hot and looking for the follow-up, but a little bit too slow. Handy can easily go for the drop and will now need to retake towards Red Stairs as Spirits drops. And there's a flank to come through with the pistol out, a brazen engagement that he loses.
Why is he using the
they've got information.
freaking pistol? Are you kidding me?
3 remain from Unwanted. Souls taking out Gavin and FaZe Clan in their matchup against Space Station yesterday. Showed us how they can turn the tides when they are outnumbered. And it looks like they just might do it again. Oh my God.
What
Picking
the
up
hell?
from where they left off yesterday. FaZe Clan already off to a hot start.
You gotta say it, sloppy in the 4v2, Unwanted. They could have isolated those players. They were so far apart on the side of FaZe Clan. Handy and Souls across the map from one another. But what happens? It ends up being 2 separate 2v2s. The players go in individually, and that's gonna be one of those that you want back at the end of the day. It's early, there's plenty of time to recover from a round like that, but if you're Unwanted, these are the problems that you've gotta sort out soon. It was a good start. They caught a lot of FaZe Clan players off guard. From outside the building, from this position, they got 3 separate kills, including this beauty 2K from Dream just through the window. But then afterwards, it is individual play after individual play. They are not able to collapse with one another. That's going to be a heartbreaker, but it is early in this series, Parker. That's okay. I'd rather make mistakes right now if I'm unwanted than make those same mistakes on round 15.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're unwanted, though, you don't want to be going to round 15 on Cafe. It's your map. You want to escape this in regulation and set a good tempo for what remains. Clubhouse picked by FaZe. Historically, a terrific map for them. We saw, you and I in particular, the Virtus Pro matchup on Clubhouse. That was honestly quite a slog of a game. Very slow moving, very methodical. It didn't feel like a game of Rainbow Six Siege. It felt like a game of chess, but not the high-level chess that's really quick, like the low-level chess that you play at the park on a Sunday morning. So, can Unwanted create a tempo that FaZe struggle with, not just here on this map, but moving to Clubhouse? That will be the question to be answered. It was a terrific start from FaZe Clan. Unwanted tried to start the tempo, failed, and they, just like so many teams, lost out in the middle of the round to FaZe.
Good early util clear with Vidaking's Goyo canisters already being blown up in the site. This is a full 5-man anchor from FaZe Clan. No roamers on the top 2 floors, so as Unwanted want to go through this vertical clear, they're unlikely to find much resilience from FaZe. You know, FaZe Clan have a bit of history at SI too, beating North American teams on this map. They took down SSG a few days ago, 7-3. So obviously they are quite dominant here on Cafe. They know what it takes to beat a North American team, but Unwanted have that history as well, as we mentioned, back at the Manchester Majors. So they'll know what to expect. They've got VODs on their opponents too, which FaZe can't quite say the same for.
See the pick rate of Gridlock continue to tick upwards on this map. It was played by Space Station a number of times. Benjamaster rocking that Australian operator. Now we see it in the hands of Spirits. And just as Mozzie is so effective, his regional counterpart on attack finds the same level of success here. You've got grenades, you've got those track stingers, you've got a super shorty as your secondary. Gridlock really does bring it all on this map, and it allows you to fear a bit less about those flanks if you know track stingers are down. You just got to make sure you don't crowd the comms, so when those track stingers either get stepped on or broken, you know somebody's coming from that angle.
Same time, though, I wouldn't count out FaZe trying to make an aggressive move. Cyber's usually the one to make that call, and he's currently just sitting at the bottom of Brown Stairs waiting for an opportunity. But with 60 seconds, they're also not going to be too upset if they just chill on the site. There is going to be a Sens coming down here from Hot and Cold eventually, and that might be a bit of a problem. Obviously, Cyber on that Warden, but after the new buff, you cannot see through those Sens walls anymore. So they're going to have to find some other way to deny a plant if it's being stopped by a Sens wall. Temporarily, that freezer hatch will be closed off by the tuber out, but it's not going to last forever. The hatch opens now, and the angle to the bomb site opens with 35 seconds.
And this will be a death drop from Unwanted, as they will rely entirely on these Sens walls to conceal them. Hot and Cold goes for the drop, and another one will go out as he shrugs off some damage by the freezer vaults. Just narrowly missing out on those tracers, and will now tuck himself into the corner where the gas misses. Hot and Cold might be getting away with murder. 10 players still alive in the server, and Unwanted pull off the plant. Now in the post plan, they need to pick off FaZe one by one. Vidaking the first casualty, off to an uncharacteristically slow start. Souls, who was terrific in the previous round, still fragging out. Souls is on the diffuser, but you got Gavin from above, who will now likely drop unless they want him to just stay in this spot, and why not? All the tools, all the tricks of the trade being thrown in his way. Gavin eliminating the smoke. Aerial superiority. The high ground just too much. And Dream hits a 2K to send the
Nicely done.
tie game.
The thing people say about Unwanted every single time they get covered is that they're a smart team. They don't need to rely on the flashy players. Hell, a lot of their flashy players got bought out from them right before this event. So they can't really rely on that same flashy plays that they sometimes had back in Manchester, but instead, they come with some brilliant new strategies. Maybe there's one player who can make some flashy plays.
Yesterday's MVP
Dream
was the
is
support player
sexy.
himself. Rumored to have been retiring from Rainbow Six Siege before this event, and if he does choose to retire, what a swan song it would be. Top 4 at the biggest event of the year.
And if they win this, it'll be another top 3. Don't forget, the only other time Dream's been to a 6 Invitational was 2023, where he and that Oxygen Esports squad made it all the way to the final 3 before eventually falling. Quite a resume to be able to go to 2 6 Invitationals and both of them achieve such high results. That last round from FaZe Clan, I gotta say, the decision not to retake top floor, I don't believe it was even attempted by one member of FaZe Clan. That's gotta be the main name of the game. When you're playing
But there
on the
was
bottom floor
gridlock
on Cafe,
stingers
the whole
in the
point
way,
of
so
that
they
should
could
be
not go
to
up.
retake that top floor in the post plant. That never came up from FaZe Clan. So something to think about next time they go back to that bomb site.
I think what might have given them a bit of pause is the gridlock on the board. You'd have to cut through track stingers to begin with, right? You knew Gavin was in that position upstairs inside of Dining. They used a Nitro Cell to try to take care of him. They had 2 separate players engage with him through the floorboards. That entire floor is destructible, and yet Gavin remained unbothered and still very much alive. That allowed the rest of Unwanted to circle around the bomb site once Hot and Cold got the job done. Now, Adam is having quite a rough go of it. He didn't die in the previous round, but he's been the opening death in rounds 1 and 3. He's just, maybe he's not an odd number guy.
Well, I'm excited to see him in round number 4 as it pops off. Yeah, a little bit of an over-eager entry to that bottom floor. Assuming it was clear when it wasn't, perhaps a missed drone. Whatever the case, that will be an early man advantage for FaZe Clan.
Remember, Dream's focus in round number 1 was over here towards White Stairs. He's positioned in the exact same way. You've got to be a little concerned with these FaZe Clan players. Dream dies, but Claymore gets the trade after he had an earlier pick on the KDS. Dream is seemingly leveling up. The longer that this team plays on land, the better Dream continues to get.
Uh-oh.
Oh my, Houghton. What lies below is something you need to concern yourself with. Unwanted has been picked apart all over the map at this point. And now a retake from above, thought otherwise by Vidaking. Gavin and Spirits, the last 2 that remain.
I've learned one thing though, Parker, never count out a French-Canadian on our shield. Spirits has been ridiculous with these shields all tournament long. Everybody's been highlighting it. And the Blackbeard, his only option, just wants to go crazy with a fuse to rock that utility here on Cafe. Watch out!
Are you kidding me?
Wait from Gavin.
Gets off the drone, shoots the Nitro Cell, gets right back on, and now he's got a read down below on that mute. Spirits is attempting the distraction, it works. Gavin grabs him, and now top floor control is theirs, but I always worry when you're in a clutch situation against FaZe Clan. What works in Unwanted's favor, though, Jesse, neither of these 2 players have a single kill. Cyber will break that, picks up 2 in very quick order. And again, the problem for Unwanted against FaZe Clan comes in the final moments of the round. But some stumbles right off the rip, and again, Adam dying early in rounds 1 and 3
speak better in Swedish than I do in
you
English.
You cannot allow your opponents
Takes
to have such a huge
more time
advantage
to
for so
focus
long.
to talk
Yeah,
English
certainly. I mean, there were some good
than,
comebacks with Dream, especially on that
Swedish
Claymore, but I
general,
mean, didn't really
but
matter
it's
in the end. Cyber
better.
and Vidaking had such a nice cross
I
on that
went
hatch drop.
out
It was
to,
good from Gavin to be able to work a pick, but ultimately
to the store
in
I
that 2v2,
drove today,
they've got the
so-
advantage on the defense. They know
and
exactly where
that
the 2 of you are
was
going to
a
funnel
little
through.
bit
So
too
that was
early
clean,
to
late
go
round play.
around
Some of the cleanest that
outside.
we've seen after a couple of mistakes have been made
So,
in the
yeah.
early rounds of Cafe. But it'll be FaZe
Gotta
Clan
stay
off to an
home.
early lead. Often we talk about this as a relatively defender-sided map, so FaZe Clan should be hoping to walk away with at least a 3-3, but I think a 4-2 split would be quite happy for them as well.
We're now at a point in time where we'll have pretty accurate map stats. And we don't want to drown you in numbers, so we won't bore you this round, but we'll talk about it depending on what occurs. When you pick the map, your opponent
Like I
will
said,
typically
it
go to the
takes a
better
couple
side.
of days,
I think
and
it's
then I
safe to say
will
that
get
FaZe
back
got that memo.
to normal.
They chose correctly.
The only thing
A
that
very
is
similar
not
setup with the mute jammers up
going
top
back
that
is my
really didn't seem to bother
reading
Unwanted that much the
issue.
last time they had
So
to tackle it.
if
I was
that
actually gonna give
doesn't
them
go away
some praise
until
in the previous round. Gavin
Monday, I
was
will
droning
call them
around
and
that mute
ask
jammer down inside of
what they're
Train.
supposed to do.
He's able to evade the radius of
And,
the blocker.
and so it gets
so successfully, and then obviously there was that 1-2
noted
punch
down
that
in
Spirits
the journal,
flushed
so I
him
can
out, but
send it to
Intel will be the name of the game. Against a
the
team like FaZe
government.
Clan, you're going to need everything you can to do battle with them, to stay on the same footing with them. And Unwanted want to continue this. I don't want to call it a Cinderella run because the core of this team is a major winning team back in Manchester, but still a shocking amount of success for Unwanted so far, and you don't want it to come to an end.
Couple of FaZe players testing the waters early. We saw Cyber down on that red window. Handy, of course, in his favorite position. This is where he's launched a couple of Nitro Cells so far. Also was able to play quite aggressively around here in the first round of the series. Hoping to repeat, but honestly, Unwanted have been really good about not giving those opportunities. If they're peeking angles, it's often with the shield. Otherwise, it's the drone that goes in first. And that's the slow, steady pace of Unwanted that they've shown throughout this tournament. It's been really impressive so far, but they still got to find some way to get an opening pick.
Vinicky was itching for a fight from Lumber over towards this white window. He takes a bit of damage as now Utility Clear will go in through the hatch. Spirits drops, blinded by his own teammates. In a very powerful position for KDS to play as the retake from FaZe looks so good. Dissension amongst the ranks of Unwanted. Only 2 remain from Unwanted yet again. They've done very little to knock FaZe off of this defense. Some damage has been done to Cyber, but that's really it, and not a lot to write home about for Unwanted.
Brazilian team FaZe Clan and Unwanted from USA. They don't have an organization, so they are representing themselves.
Does get Vidaking eventually. Patience pays off, and that's the
but
first of
I
5.
heard they're going to be an American team called Luminosity after this tournament because
no, I think this is what we're going to see similar to the previous round. This will be a perilous repel on in and a very swift lockout from FaZe Clan. They bought themselves some time with Hot and Cold now sitting in the midst of the smoke. KDS popping up. How about a 4K for KDS? A huge round from him and from FaZe Clan. 3-1, a very, very, very strong start for the Brazilians.
We still have one EU team and they are playing in the finals, so that's good for us.
Timeout, actually. Let's listen to what they're up about.
Yep. Yeah. Look, the only thing I think that's going wrong is we're not being thorough enough in the beginning of the round. Like right there, there's a guy Pixel. Right, or the other. I mean, the other rounds too. They're also falling for a lot of our fucking fakes.
By
right, like when we were just fucking smoking and fire shit, they think we're going, and then they're overexposing themselves, and then Dream's just fucking getting like eating up. On kitchen bunker, Matt, I think you can almost fake the sense, kind of like we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we can hit a bake side if you wanted to, or we just have to go for the back pick. I think they're gonna try to counter your.
They're good,
but
I
mean, we
not
could also
the best.
just bring Osa there. It's another idea. And reading, I almost feel like we could still go train
original
fast
is
and float
best.
Or if you want to work top, again, I think we can shoot a bunch of fucking util and make a move. Like, these guys are just over fucking reacting. Big time.
Really?
Cool? All right, let's go. Come on. Take our time.
Mitch. You don't get to hear the comms, but we do, so what we'll relay to you is Mint actually just spent the entire time saying, Dream is sexy. Over and over and over again, that was it. There was no other comms provided. No, what was effectively said was that
on the store Echo that was selling these 8 kronor styck.
And FaZe has been falling for it. But there's no capitalization from Unwanted. They fake the execute, FaZe falls for it, and then Unwanted doesn't follow up. If you're going to bait them into a reaction, you need to have your own actions that take advantage of that. Unwanted are not getting the job done.
By the way, I got a PC as well,
well, it's going to be difficult because
Biggie surprised me with that, so I'm going to get it on Thursday.
They're going to go 2 reading instead of the kitchen this time around,
as
so
well.
that sends play that Mint asked Hot and Cold to try to fake is not going to be effective this time. Maybe we'll see that bonsai back on round number 6, but for now, Hot and Cold has to late switch over to the Zofia. I was gonna say this shield play from Spirits,
he was supposed to have it at home first and then surprise me, but since there was a big thing that happened on Wednesday with my esports organizations, he decided to give it to tell me now instead.
FaZe Clan have been really good at winning engagements against superstar players. Yesterday we saw
because I left my esports organization, so I'm no longer part of that. And that is because of our CEO was arrested for sexual
match that he's been part of, so there will be some pressure on his shoulders. It will be hard for him to shake off.
He was arrested for sexual assault of a minor. So everyone who was a member left that organization,
and I mean, if he's going to be rocking
including me.
All the time,
so I'm going to see if I can find another
org. To get an awful lot of kills is the Blackbeard, and that's the one that Spirits has been using. He's inching his way towards the bomb site, and he's caught on a crossfire. Another early death from Unwanted.
That's rough timing. Soulsworth coming around the corner at the perfect moment to catch the backside of Spirits. That space that he's trying to make couldn't be grabbed, but there's Dream again with an answer. He's getting off these early aggressive players.
Jesse, he's getting half of these kills without even entering the building, for crying out loud.
I think he's gotten most of them from outside at this point, Parker, and I think that really comes down to his playstyle. He's holding these angles. They're waiting for FaZe to make these moves, and they are getting the punishes, but as Mint said in the tactical timeout, they're not able to convert that.
Pixel spot was an issue in particular for the timeout, and would you look at that? KDS is in the exact same spot. He's got a golden opportunity. They hit goo mines, way towards the map, way towards the bomb site. KDS doesn't see Dream, who's now entered the building. That pixel spot has been flushed out, and now we have a great round from Unwanted. They pick off Handy, and Vidaking with a single kill will have to hold this bomb site together.
Come on, Unwanted.
You ever see that Spider-Man movie where he's trying to pull the ship back together with the webs?
Yeah.
That's Vidaking right now on this round.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do here, Parker. Obviously, the players of Unwanted outside the building. His one advantage, though, there's only 20 seconds on the clock. If he can stop a plant, never mind.
Issuing a correction here. He cannot stop the plant.
No, that's going to be tough from the grave. Caught up by a window. I mean, this
There's
is
a
lot
of people watching right now. Damn.
3-2. These outside angles have really been going the way of Unwanted. They're doing a great job of catching these movements from FaZe Clan. A lot of that has to be given to Dream, not only from the outside of the building, catching off those players, but when something goes missed, when something doesn't get caught, it's
By the
Dream
way, I'm
who's
just
rechecking
waiting
Pixel,
for my
who's
daughter to
catching that
clean
once
her
again.
room so
And
she can have
honestly, you've
her
gotta give a lot of that credit
PC.
to his experience.
But she's not cleaning her room.
Mostly on Oxygen Esports for an extremely long time. He knows what players like to do in high pressure situations like this, and he's gonna be punishing them.
That round highlights how good of a read Mint had on these defenders.
Like I said, she's not going to get to PC until it's cleaned, no matter what. And I'm using my old screen right now as my secondary because the screen is too old for newer PC like Big S or mine that is coming, so we can't use this one later, so it's going to be only on the old PC that you will be able to use it.
And it kept FaZe Clan looking in the wrong direction for
So
FaZe.
I need to buy a second monitor, a smaller one. I don't need a big one though.
So an immediate course correction
So
after that
that's going
timeout,
to be.
and the team
Yeah, I
their
thought I
coach,
could
they win
use
the
my
round
old
off.
monitor as a second one, but I can't.
They took the
So
tap timeout on Unwanted right before
I
they
need to
expected a kitchen
buy.
bomb site. We didn't see that now through the entire half. Hold on, Cyber's out the window. Fine Spirits traded by Gavin. That's going to be a 1-for-1. You killed the Blackbeard, though. Spirits will not find a kill through the first half. That is a massively impactful pick. And I think Cyber, despite being on the Wamai, who can be a really powerful late-round operator, is probably walking away from that thinking like he won.
Terrible beginning for Spirits as obviously they managed to keep it close with that vault out, but that's a huge net win for FaZe. I would trade out a Wamai for a Blackbeard any day of the week. You do not want Spirits to continue on this downward trend. We highlighted this during the group stage when we casted Unwanted. It's that sometimes you get games from Spirits where he goes 0-12.
Yeah.
And then the very next
I
he goes
think if I
21-5.
buy a new
I mean, he's
one,
got
it's
a
going
tough
to
role
be.
too, being the point man on the shield. That round was a bit of a difficult one,
I
but
go
previously
and
he is
look
kind of that guy making the space. Sometimes Blackbeard can be a fragging off, but sometimes it is just trying to play similar to a Monty. Find that for your team.
They've used him both ways so
Green.
far.
They have.
This round, we're not really going to get to see how effective he can be. Gavin dies at the hands of Candy, who finds a second now onto Adam. Adam also killless in this first half. A combined 0-9 for two players on the side of Unwanted is devastating in the hardest match that they've had so far in this event. And it's on very familiar territory. It's their own map. They knew that FaZe Clan were proficient here, but I mean, at some point when you get to this current point in time, you're gonna have overlap on your map pool. Handy goes down, what a reflexive shot. He finds two, and the numbers suddenly way closer in this round, far more winnable. Hot and cold at the halfway point of the diffuser, but has to fear what is above. That's KDS sending shockwaves through the defenders. Souls looking for an opportunity now against Dream. An easy win, and now it's Haughton fending for his life by himself. He tries for the slow peak, but KDS is just a little bit better in the first half. Goes in favor of the Brazilians.
Nice try coming out from Unwanted. That was a difficult round, but ultimately Dream wasn't able to do enough. They had site control, but they didn't quite have that information. That's going to be the big disadvantage.
Well, we've got Nyx from the side of Unwanted here to talk to us about what he thinks. Nyx, welcome aboard.
Hello.
Just want to ask you, what are your immediate takeaways there on the first half?
I think the boys are playing pretty well. I think right now we're just kind of getting caught by our own mistakes. We're not droning properly. These guys are kind of just playing their zones and ratting on us, which shouldn't happen. We even had a 4v2 in round 1 that we let get away from us. So I think that half could have been either a 3-3 or even a 4-2 in our advantage. Just kind of clean up the small things.
You're sitting as defenders now for the remainder of regulation, and then obviously whatever happens in overtime, should it arise, will happen in OT. What is your main goal now with Unwanted as the defenders?
Obviously don't want to give away too much, but we know how these guys play. They're just going to take it slow and usually take from one side of the map. So we just want to make sure we're playing together and make sure we're communicating our win conditions in the late round, and we should have it in the bag.
Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
The dream and the nightmare on this team. They can do both. And that's the thing, right? I mean, they know how close that first round was. A 4-2 scoreline might not be what they wanted, but they had some good moments. This could have been a lot closer. This could have even been favoring Unwanted. I agree with what Nick said. So if they can find a way to channel that energy, don't let the bad spirits get to them. Don't let that mental sink in against a team like FaZe Clan. This Unwanted squad have been through a lot, both as a team and as individuals, and with the circumstances surrounding this event. But if they can just buckle in this second half, defensive side of Cafe, it is very doable.
Yeah, things are not looking great for Unwanted across the board. Yeah, I mean, you want to play your own game. Every team does. Every team loads into their own map with the expectation that they're going to win it, and a lot of teams will load into their opponent's map with the exact same expectation. Here, Unwanted need to focus primarily on Cafe. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't look at maps 2, maybe even map 3, should layer even be needed. You need to play your own game. Settle in. 2 of your players need some form of motivation right now because Unwanted is being dragged to the finish line primarily by Dream, and one man alone is not going to be enough.
Clinical Twitch play from Cyber cleared out a lot of those mute jammers and got really good intel as to where that player is at over towards Cocktail. Can they convert that to an opening?
Spirits with the smart goggles on, dispatches souls. Adam dies yet again. That's Spirits' first kill. Adam will be apprehended. Spirits putting in some serious work, but KDS cannot be slowed down as both of these teams come to blows, neither with an advantage. Halfway point, 2 defenders, 2 attackers, and a showdown for an incredibly crucial round. If FaZe Clan win this, Jesse, they are in the home stretch of this map. If Unwanted can win, well, we got ourselves a ball game.
Bit of soft breach too from FaZe Clan. Obviously they got those Zode destructibles, but KDS should have a secondary shotgun as well, which they can both use to work these floorboards. Hot and Cold's gonna sit and train Gavin over by Red Stairs. That leaves Reading a little bit exposed, but if they can correctly predict where this push is gonna come, or if we can see a really late flank coming around towards that pillar side of the map, this could be devastating.
Nice
slap. Not in a position where he's supported by Gavin, so at the moment, they'll both be playing like individuals. Gavin found out by KDS, and now Haughton will have a shoulder peek as he gives his position away. He waited a second for Vidaking.
No.
He could have made something work, but he gets run right over. These late rounds for FaZe Clan are killing Unwanted.
KDS is coming up with a lot of answers. This is something that Unwanted need to do on their part. KDS was the single best player for FaZe Clan back at the Montreal Major. He's been a little bit slower to start in Boston. He's been more negative than some of his teammates, but that's the thing with FaZe. They've got 5 guys who all can pop off when the moment is right. And KDS on the biggest stage, this might just be where he comes alive and tries to reclaim that title. I shouldn't just say he was the best player on FaZe. He was the best Brazilian player of the entire event. And I'll remind you, Parker, a Brazilian team won the Montreal Major, so that's a pretty big accomplishment. Thought the entry was pretty solid. KDS getting in the back lines. I think Spirits did a lot of good work there, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough. His teammates cleared out from the Skylight, cleared out from Cocktail. And that 2v2 just didn't quite have the positioning. And I mean, it feels like the mistakes are so small for Unwanted, but that doesn't matter. The score is starting to slip away from them. 5-2 down on your own map pick. This is starting to be where you get concerned.
Well, I think there's some concern for Unwanted back when they took the timeout so early on. If there was concern then, this is now a 5-alarm blaze at this point. When you're in North America, you obviously want the North American teams to do well for the crowd's sake. You want there to be representation from all of these regions. If Unwanted goes home, the final 3 are 2 Brazilian teams, and then in the finals, 1 European, dare I say it, super team that used to be entirely French, but now has a Turk and a Brit playing on the roster. BDS have looked great. The thing for Unwanted is that while FaZe is a huge obstacle, it only gets harder from this point onwards, right? You've got Furia up next if you get over FaZe Clan. And then if you get over Furia, you've got a date with Destiny against BDS. And that would be a rematch of the Manchester Major. No matter what, we are guaranteed to get a rematch here because if FaZe Clan wins, it'll be a rematch of SI against Furia in the lower bracket. If Unwanted make it all the way, it'll be a rematch from those Manchester Major finals.
Some early aggression from Dream to try to get those Yokais out to get some information, but ultimately didn't find anything that they wanted to capitalize on, and so
I did actually, I might have been stupid, but I put Unwanted to win both this match and the next one, and that might be a tall order.
You can do that on Cafe, it's a very popular strat. They've got a good amount of site util too. The Toxic Beige from Hot and Cold, Spirits on that Super out playing VIP, just like what we saw from FaZe Clan. He's going to be using those Zotos to keep this freezer hatch closed as long as possible. Of course, the Echo Cams and the Goyo canisters as well inside are all going to provide so much value. The job is on FaZe over the next 45-ish seconds to clear out this utility. Find as much of it as you can. No Tuber out coming out to stop that hatch means that a lot of time that could have been burnt out will not be. Not sure if Spirits maybe wasn't aware that it's getting opened or if he's got another plan for those Zoto canisters. I sure hope he's got some ideas. That's nice.
I believe that's called redundancy.
Yeah.
Hot and Cold dies though, he gets caught out by Handy. A devastating first blow dealt to Unwanted by FaZe.
Not sure why he went for that. That was a bit weird.
They have a golden opportunity now as those Zoto canisters will go down over towards Freezer. But right now, nobody's being frozen out at the moment as the diffuser is good. 2 shots from Unwanted landing, but Souls is there for coverage over towards delivery. Down to a 3v3. The Yokai drones were unsuccessful in stopping the plant, and none of those Goyo canisters
is bad for Unwanted.
Seem to be of much use. KDS shot through the wall as Adam and Gaveni both double up on it, but you've got to work the time if you're Unwanted. You are letting this round slip through your fingers as Vidaking and Souls are still posted up to greet Gavin and Adam as they come back to the bomb site. The hatch being watched as now a drop goes in, a 1v1 with very little time, and Souls is so damn good. Every single round he puts himself in a winning position with limited time on the clock.
I'm surprised that they were
demolishing Unwanted.
That was a great push from FaZe. That sniper play from the Glass, incredible. He was holding the VIP hallway the whole time, aware of where the push could come through, and then was able to punish them as they tried to run up those brown stairs. I gotta say it though, Parker. I mean, what is the point of putting 3 Goyo canisters on Coffee if you're not gonna pop any of them? Plant went down underneath those Goyos and none of them were able to be exploded.
I will say, it is entirely possible that the player responsible for shooting them was Houghton.
Sure.
Who died right away. So, number one, not only do you lose somebody who might have been holding that position, but you lose your gas canisters as well. As you called it, those Zoto canisters not being used on the hatch were designed to buy time inside a freezer, but they failed. And FaZe Clan was able to just bull rush through your defense and get the diffuser planted before no anti-plant utility could be used by Unwanted.
And that's likely, but at the same time, like, somebody's got to make that call to rotate over, pop those Goyo canisters. If they had been able to buy a few more seconds, the Echo was so close to denying it, but it was really good coverage from FaZe to shoot that Echo. Maybe if they can get that denial off, they can buy themselves some time to pop the Goyos. They can't be worried about that now. You've got to win the next 4. And Hot and Cold is doing everything that he can. A little run out to try to make it happen, but he doesn't quite find anybody. How does the mental hold on?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We talked a little bit about how they don't have pressure and expectations on their shoulders. They've been affectionately referred to as the black shirts by a number of people in the community because they're just wearing black t-shirts.
Yeah.
That's it. I made a joke. Go down to your local Target, go down to your local Walmart, your local store, buy a pack of Fruit of the Loom black shirts, and you can wear the Unwanted jersey as well. But at some point, your mental switches from, hey, you know, we don't have a lot of expectations on our shoulders. We're not with an org. You know, let's just play for fun to, holy smokes, we're in the top 4. This is real. We want to win. And that's when you can become your own worst enemy. And the mental can be really tough to regain.
I mean, even this team, even without an org, they've been together for such a small amount of time. I believe it's just over 70 days this team has been together as a 5-man squad. FaZe Clan have been as a 5-man for over 700. The difference in experience, the difference in time they've had to gel is insane between these two teams. And Unwanted, that can't be an excuse. You've got to overcome that. At this point, 6 Invitational top 4, there's no, well, you know, top 4 is good enough. Everybody wants to win.
In every event, to your point, we talk about how FaZe is always one of those teams that you can guarantee will make a deep run.
Yep.
Every time we're asked, who do you think is going to make it? Every time the community is asked, who do you think is going to make it? When you ask the players that same question, FaZe is always included in that answer. And they're in for a surprise on this round. Houghton pops up doing his best Hicks impression. Downstairs by the brown stairs, completely undroned. That's a throwback for those that might not have been watching when Hicks was on Millennium. And then Lestream, I believe it was.
This has been a really slow round from FaZe Clan. 60 seconds we just hit, and I mean, what map control have they taken? They're into the bottom floor. Unwanted have not been fighting them. They've conceded a lot of ground.
And a missed opportunity as Vinikin gets classic siege timing. A grenade now thrown out to displace Gavin from the laundry door. Missing water if he fell out of a boat.
Come on.
Handy and KDS last 2 standing, but when they're outnumbered, they seem to thrive. They've got a read on white stairs. One of those SAS operators sits patiently and waits. KDS will have him on lock, waiting for him to walk up, but KDS botches the shots.
Yes!
And Dream will walk out the final moments of that round, showing that Unwanted will not go down without a fight. Map 1 is still very favored for the Brazilians, but Unwanted might just have lit the match to try and keep this thing going.
I said it at the start of this game, Parker. If you're going to throw a couple of early man advantages, you'd rather have it happen in round 1 than round 15. And we're a ways from round 15, but round 9, when you're up against match point, might be exactly the same. They don't throw that advantage this time around. They play really well together. Dream on those white stairs, holding things down, buying time for Spirits to go up above. They knew there was nobody top floor to hold things on the side of FaZe Clan, so that was exactly the right call from Spirits. They need to keep this momentum up. They started that round by playing a little bit more aggressive. Yes, they conceded that ground, but it was honestly just a trap to lure FaZe Clan into taking that space so they could go for swings, so they could go for rat plays. Hot and cold, of course, down to the bottom of brown stairs, the main focal point of that defense. They've got to keep the surprises up. You know, if FaZe Clan can expect what you're going to do, if they can read into your game plan, it's going to be really, really tough to stop them. But in that last round, it felt like FaZe didn't really know what was going on. They didn't have the memo. Unwanted were able to pull some stuff out from under their nose and catch them off guard. They need to keep that up. Only 3 more rounds. Sounds easy, but when you've got to win them in a row against one of the best teams in the world, it is anything but.
Don't want to talk about Clubhouse just yet because we could still be far removed from that map. I mean, if Unwanted wants a victory here, we've got a long road to go. Just us and this wonderful crowd, and you at home, of course, watching. What a great time it would be for all. Or FaZe Clan in 2.5 minutes sends us to a break. Who knows? It's one of those things. Unwanted used their timeout in the first half. They saw immediate success, but they kind of lost the plot after that as Viniking survives a bit of a scare, Jesse. 45 seconds in, trying to get down off of that 2nd floor rooftop terrace.
Yeah, caught from somewhere. That's going to be a lot of HP suffered, but still one-shot headshot game. He will have his guns up, but just getting to the roof now, starting to open these hatches. Of course, that is going to be the game plan top floor, right? He's Gridlock once again coming out from the Souls to stop any sort of a flank. Not that there is one brewing.
3 sets of track stayers on top of that, by the way. 3.
Hey, we talk about redundancies with the Goyo canisters. Why not more with the grid? Sometimes you can throw them and they don't really catch the things you want them to catch. Dream rotates down to that bottom floor. Hot and Cold sitting down there too, so that flanking potential does exist now. But that's not where the focus is for FaZe.
Last set of utility from the Gridlock is just one grenade, and now fighting through the B's. Handy looking for a follow-up. Baited into bar, backstock, but FaZe Clan pummeling Unwanted.
Come
FaZe Clan
on.
seem to be at their best with their backs against the wall, but they've broken this round open, and there's no walls in sight. Hotton and Dream against the 4 players of FaZe, and his diffuser almost went down. Unwanted have very limited information. Hotton had the read on KDS. One big kill as now Souls goes for the plant. But both players from Unwanted are on the floor below Jesse. A Nitro Cell connects and the diffuser does not go down. It was a hair away from happening, and that could have been the map for Unwanted, but they keep it locked in for the time being. Cyber now with diffuser tucked into a corner over by Cocktail as Vidiking will go for the outside repel to cover. Watching back bar, the retake from Unwanted up the stairs. A very powerful position as Cyber might not even need Vidiking. He does it all himself. And FaZe Clan snatch Unwanted's map away in very short order. What a scary, scary series this will be for Unwanted.
They strike when the iron is hot. They see how exposed that bomb site is, and they walk right on in. FaZe Clan looking dominant on their opponent's pick. Couple of rounds that Unwanted are going to want back, but at this point, it's too little and too late. They've got to go all the way to club to try to win this.
It might be a long day depending on how these matches go, and we don't want to take you away from the goods. So while the replays go, we'll stop talking and wait for the break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
No, it was Unwanted map. To be honest, I didn't want them to go to Cafe. I wanted they have played other maps way better than that, so that was kind of disappointing. That was not what I wanted. Just trying to look at something that I want. And not having it there. I was trying to look for something that I might need to buy. Ooh, I got the SI charm. Yeah, let's go. Ah, I need to drink. Seriously. It has Eldenflower and Kuruba. I'm not sure what Kuruba is. It's something. Let's see here.
just beginning.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Phase Up for map number 1 in this series as they absolutely trunce Unwanted on Cafe Dostoyevsky. So much confidence in FaZe Clan in this first map.
Yeah, I think when we teed this up as a David versus Goliath, we really said that FaZe Clan are always going to provide this consistent level of ability, this consistent level of performance, and that's exactly what we saw on their opponent's map pick. This was Unwanted's map pick of Cafe. And I will say, fundamentally, it's very funny on the analyst test, Leo, we talk about strategy a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think Unwanted's strategy at all was bad in terms of the way that they played Cafe. I do think, however, the FPS element of this game was
really.
They looked
Hello,
nervous, they
Dream.
looked shaky, because
Sorry, I
there were
was
so many calls
looking
that it
at
felt like they were going to win.
some
We saw
other
from Unwanted
things.
POVs on their players very, very often. They ended up losing the fight.
Was
And it
kind of
just blurry
looking
kills that go
for
to
a
waste. There
second
really
monitor.
should have been unwanted kills very, very often, and that's how they ended up losing a lot of these rounds.
It's okay, Eldenflower. It's not my favorite though, but it was very cheap to buy this drink. It was, I think, 7 cents or 0.7 euros or something. It was very cheap.
And you look on the side of FaZe, look at them. They're completely unfazed. They don't care. They're emotionless, right? They're exactly like yesterday, in full confidence, taking any gunfights and winning them. And for me, round 2 was already telling that story.
Yeah.
That before from Handy and Souls 1, that was just to tell the story of them winning every single gunfight.
It feels like map 1 is a reality check here for Unwanted, having made it so deep in the Invitational. Here's our scoreboard for map number 1, Cafe Dostoyevsky. Souls
But I'm
is
doing
well
a better,
prepared.
Queen. I'm
Yeah,
talking
getting
a
not ready
little
to
bit
play. We speak
better
about too
today,
much these days
so
on the FaZe Clan. It's usually KDS or Cyber, but Souls has got
it's
that quality.
coming
We know he's been there
for
on the
every
back
day,
line of
so.
this team for such a long time, but he's such a good gunner in his own right. That was his, I think, defining feature. He was a support player that could gun back in the early days.
But
Obviously,
I
that's a lot more
might
common
not be
now. He can
live on
support those
Monday
numbers.
because I'm
Obviously, us Frenchies
live
would label him the
yesterday,
Brazilian Bride.
then
Us
today,
really,
and then tomorrow, so I might need to have one day off.
Anyway, that's a compliment, right?
either way, right?
These guys, you put them on the worst operators, and they will still drop multi-kills. And that's Souls 1 for you. That's
And
really
I
for you. They
might
just play the game
have-
perfectly at all times.
And
It's
I'm
insane.
not sure if
so much for helping us
Thursday
break things down here,
I will be
but
off,
we have Alexi
maybe
on
as
standby
well,
to help us
because
out
I
with demonstration.
get my new
God, you're
PC.
looking great today.
So are you guys. Howdy, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to talk about what Jack was saying, you know, in terms of Unwanted. They definitely had a good strat. They had a good strat game, but I think when it does come down to the FPS and the gunfights, it was going in FaZe's favor here. We start off the attack with FaZe here. Now, FaZe are going to go for the execute here of how they want to breach the top floor. They're going to be going for Spirits. They're going to be collapsing on top of him. Souls, Cyber, pushing for that. The good thing is, Spirits plays this perfect. He gets one trade. Gavini has the trade onto Bar. This is where things get shaky for me, is because Spirits gets this kill onto Cyber. He doesn't need to peek anymore. They are in the man advantage. But unfortunately, Spirits is feeling hot. He wants to go for that next kill, just falls apart. And then this is where the round collapses from here. Where you can't even blame Gavini
they
for this
were a
next step.
little bit too
That's just KDS
hot-headed.
hitting an insane shot through the floor. Then these two link up to push the player into train, and then they close
They
out the
were
round.
a little
And it
bit
just
too
goes to show
aggressive.
both teams were doing very well with their strats, playing very well with their strategic game and their trades, but it really just came down to FaZe just getting the fundamentals and not playing scared and playing through and through and closing out this first map. So for me, I got to see Unwanted bring that same exact thing, especially now they're going to be going to FaZe's map, but we won't know until after the break.
Break. I understand why breaks exist, but still it's annoying.
you wish to keep working here.
You two are partners now. I'm going to find out what happened to her.
Yeah, that's so good. Commercial, break. That's how almost. I'm hoping that the Unwanted will win the next round. Come on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MGM Music Hall live at Fenway Park and it's Six Invitational 2025. Our first game is running. Our first map, though, did not go the way of Unwanted.
It's Clubhouse. I love Clubhouse.
In competition here in the top four. FaZe Clan, well, they've gone FaZe up on the first one. First map, Cafe Dostoyevsky 7-3. Next up is Clubhouse, a classic. What do Unwanted need to do to bring this one back?
I think the big question for me here is pressure. How do you handle pressure? Because right now that's the biggest difference between these two teams. One is heavily confident in winning every gunfight. One is under pressure. Your back is against the wall. You have no organization. You're only representative yourself. You have everything to win right now. You're back against the wall, nothing to lose. This is for me the moment where you completely reset and you go there and start defense. You play confident. You play towards your you play towards your strength, towards you guys. You play teamwork and you throw out strats out of the window if you need to, right? But confidence, that's what you need right now.
You'll know this as well, Leo, from being a competitor yourself, is that you can kind of make peace with losing. Obviously, you never want to lose. You want to win absolutely everything. But you can make peace with it if you have to, as long as you've put the best performance out there and you've left everything on that stage. I don't think Unwanted have left everything on that stage in map 1, personally. I thought they were a little bit far below their personal performance that they expect of themselves. So for map 2, that's what I want to see. I want to see confidence. And then just from a technical point of view, they banned away the Monty in the last map. They're obviously cautious of Vita King on that Monty for FaZe Clan, but they're such a good shield team themselves. They need to not just limit themselves to one shield, because FaZe will absolutely come with a shield ban. So I want to see them maybe ban something a little bit different on Clubhouse.
Gentlemen, the question here is, do we see a map 3 or not? Are games ready?
I'm hoping for it. For the NA crowd, A third map would be great.
I hope for everyone in here that we do see a third map and maybe Unwanted go on, but if we don't, Milos, we get a repeat of the SI 2024 final later on today, so I'm impartial either way.
Boston, you want to see map 3? I think you heard it. Entero Jesse, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. It wasn't exactly the start that Unwanted wanted. But
oh, I see what you did there.
But now they face a daunting prospect in map number 2.
You should be a broadcaster. That's good.
I practiced really hard for that. Thanks. I wrote that down. I was so nervous. Are you booing me?
Oh my god.
Why are you booing me? I'm right. We're moments away from map number 2.
Who else loves Clubhouse? I love it.
Does FaZe Clan give us a rematch of last year's grand finals? We are moments away from map 2 on Clubhouse.
Clubhouse is the map that these two teams have played a ton of throughout this tournament. FaZe Clan 4 plays already at SI. Unwanted, they haven't actually touched it since they got demolished by BDS 7-1 in the upper bracket. They're looking to bounce back. Their first operator taken off the board here historically would be a Maverick, and they will continue that trend, banning out the somewhat hard breach operator to come through. I think FaZe have a couple of options here. They like banning Monty on this map. They like Capitao and Grim a bit too. They go for the Blitz. That's more to ban against their opponent. They don't often ban Blitz on Clubhouse, but when you're playing against Spirits, you gotta offer that respect. On the defense, you'd expect a Mira, maybe a Kaid to come out from FaZe Clan, as that tends to be what they remove from the board. It will continue that trend as they take Kaid off the playing field. And then Azami Fenrir would be the next couple of expected bans. I think Azami a little bit more likely for Unwanted.
I think.
Fenrir instead. I gotta say, map 1, we saw some wild operator bans coming through.
Yep.
Map number 2, I think they were all quite predictable.
Yeah, these are a lot more standardized for a map like Clubhouse. And I mean, Clubhouse does speak to your fundamentals, right? When we talk about maps and how those fundamentals play out, it's about things like intel. It's about things like hard breach and the jostling that goes around it. If you're a defender, you're going to look at bandit tricking. You're going to look at throwing that Kaid claw on the wall, especially in the basement. I've called it the electro shuffle before, just as a folksy way of describing it, because there isn't as elegant a term as bandit tricking. But a lot of teams won't necessarily actively engage in that level of trickery. They will hit it at set and forget, and then they will fall back. And either those bandit batteries or those mute jammers will work their magic, and then you'll just go about your day. It's a bottom floor bomb site, and with Kaid banned, you can see no denial whatsoever on the side of Unwanted. They'll start with a pretty standard, utility-heavy, slow lineup that works very well in a post plan.
And as we load into map number 2, Parker, I go back to what happened yesterday.
I usually
After
would
Dream
go
was
with
announced the MVP of the first day of the live phase.
Sentry
He
and
retweeted that
have
with
a
one single
whole
word and a
top
GIF.
floor with a long angle
Believe.
to
And I think
main
the audience will
and
continue to believe in Unwanted. They've got a chance here against
and
FaZe Clan.
secret door.
I think they got your cue, Jesse.
Some of them did. Ultimately, it's not going to be easy regardless. FaZe Clan have been so good at Clubhouse throughout their history. Now to bring it back against North America's last hope. Or looking to dash that here in Boston. We'll start with a full map clear.
What a top 4 we have, though, right?
Yeah.
You've got the defending major champions from Manchester that didn't even make it to Montreal to be able to put that title on the line. They beat BDS. The major champions from Montreal, W7M, they're not here. They beat BDS. Guess who's here? BDS is here. Furia, who won SI last year on home soil, they're still here. The team that they beat in the most thrilling game that we have seen possibly in the history of this esport is FaZe Clan, and they are still here as well. I know that during Phase 1 and Phase 2 we talked about good teams going home, but you've got 4 of the best that are still standing and no real surprises outside of maybe Unwanted after a small downturn they took around the time of the Montreal meeting.
Certainly, and I mean, obviously this team's had some problems, but they can open things up. Yes, they will. An opening pick onto a Ying of all operators is going to be incredibly impactful for the North American squad.
Cyber was
That
just a
was
step
a
away from
little
dying to
bit
that
too
same
close
Nitro
from
cell too,
hot and
so
cold.
Unwanted could have found themselves a terrific start. Instead, they'll have to settle for getting rid of the most utility-heavy operator. Maybe you can make an argument that it's the Grim. All 5 canisters full of bees and both EMPs still remain.
No can openers being brought, nor is there any Hibana, and of course Mavericks banned out, so these thermite charges are going to be all they have to open up these hatches. They've started off with the Moto hatch and then looking for kitchen as well. It is still reinforced. If this gets denied, this is actually a huge problem for FaZe Clan. There are impacts on the side of Unwanted. It's Gavin who's playing it down inside of Church. There's a Nitro as well. Houghton tries to just shoot him out with his gun, but he can't quite get there in time. So, hatches will be opened, but there's only 2 angles to really get down through the side.
I'm kind of curious why they didn't
It's going to be
deny
not
that.
a linear take for FaZe Clan by any stretch of the imagination, but a very standard one. Hot and Cold and Adam both hunted by Grim's gadgetry as now souls will drop. Nobody playing AK. So instead, he's got a golden opportunity to hold down this position. Adam with a Nitro Cell, the second explosive gadget from Unwanted doing its job as 2 players come alive on the side of FaZe. Answered back by 3.
Nicely done.
I'm no mathematician, Jesse, but that gives Unwanted the round.
It does, Parker, it does, and some brilliant play coming out from Hot and Cold in that round, both starting things off with the Nitro Cell, but also locking things down in that anchor position. Hot and Cold, he's been around the block, he's been playing since year 1, season 1, and throughout his time as a professional Rainbow Six player, he's beaten FaZe Clan 5 different times in 5 different countries. He beat FaZe Clan in Japan, he beat them in Canada, he beat them in Sweden, he beat them in Brazil, he beat them in UK.
Jesse, shut up, Dream is on the screen.
Yeah, okay. But the problem for Hot and Cold is he's never beaten FaZe Clan on American soil. This is his 3rd time playing FaZe Clan after going up against them in Raleigh and in Atlanta. He has never successfully taken out this team when he's been the favorites, the hometown hero. He and the squad played excellent in this anchor position. I love the way he locked things down with the Vector, but they're gonna need to be historically good to win this series against FaZe today.
At the top of the show, I expressly asked for no more 2-0 matches.
You did ask for that.
I don't think FaZe heard me, and I think that's a little disrespectful.
Yeah, it would be rude if they did hear you and then they just ignored it. Like, I expect some manners from our teams here at SI, but maybe there's some more things that are important to them.
I always appreciate when the crowd chooses their favorites. Something that's a little interesting. Andy shooting the X-Kairos at the top rim allows one of those X-Kairos to fall, which can try to evade those mute jammers that are scattered right now throughout those castle barricades on the bedroom windows. Looks like they're all going to be going off. Allows unfettered access to the bomb site for FaZe Clan. What is this?
This is a zombie, Parker, and Gavin has made a fortress atop red.
It was a rhetorical question, but thank you for telling me.
Well, some of the viewers may not know. He's got footholds and they start to jump on in. He doesn't quite get to pick up onto the Monty, and this might just be able to make the space and force Gavin out without clearing these Kibas.
Gavin is doing an exceptionally good job at wasting time here, Jesse. He's got Hot and Cold for backup. Right now, 4 members of FaZe Clan all trying to tackle this red and cash hold that Unwanted are fully committed to. Gavin under some serious heat. The mountain creeping up on him as now Houghton looks for an opening. FaZe take one of these 2 players down and will now get a good read on Houghton, who manages to get out of there with his life still intact. Handy gets him on the follow-up. Things not so good, as Handy's actually in weight room. He's so close. Or no, rather one of these players look like it from their silhouette. We got bamboozled.
Yeah, obviously that's not the roam game that Unwanted wanted. Hot and Cold. Caster cursed a little bit, couldn't quite make it back to the site in time. Now this is going to be a 5v3 execute.
It was KDS that we were looking at, whose silhouette appeared to be over in that direction, but he was still outside on the balcony. Now it's Vidiking, as he's worked his way inside a weight room, carrying the team on his back. Dream had prepped the door, and he falters as FaZe are taking no...
badly done off Unwanted. I was trying something new, but it didn't work.
This is such a tough position for him to be in, knocking away the Monty, and now all of FaZe Clan will be in on the action to win the round flawlessly. FaZe Clan have puzzling attacks on Cafe, and now the same on Clubhouse, and it's catching up this Unwanted team.
Yeah, that's about as clean as it gets when it comes to going for a cash side over clear. Obviously took a lot of time, but they used that time well. They were getting their Grim into position. They were taking Raptors control. They were starting to clear out those Kiba barriers. They were making sure that Lounge was clear. They did a lot of good stuff while they were working on taking that top position.
They lost the first map.
Had no chance
Alberto,
of getting a
so
refrag back there. He
FaZe
just had
Clan
to
is
sit and wait
in the
to be
lead
cleared.
with one
Monty
map.
walked up on him. He was full blind. He was tracked by a Grim. That's a hopeless situation. And then Hot and Cold, ideally he's trading that. Ideally he's working a pick. It's okay if he just gets out. Couldn't do either. Caught just on the tail end of getting into Master. You can't be going down 0 for 2 on that cash side extension. That's something that Unwanted are very aware of, and they might try something different next time they go back to gym and bedroom.
I did put that
CCTV cash
Unwanted would win against FaZe and Furia, but I had a second thought thinking that FaZe would win.
Exquisite on the side of FaZe Clan. Vidiking is one of the players whose praises we've been singing.
But I wanted to believe in Unwanted more.
Moments in Cyber. Well, Cyber became one of 3 players to break 1,000 kills at just the 6 Invitational. He joined Nest and Palu.
Oh, really, Flat? Did you like it?
No, Cyber has actually had a bit of a slow event so far, which isn't terrible because FaZe Clan have 4 other players who can pick up all that slack.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe are a very versatile team. All
Cam?
5 players step up. Vidiking,
You mean
usually the
the
quietest
one
of the 5,
in
but I've seen him do
Laundry
some incredible stuff
or
as well. Not sure that's exactly what Houghton wanted from the Kiba, but it will position itself in a way that he decides it's best just to leave Secret, leave those blue stairs, and get back over towards the site. FaZe Clan have so far taken a lot of that bottom floor control. Gavin is playing bottom garage.
That one is a little bit sneaky.
They're allowing FaZe Clan to take kind of the area around bar and take that kitchen. We saw KDS maintaining that control.
And if they want to hit that cam as well, they're going to get shot
based on what they've taken at this
from people that is probably holding a closet or laundry rotation. So it's not favorable for the attacker.
Oftentimes, it's not vital to take Raptors like you usually see.
Zombie was a major impediment in the previous round over towards red stairs. Hot now rocking his operator as he fears what might be below. A missed opportunity with the Kiba earlier in the round.
I'm glad you find that it works for you.
Has an idea of what to do next, but we'll lose that
I don't play Maestro as much anymore because I'm more offside.
Yet with just a little bit over a minute to go. So one of these defenders at minimum will be feeling the heat. Cyber was expecting, I think, a swing onto that door, but nobody there wanting to greet him. FaZe Clan have been slow on these attacks, but slow and steady wins the race. They're looking to flush out these defenders from Unwanted and are doing a mighty fine job. Slowly but surely, all of these obstacles are getting chipped away at.
Nobody's giving up their positioning, though. They're just starting to open the main wall now, and there's the first swing. Hot and Cold punished by the captain.
They'll find another out on Raptors. Dream with the lone kill for Unwanted in this round. He and Adam will need to work together as there's 3 still up for FaZe. Diffuser going down. Nitro Cell tossed out by Adam, but it's miles away. KDS pulling that one off. Dream looks for the secure inside of construction, but he's in a rough place. Still all the depth marks there for KDS.
They're doing it so bad right now. What are they doing?
For FaZe.
I'm disappointed in Unwanted right now.
That belief is still there, Parker. This crowd knows that it's still doable for the North Americans, and I mean, listen, that last round, they gave up a lot of space to FaZe. They did that on map 1, 2. They didn't try to contest them too much early. But if they can start to find this early momentum, obviously these Azami plays, they look really nice. They look really difficult to take down, but FaZe Clan, I gotta say, are answering them perfectly. If they can get a little bit more aggression in that early round, they might be able to catch FaZe off guard because it feels like FaZe are setting up these executes without much resistance. full construction control without taking a gunfight, opening the main breach without having to deal with too much utility. They were in the perfect position to go for that final push. And I mean, yes, they didn't have Garage, but that wasn't part of the plan. They didn't need Garage. They came in through Con, they worked their picks, and after that main breach started opening, 5 players in the bomb site, somebody's got to move. You're going to have to move into a crossfire. There's just not that many positions to play in the site.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not actively holding rafters and you're only relying on the person on top red to catch the cross through, if a shield is on the board or there's smokes on the board or you kill the person playing in red, you cede so much map control. Unwanted learned that the hard way in the previous round, and FaZe have sprung off to a lead. Unwanted have been trailing the overwhelming majority of this series, and well, some teams do better when they're fighting from behind. I don't know if Unwanted is one of those teams, but against a team like FaZe Clan, you cannot afford to give up so many rounds. FaZe will continue to punish you. They did it all through map number 1. They did it to SSG all day yesterday. Now it's Unwanted's turn to feel the heat.
Spirit's playing somewhat aggressive here. We see him on the Valk cam playing those main stairs. We've had some miracle moments come from smoke players in this position.
I have used them.
Teams wanting to run this, and of course
I don't play back as much anymore
it's a lot of onus on the individual. Spirits as a player needs to go huge in this moment. They're catching out those Valk cameras. Hawk and Cold tried to hide in the prep phase so they wouldn't be ready for them, but they've of course seen them now. Very default position for a lot of these Valk cams on the left side of your screen as well.
A stealth drop on the Spirits. Cyber and Hip will do battle. Spirits still looking for kill number 1.
How did they both live through that engagement?
I'm lost for one.
That's crazy.
Come on, Unwanted.
FaZe Clan just keep working on the soft breach. I think they're happy with that. They force Spirits back. They can now take that main stairs control. And Spirits will retain 2 of those Toxic Babes in his pocket, so he can use those late rounds to try to deny a plant. But even still, I think he wanted to deny a little bit more on that main stairs. I think that needed to be the opening point where they work a pick or where they stall a lot of time. With low HP, it's the right call to retreat, but they need to have good anchor play. Admittedly, they did have that in round number 1.
They did. Spirits and Adam had a slow start on Cafe. It is repeating itself, much to the depths of Unwanted, who will now look longingly at a scoreboard that also has Gavin at 0 kills. Very out of the ordinary for how he's had a tournament where he's dominated so well. FaZe Clan have drones in every nook and cranny of this bomb site. They've been getting picked away at by Unwanted. Only 2 of those drones remain, but FaZe probably gained enough intel to say who really cares at this point. Fire will go down, and oh my, Adam is getting cooked alive in his position, forced into the hallway. Gavin breaks the goose egg. His dream is punished by KDS. Both teams now just killing each other all over the bomb site as the proverbial rubber hits the proverbial road. Houghton and Souls now in a one-on-one shootout with no diffuser in hand for FaZe Clan. Houghton will get a swing over through the hallway, lined up on the wrong side of those crates, and now Souls will be in pursuit, but Houghton has managed to peel off over towards blue. Souls wants the engagement, but Houghton swings on him.
Yes, let's go.
He had to do battle against the clock, and it gave Houghton an opening to capitalize.
Perfectly played by the captain of Unwanted. Hot and Cold in the 1v1. He's been the hero down in the basement for this team. Perfectly played that, buying his time, getting the better of Souls, who frankly has not had the best tournament in terms of his clutches.
We got a timeout that's been called by
Hey, I just want us to talk about these last 2
Mint has
fucking
to say.
defenses, right?
I have an idea for Cash.
Go ahead.
I mean, if we run back Cash, I think we could run the wall now, but I want to move 2 walls to the con walls and play a zombie and bandit in there.
Yeah. We gotta start giving up more counters on the end of the round, because like they're able to like fucking slow crawl us and take the map from us, but we need to have more problems, like more layers on the fucking back end. So I think that's a great idea, Matt. I mean, even if you played more fucking Valk on some of our holds and just try to like do an under, like if we go Cash again and we have Valk and we fucking power the Deimos under, we can play for C4s under as well.
I think we first let's just run our gym back. I'm gonna go Valk, okay? I'm gonna just play like a fucking rat.
Make him do something.
The same dropping. I'm dropping the bandit though. I don't know if anyone wants that.
I'm playing Legion this time too.
Strats being called out for that CC bomb site.
The audience is not privy to what is being said during the timeouts. They have to make their own amusement, and they've been doing a great job of it so far today. It's effectively a tri-cast between you, me, and the audience at this point.
The audience, you know, they don't have the widest vocabulary, but the words they say them really well.
Yes, they're very reliable.
Going back to that last round, I mean, Soul's in the 1v1. He's struggled in the 1vx's so far. He's actually the least clutch player at the 6th Invitational, winning just 1 of his attempted 37 clutches coming into this game. Might have had a couple more attempts in map number 1, my memory eludes me, but even still, he was in a poor position because Hot and Cold played that so well. Sometimes in the 1vx, you know, you're not going to be favored. Your teammates don't set you up perfectly, not trying to put that all on Souls, but important for Hot and Cold to clutch down those moments, even when you're in the advantage, because they often weren't doing that back on Cafe.
Day 2 of the Grand Finals, and the crowd has discovered a second player.
Who knows? Maybe by the time they're facing BDS, they'll know the whole roster.
You have high expectations.
Well, I believe in NA crowds. Perhaps naively. This time the cash extension isn't nearly as committed from Unwanted. Azami from Adam this time around being played closer to construction, not quite top red. Gavin was still in that position, but he's played it with the Legion instead, and he's not really bringing as critical of utility. FaZe have answered that by working a bit more on the windows, but they still want this control, and Gavin will still be the point man. The fact that he's not bunkered in with the zombie, though, means he can retreat, stay alive, and feeling a lot better than last time.
All 3 of Gavin's kills coming in the previous round. It's been a very top-heavy set of matches to this point for Unwanted.
They have 3 C4s, guys, so they have a lot to do.
Cafe, a great read now.
No.
So KDS taking a lot of damage, but the Nitro Cell was about a second too late. KDS could have been blown sky high, and with it, have to expect some of the chances for FaZe Clan would have gone with him.
Half the HP, though, still removed, and he's going to move over to this window position instead. Vidiking with the fuse kit on the Monty is still holding on to construction, so that seems like where the push is going to come through. But FaZe are still taking their time. They're a team who like to use the clock as much as they can. If they can get Jacuzzi open, that would be nice. If they can clear out Spirits, who we saw playing on that bottom floor, that would be effective as well. Here comes Jacuzzi.
Dream is in such a bad spot here, on the run, being hounded inside a bathroom as now Vidiking breathes down their neck. He's trying to
C4 on me, come on. C4!
Behind him. Handy starts
guys!
off. The Nitro Cell will go, down goes Souls, as they will continue to trade back and forth. Now it's Dream on the board. 3 separate players credited with kills on the side of Unwanted, but Cyber
no,
just so
they should have used the fucking C4s.
To the Brazilians.
They should have pre-placed some underneath.
Unwanted are seemingly wanting an uphill battle, and by oh by, they've got it.
Cyber and
they
Handy
are
played
on attacking round now,
in that
so
late round. They were
hopefully
both
we
holding
get
kind of
better.
back positions. The youngest and oldest members of FaZe Clan, one out on Jacuzzi Breach, one out on the Master Windows. And as that main push came through from Logi, it was the Monty leading the charge. It got devastated. It was rightfully the focal point for Unwanted. They wanted to make sure they could not get the Monty into sight, but they forgot about the other angles. Of course, Handy coming in from Jacuzzi, and then once again, Cyber out on those windows were really the problem players for Unwanted. The FaZe Clan are looking mighty fine on their own map pick of Clubhouse. They've secured themselves at minimum a tied half and potentially for a 4-2.
It'd be another 4-2 half for FaZe as they sprung off to an early lead on Cafe and never looked back. Unwanted very close to drawing the same scoreline on map number 1, but right now there are just no answers for this FaZe attack. Cafe was decided an awful lot by mistakes that Unwanted committed. It was a very sloppy first map for the North Americans, and they did not play their style of game. FaZe Clan were as good as we expect. Here, Unwanted aren't committing as many mistakes. It's just FaZe looks so strong while they pick this map for good reason.
One thing the audience won't be aware of is that in that TAC timeout, Hot and Cold said he wanted to play CCTV Cash with the wall denial still. Adam staying on that Bandit, but he also wanted to move 2 walls over towards construction, which he just set up in the prep phase towards Logi. Adam is going to be playing that position on the Bandit. We see him right now holding that con single as well as the 2 walls to Logi. That gets droned out by FaZe, but that's still going to be a tough obstacle to get past. If we see some great Bandit tricking from Adam, it would really throw a wrench into the plan of FaZe Clan. Remember, this is where their push finished in the last round, so if they can stop that, it would be a huge change. Nicely done.
Got it. Huge work by Adam to keep this part of the map in control. Construction being worked on by FaZe still, but a third player's been discovered.
Cheering for the Bandit trick. He may be 1-5, but it's that util play that comes out in Siege that can be just as important.
There is a small section of the crowd cheering for FaZe Clan, but I mean, we're in North America. They're going to cheer for the North American teams. That's just how it works.
Could you bench trick that? What?
Unwanted need everything that the crowd has. They need everything that the team has to stay
He
in this
has
match
the
at the moment because at this
cover.
point they've been outclassed by FaZe.
It's good time waste so far over by Construction. Losing hot and cold feels kind of bad for it, but the Azami had already done a lot of work setting up that part of the map. Bottom floor fight, hugely important. Handy 7-2, doesn't lose these often. Actually just takes time away, says, what if I just stop the wall from being Bandit tricked?
What if Gavin actually wants to get active with Dream by his side? Zono Canister in the supply door, leading the lounge, preventing Unwanted and preventing FaZe Clan from doing battle for the time being. Cyber takes down Adam, and now Gavin will freeze himself in this position. The death mark will no longer work. KDS on that beat, Gavin dies. FaZe Clan in full control.
What? I'm gonna lose all my points.
Sidearm will have to come out, and he hits shots.
Wait a minute.
Down below, but with no way to stop the plant other than bullets.
No, Sean.
We'll retake red now. 16 bullets in his magazine. Cross being watched by Vidiking. Dream fighting himself out of this position. FaZe Clan with the right read. And Vidiking just needs to wait. Dream had nowhere
But
to go.
Unwanted would be winning
just as
this.
they did in map number 1. It's a 4-2 first half for FaZe.
It's another attack.
Yeah.
It's another master class from Cyber and Handy. Handy
Now,
all alone down below.
We've got a call in with Nyx yet
now,
again. And Nyx, you are looking at the exact same scoreline on Cafe. Do you feel
now,
any different about this map than you did on Cafe?
Unwanted is going to
defensive
attack.
half, we definitely made some mistakes in terms of our positioning. I think that we could have been trading better, and I think that that's what kind of ended up, putting us in the 2-4 position. It doesn't mean that it's as bad as it was in, Cafe or anything like that. I think we could definitely bring it back in the attack after the game plan that we came up with. So.
Going on to attack on Clubhouse, and if you're not able to put up a 4-2 scoreline or better, this is the end of the road. What does Unwanted need to do to send this either into the win column or into overtime?
I mean, biggest thing we talked about is that we were getting the opening advantages basically every time on Cafe. We just need to make sure that we're targeting correctly and making sure that we're playing the end game of the rounds correctly.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Winning the next round after a half
I'm
like
still
that
having
is critically important, Parker.
Yep.
We saw it on
pain.
map number 1. What happened? FaZe Clan won the first round of the second half.
I've got to take my
and from that point, the hope
meds
started draining
as
from
well.
the eyes of Unwanted.
And
This
I was
is
stupid enough to
critical
go
that
out
they get a
driving
bounce-back
today.
attack to start, but it's not going to be easy. Of the 10
So
times
that
FaZe
was
Clan
not
have
the
defended
smartest
Basement
thing to
Forum
do.
Clubhouse so far at the 6th Invitational, they have an 8-2 record. They are incredibly proficient at defending this bomb site. That means there's a lot of odds, though. Unwanted know what FaZe Clan like to do here. They've got a couple different strats because they're FaZe Clan, of course they do. It's not a heavy commitment to a roam, but there is some rat play going on here, Parker, as KDS is being hid out in garage, and Cyber is shooting drones for him and causing a distraction.
There's a drone hold to his left. Oh my! KDS goes on drone though, and a massive 2K! Blowing this round wide open. Brilliantly timed by FaZe Clan, and immediately Unwanted lose their Blackbeard and their Capitao. A devastating start for the North Americans, Jesse.
You couldn't have lost 2 more important operators, maybe the Habana, but even still, losing the Capitao for the Execute is so rough, and Spirits has not had the success on this operator throughout the day. He's been so good with shields throughout the
He
tournament.
should
but
have gone
something about
off.
FaZe Clan, they've just
They
seemed
should
to
go
figure
off
him
the
out.
shield.
There's another roam upstairs. Handy goes
Yeah, they're not droning at all. They are not. They're just thinking in a straight line now.
The flames inside of Dirt Tunnel do no good. Hot and cold now, absorbing an awful lot of damage from that nitro cells. Those Goyo canisters will just buy an endless amount of time for FaZe.
And they've got a lot of time, to be fair, Unwanted. The problem is they don't want to go past that Dirt Tunnel because they don't know where these other FaZe Clan players are. Only 3 drones scattered around the map, and this is a risky maneuver because Adam could get flanked at any moment.
Still got those 2 Adrenal Surges to give Hot and Cold a bit more HP, but 5 players remain for FaZe Clan. You've got your work cut out for you. Nitro Cell goes off. Houghton doesn't suffer through it. He continues onwards, absorbing an awful lot of damage. Adam, though, looking for some coverage. It's all up to Houghton as KDS gets 3. Handy with the knockout.
FaZe has won that. I should have listened to my feelings when I put the predictions in.
Hurry. 5-2 now, the scoreline. If you're a fan of Unwanted, you've got that feeling in the pit of your gut that this might be the end of the road.
I mean, KDS bottom garage was just a devastating dagger. How do you come back after a start like that to the round? This right here, I mean, they tried to charge through the Blackbeard. Not sure if they had bods on this, so it's not a FaZe Clan, but they were so ready for it.
This Unwanted Core, by the way, is the last North American team to have won a major international event. They did so in Manchester under that Beast Coast roster, or Beast Coast organization, if you want to call it that. Beast Coast got bought out by M80, but before that, C9, Cloud9 had taken over a partnership with Beast Coast. NA has not had a lot of international success. In the last 4 years, it's been what? TSM at SI?
Yeah.
Dark Zero at the Charlotte Major, and now C9 BC at Manchester.
Even
almost a year ago.
Pretty old.
What?
Even some of those are pretty old.
Well, no, you have to go back years.
Yeah.
Europe and Brazil have dominated international events over the last 3 years, and NA has been the little.
I kind of feel like this match is done because they have nothing right now unwanted on this map. Spirits is going back on the freaking Blackbeard. He has not played well with Blackbeard at all.
There's still plenty of time for Unwanted to turn this around, but hope is slipping through the fingers of UW at this moment.
It's a moment like this. Somebody's got to step up, be a leader, give some hope to these players. Someone on the team, Hot and Cold, Dreams, Spirits, doesn't matter who it is at this point. Somebody's got to step up. Just like when FaZe Clan were attacking CCTV Cash, it looks like construction will be the final focus for Unwanted. FaZe very aware of this. They've set up these castle barricades to slow things down, and of course the Nitro Cells ready for this movement as well. They've got to get somebody down below to clear out the bandit battery. Cyber's put a battery on this wall. That will be probably the job of Adam to go through, if not a frag grenade to clear that. Or you could go the old-fashioned way. He's also stopped out that Nitro Cell, so beautifully tossed out.
I don't know if the Nitro Cell was botched or was meant to land in that opening, but either way, it does not find the success that it was looking for. Now they'll fire through the wall and try to keep these FaZe defenders far enough back.
Dream is still situated outside the main breach, and he's waiting for Gavin to rotate over so they can get the main CC wall open. If they get this, there goes the long-range EMP. It opens up a second angle that will be devastating for the positioning of FaZe Clan.
Hot and Cold has been dropped. He was coming to blows with Vidiking.
No.
The leader on the side of FaZe Clan has been exceptional so far, but Spirits of Dream have found an opening, and 2 stacked up over towards Red will pose a problem for FaZe. Soul's fighting his way out of his position against Adam as now Spirits is in tow. Nitro Cells landing as Spirits and Gavin.
Don't plant in a default spot. Don't plant in a default spot.
They will need to retrieve the case, which is far removed from the execute. Does give Handy and Vidiking an opportunity to get back to the site. Vidiking is spotted, Handy is down below, but with no explosives, he will have to take this engagement head on. Up top of the stairs, seeing Gavin, the Blackbeard is off of the plant. Vidiking, at this point, nothing but a human drone, as Unwanted scramble to get out of the bomb site in the post plant. Gavin holding this tight angle on the wall. Blackbeard giving the information away. Handy
What
wins
the
one.
fuck, Gavin?
Trying to force this Blackbeard in. He's going to be immobile for the time being. Handy looking to long arm it. Spirits will go for the vault in towards construction. Buying time. The Mirror in hot pursuit now. Limited opportunity. Spirits wins the engagement. A huge round from the French Canadian.
That was better from Spirits. He's been playing Blackbeard so
that is the
bad.
shield play we've been waiting to see. Spirits, welcome to the server. The Blackbeard perfect in that moment. Started off by peeking with the shield up as he got into the site. Made sure he could get that space, that information for his teammates. Then brought out the gun to clear us some of those angles, take some aggressive plays. They got to the 2v2, slowed things down. Caught the flank coming up through rafters. Lost one, tried to call teammates, but it wasn't quite there. In the 1v1, backed up, waited for the bash. That is exactly how you're supposed to play Blackbeard. A clinic on how to play Siege's most recently reworked operator. And that was not an easy round from Unwanted. Yes, they just barely got that main breach open, but it took them some time. And it was the opening pick from FaZe too. I thought Vidaking's flank up rafters was gonna be fast enough that it caught them off guard, but they were ready for it. In the 1v2 against the Blackbeard as well. I mean, that is not an easy position. That's the first.
Use a lot of metaphors, like, got a lot of runway to land that plane, or, you know, they've got room to turn this one around, or,
yeah.
you know, lights on at the end of the tunnel, etc.
Yeah.
Whatever metaphor you want to use here, Unwanted realize how bad of a position they find themselves in.
Yeah, I got like after the surgery went well, but when I woke up from the
this is a lot of information inside of Garage.
From the sleep, I had trouble breathing, which made my illness kick in, so I'm having a little bit trouble with breathing still. And my speech and my right side got affected well. But my speech has been better, or getting better every day. So it's not going to be permanently stuck. The only thing that's having a massive issue is like my breathing in between. It's like my brain is saying that I'm still stuck in that situation when I woke up. But I'm not like dying or anything, so I'm still tired and still having pain. I had so much problem with my stomach and my bladder tonight. Was so irritated, so I woke up 3 AM and couldn't go to bed until like 5:30 AM. So I did not have a good night's rest either. And I also was stupid enough to go to drive to the store with my kids as well. So.
No disruption from FaZe Clan for the first 2 minutes of this round.
I don't like sitting around too much and not do anything. It will not help me if I'm just going to be looking.
Everybody's still alive with 40 seconds left. Jesse, this is going to be an all-out brawl. Cyber looked ready to get the very first kill, but it's Souls to do that instead. KDS goes big for 2, transferring over to Gavin. He cannot secure. Spirits and Adam are the last 2 standing. FaZe doubling up in numbers, looking for match.
Why would you do that, Spirit? Why? I just don't get it.
God, FaZe Clan have only 3 minutes to go until they get a date with Destiny. They have stunned this crowd. Unwanted have had no answers so far for FaZe.
MGM pretty quiet at this point. Some singing actually, I think, from the audience. They can start to feel the momentum. There are a few FaZe fans out there, of course. We know that Unwanted have it in them. They've gotten out of tough spots before, but none quite as tough as this. An early opening death from Hot and Cold right before that execute started on the gym window, really started things off tough. And then from there, it just felt like FaZe Clan were doing a great job holding their angles. They always seem to know where the pushes were coming from. KDS pushing out of Logi into Con was the big difference maker. Leave it up to KDS to make a miracle happen when in that 5v5, honestly, I thought Unwanted were gonna be in a position where they would be able to take it. Just didn't seem to come out though.
This is the feeling of this FaZe Clan seeming so inevitable. There were times where G2 would be in a similar predicament when they went through their incredible run years ago. Furia felt like that just a year prior when they were on their dynasty-defining tear, winning every single event in one calendar year. Furia took a bit of a step back after that point. They were known as W7M at the time. Now they're Furia. But while they got knocked out in the quarters of Manchester, didn't make it to Montreal at all, Furia is sitting and licking their chops at this matchup. Either you get what seems to be a weakened, unsure, Unwanted, or you get the rematch of the match that everybody's been talking about over the last 12 months.
FaZe seem excited to get that rematch too, though. Whilst the big games at SI have all been on the way to Furia, FaZe have won the vast majority of contests with these two teams. Always one round of though. FaZe can't look too far ahead. Unwanted
Thank
will
you,
pose a
Sean,
threat on these attacks.
for the 510 biddies.
This is an operator that we did see
I'm looking for the game here as well as here.
KDS has caused some problems on the spawn site by playing aggressive, and if he gets misdroned, I believe he just did, he could cause even more issues. Cyber once again playing that role.
Why
of
are
the
they
shooter,
putting
the
Spirits on the
distraction.
freaking Blackbeard? He has not been good with Blackbeard for 2 maps right now.
Was able to shut it down.
And KDS has been a big difference maker in this series. It was him and Souls on map number 1. Now it's Handy and KDS putting up numbers here on map 2. FaZe Clan still have plenty of tools in their arsenal. They can make a course correction. Gotta wonder if all those
How has
barriers got put down
your weekend been, Sean? Oh my lord.
Unwanted
Ow.
have an advantage with 1 minute left on the clock.
This is your time to set things up. You've already stopped one bit of
That
aggression from
actually
FaZe.
hurt.
You wouldn't expect another. Gavin's taking
to
control of
get
blue.
my
The kitchen
medicine
hatch is
later.
open. The moto hatch is
Oh
open.
boy, that
a lot
hurts.
of angles being exposed for Unwanted, but they gotta pick and
Working
choose where
and
they want to
you
go.
here?
Right now, it's looking like Kitchen's
Damn.
gonna be the most likely drop. We see main stairs often as an opportunity when a Sens is involved too. You toss that roller down the hallway to get some lines of sight blocked. It's gonna be important
I
that
do
FaZe
think
step up for a pick
FaZe
early.
will win this
It
though.
is insane how aggressively Vineking is holding that part of the map. Dream is back up as
I
well.
will not
Spirits is
tell
the
you,
focal
boss.
point, marching his way down the main corridor. The Sens wall, taking lines of sight away. Cyber the only one with a pulse at the moment, as it's him in a 1v4. He manages to stop the defuse with 20 seconds left, and now he will be watched over in Moto. But Dream sends him skidding off the road.
Not Unwanted, get it back.
Vital round. 2 more for Unwanted, and we have overtime. FaZe Clan have them on the ropes until then.
Come on, FaZe.
You better clap
No,
for that one.
not
Dream
come on,
saved
FaZe.
them in the
Bad
end.
FaZe.
Cyber was in a position where he
Lose,
could have
please.
clutched that easily in the 1v4. I say
You
easy.
gotta lose.
Nothing's easy at this level, but he was in the position to do so, had the fuse kit down. Dream made sure to get that trade early, shut down any hope of a comeback to clutch the 1v4. And that's important. Win
It's
the rounds
gotta
that
be
you're supposed
hard
to
for the
win. The
coach,
Sens
but they
play once
caught
again from Hot and Cold was
tough.
beautifully done.
Okay.
They punish on the Azami. They did have a drone on that position the whole time. Really good information. Gavin made the space in blue, but this Sens wall really made all the difference for me. We saw it from Cafe as well.
Yeah,
Hot and Cold
I
had some
picked
brilliant strats on
Unwanted to win
another operator
both
that was
against
very recently
FaZe
buffed. We're seeing
and
teams bring up this
Furia.
up more and more, and Hot and
That
Cold
was
seems to be the
more
maestro
from my
when it
heart
comes to
than
using
my
these Sens
brain.
walls.
My brain was telling me that FaZe would win the first one.
Getting closer.
So I'm hoping that my heart is more right
Give their fans false hope.
than my brain.
And then at the moment, ultimately fall short. We're not quite at the do or die period of time when it comes to that hope. Unwanted still needs to win at least one more round where you're like, okay, we're One round away, we can do this. And then FaZe Clan wins 7-5, and you go, oh, NA got me again. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. I'm just saying it would be objectively funny.
Listen, if you're gonna make an enemy team throw a couple of games against you, if you're gonna make a crazy comeback like this, it's helpful to do it against a team that had probably the greatest choke of all time in a single map.
I think that's a pretty good way of putting it.
So FaZe Clan struggles with the mental in the past, but they get the opening pick in round 11.
Again, I'm telling you, Spirit should not be playing Blackbeard. He should be playing something else. The Blackbeard is useless at this point because he always dies first, every single time. It doesn't help Unwanted at all. It's such a stupid play.
I just talk about video games.
That's the reason why they're losing a lot of the attacking rounds. It's because they don't.
They have so much map control too.
Because they just focus on Spirits with a Blackbeard.
They've got Hot and Cold on the Capitao and they've got nades.
KDS is fighting his way out of this position. He might be a dead man walking. Gavin taking down Cyber. Grenade misses. Adam dies at the door. KDS didn't seem to have that information relayed to him from Handy, as now the clash will slow them down on the breach. Hot and fishing down below rafters for a pick as Dream had his hands full with the shield. Gavin is not far removed from Garage either, but he will have to link up with Dream. Hotten's the one holding the diffuser. If he dies, they surrender it inside of Garage. That would be a devastating place for it to go down.
I'm still wondering why.
Killing KDS, so you've got to commit to this.
And they're going to do just that. They run up. He's totally blind. Bullets will fly through the rotate, as now that's Raptors control, and Gavin is the cross outside. A great look for Unwanted at this moment, as these three FaZe defenders are boxed into cash. The only thing working in their favor, Jesse, is Vidiking.
Spirit should not play Blackbeard in next round. They need to drop that.
Potential. Hotton only has one smoke remaining. No way to spread fire and keep these defenders in an uncomfortable position. Now it's Dream slowed down. Reminder, Hotton had that diffuser, looking for an opening. He and Dream have this! And it's a two-piece for Dream as we go to all 12 rounds!
Hot and Cold just rotated construction.
That was such a smart move.
I have the top-down feed. I didn't realize Hot and Cold was going construction. He had the gap. Everybody was focused on Dream, and fair play to Dream. He hit those shots. Hot and Cold being the pinch player, though, was massive. That's the teamwork. That's the coordinated play that we've primarily been seeing at a FaZe.
And in that round,
oh my God,
teamwork made the dream work.
One more round. One more round. One more round. One more round.
One more round, Parker. One more for overtime.
I understand what the crowd is chanting for, but I also can't help but hint the humor in that one more round is also what FaZe Clan fans would be chanting.
True.
One more round and then FaZe Clan wins. One more round and you go to overtime. Both of these teams realize how consequential round 12 will be. Unwanted, finding their footing, maybe a bit too late in these series. Unwanted committed an awful lot of mistakes on Cafe. Mint pointed it out. We talked about it with some of the analysts in between these maps. Those were errors that Unwanted haven't really been making. They made them. Now, they've been playing a much cleaner clubhouse, and the scoreline reflects that.
Frankly, Unwanted better hope that there's not just one more round to this game, because overtime will be favored.
This
Full
such a
floor hold once again from
bullshit.
FaZe. It is a light roam. KDS not going to be the one extending this time around. It is Cyber himself, who has mostly been playing support. Handy as well on the main stairs, but often deceptive how passive that position really is. A quick fallback as Cyber trails him back to the basement, and it doesn't look like they're going to play any games. They got to match point by playing quite aggressive, by taking some risks, hoping for some missed drones, and it did pay off a couple times. KDS got punished the most recent time he played that position, and now he's deciding the better of it. What it's done, though, it's caused a lot of time to be committed to droning.
So this is what I was just going to say, and I'm glad you mentioned that. There was something that I remember watching before I was actually a tier 1 caster. That
in the 80s?
Roughly about the 1980s, give or take. And the teams were discussing that when you don't usually drone Clubhouse because at the time, the meta was everybody's going to turtle on these bomb sites. You don't really need to drone out.
Yeah.
Well, things started to change. Maverick as an operator changed that. The Mute meta combo, the Mute Mozzie combo changed that a lot as well. And what happens is that you can kind of lightly drone Clubhouse. The moment you don't thoroughly drone it and you get bitten for it, you now go and over-drone the map. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Unwanted, where because KDS was able to fly under the radar, now we are having slower entries from Unwanted as they dot their I's and cross their T's.
With the Hibana, they've opened up every hatch that they could want on this site. Eyeing that Moto hatch, deciding who wants to pick up the defuse kit. It will be Spirits who can play with that
Again with the freaking Blackbeard. Why?
And tried to plant back armory. That won't be an option today.
There's no sense, that's why.
Correct, Parker. That is true.
He's
Church
going
Wall
to
looks
die.
very
I
intimidating.
swear to
Fully
God.
electrified, fully reinforced, and a Nitro ready to toss over top. Here it goes. Good patience by Spirits. Doesn't get caught off by that, but they gotta find an entry.
This is so fucking
And now next
stupid.
one up is Dream. At the door frame, seeing the bandit, down goes Handy. Gavin drops over towards Blue. A linear execute from Unwanted is not what they want. They can pick up Spirits as Dream absorbs some damage from the shock wires on the wall. Hot and holding over that kitchen hatch. A 3v3. Coming down to the wire, only 10 seconds left, and Diffuser will need to be retrieved. Spirits had dropped it when he fell. Now it's Hot in the drop. 2 remain for Unwanted. FaZe Clan have things working. A triple for Dream, but Vidiking will stop them in their tracks. And FaZe Clan wakes Unwanted.
They just threw the last round Unwanted. They could have done it way better. They just threw it.
Another day in the office for FaZe Clan. Unwanted. They still made history. One of the deepest runs we've ever seen from an Orgulous team. The first time an Orgulous squad has made top 4 since year 1 at the 6th Invitational. They should feel very proud, but at the end of the day...
But yeah, the last round they just threw because the thing is when they attacked, like I said so many times. Okay, Sean, thank you for the biddies and thank you for being here. But the problem was they went with the Blackbeard that have no execution on where to go and plant. There was literally nothing they had. They should have just dropped the
Thank you very much, Parker. KDS, I'm going to keep this short and sweet because you have another best of 3 to go and prepare for.
Oh well, I lost my prediction.
From the grand final of Sao Paulo last year. Can you win this time around and why?
Yeah, at this time we are going to win Furia, but it will be a tough match, you know. So I think it will be amazing.
Stuck on 9.
Again.
So
right,
tomorrow
is
going to be BDS.
KDS. Now, while I've got this crowd, I know that you are very disappointed, but of course, we have an orgless roster that came out here with no sponsors on their shirts, nothing but black t-shirts, and I want you to make some noise for the legendary run they put together for Unwanted. But of course, mad respect to FaZe Clan as well. What a performance from them. They have locked in that lower bracket final against Furia. That is coming up very soon. And we've got a commendation coming up too. We'll see you after the break.
Yeah, they could have done it better.
De var verkligen kära, trodde han. Var någonstans gick det så här fel?
Han bara försvann.
Hur det kan gå så här illa om det är äkta kärlek.
i Död och lust på Viaplay och TV3.
Available now.
Oh, well, that's not much we could do. So my prediction was off by a lot, so oh my god. Sorry for yawning. I really had bad sleep last night. Really, really bad sleep. I can still like move my arm kinda normal. I don't have enough strength, so doing this is harder for me. So it takes a little bit more. Oh, damn. Okay, let's
Så minns jag folk som ropar, tror att de är ute och letar.
Jag var med från dag ett.
Och du är helt säker på att det var han?
Oh my lord. Jesus. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2025 Heartbreak, as Unwanted have been knocked out of the Invitational in the top 4. FaZe Clan advance, and we will get the rematch, FaZe v Furia, from last year's Invitation.
Yeah, obviously for the North American crowd, it's not the best that the fact that North America is now out of this tournament. Unwanted was their last hope. However, I will say, the fact that we're getting a rematch of last year's SI is incredible. And obviously whoever wins will go and play BDS. In terms of this game, I think FaZe were the favorites. it was important as the favourites, if they're going to make the final, that they come through unscathed, that it's a clean 2-0 victory. And yeah, sure, you know, we was very nearly in overtime on map 2, but that was very few rounds that they played in comparison to the, you know, in theory, 45 rounds they could have played though.
I will say Unwanted did not give that easy, you know? They fought back, they fought way harder.
Yeah.
This map was much better. This map, in fact, should have been what we should have saw the entire matchup, right? Much closer, because I think Unwanted wanted to play more aggressive. I think they regained that resilience, that confidence back in taking gunfights. Dream was insane.
Yeah,
he brought
absolutely.
that back so many times, every round, every kill, with such impact, just like yesterday.
And we challenged them pre-match, or I challenged them pre-match. It's like, if you're going to lose, there's a way to lose. You need to put your best account on the table, and if the other team beats you fair and square, fair enough. That's what Unwanted did inside of that second map, so they can certainly hold their heads up and be proud of their achievements at this tournament in totality, but also in that second map. Without an AUG, you know, on this miracle run, this is a monumental achievement for this team. You know, I'm sure we're going to see them back again going into 2025.
I just have one request, or one thing that I hope for, is that Dream will not retire. After dropping such a performance at this SI, I hope he's going to get picked up, or I hope he's going to stay with that team, and they're going to find an organization. Whatever happens, I will not continue seeing this guy play at top tier level.
I mean, look at that. He's the MVP of the entire series.
Despite losing 2-0.
A player that, yeah, exactly. Despite losing 2-0, he's the MVP. Obviously, I think coming into this, even coming into this team, nobody was expecting Dream to be the one to drop numbers, and yet he has consistently throughout this tournament.
You can always expect something from him, and of course, it needs to be the entire team working together. We saw glimpses and shadows of it in Map 2 Clubhouse, as you both described, but it was not meant to be today. Maybe on another day we'd have a different kind of result. That's just kind of it. But Leo, do you have something you'd like to show us?
Yeah, it's just one more example of how Unwanted wanted to play more aggressive. This extension here in construction is quite new, I think, and not something that many teams are doing on Cache Bomb site. They actually reinforce the walls to office with Bandit Trick, and look at these double Kiba barriers. To protect the Bandit charges, to protect the Bandit Trick, they will give away that spot, right, that construction, but this is something that can easily get reused in ranked, and I thought was just one example of how I wanted to play a little bit more aggressive, be in the face of FaZe, be more proactive.
The problem was they played against a FaZe that were just on another level today. They were dynamic. They were instantly changing their plan whenever they were reading into, hey, there's a full Azami setup. They actually did a full cache out clear and then planted CCTV at one point, which is pretty much unheard of a lot of the time in the conventional ways of attacking. So FaZe still had the answers despite that as well.
Time efficiency has been key for FaZe here so far at the Invitational, despite the amount of rounds that they've played. And coming up to this game, as you both talked, they were the team that ran the most rounds at the Invitational. However, the detail is what we're going to shift to now. Brought to you by Blacklighter, sponsor here at the Invitational. Gents, please, what do we got to learn from my Plateau games?
We're actually watching the execution from Unwanted. They are sending the sense here towards plate, and look at that plant spot from Etenko. Straight after the window here. It's very unique because he's slightly off the gas, and that's how he will be able to plant. That's something very new, something you can reuse in ranked as well. That plant spot is very unique in the sense that you only have 3 really useful plant spots most of the time in that bomb site, and this was obviously a big surprise for FaZe that could not deny it. And you can see here from the vert, then Gaveni can get rid of absolutely everything because it's planted for it. Honestly, great play, great sense use from Unwanted.
And just a quick one on sense, because sense used to have no place in the meta whatsoever, was not played very often, very, very low down the play percentage charts at these events. But the balancing changes that have come into sense has made them really, really good, and they found a very unique niche that's getting adopted more and more by these pro teams for executes just like that, allowing them to be a little bit more unpredictable. Really, really nice operator to see inside of the current meta.
Well, top 4 of the Invitational, exactly when you want to pull out those fancy tricks, especially with operators that have had slight tweaks to their kit as Sense and as you mentioned. But gentlemen, we've had a great game, but we've also had great commendation yesterday for esports for Emmy. Today we've had it for devs, but we also have another commendation from the community. Take a look.
Thank you very much, Milos. Like I said earlier, it is becoming one of my favorite parts of a 6 Invitational, where we shine a spotlight on those that make this game so incredibly special. We've been doing it for years, and this year is no different. This community commendation is one that everybody in this room and all of you watching at home will adore. Every time you see her at an event, the spotlight is on her, and that is why she is our now newest Common D.
そうですね。やっぱ日本の伝統だったり日本の文化っていうのもすごくいいところもたくさんあるし、歴史が長いものがすごく多いのかなっていうことは感じます。侍だったり、忍者もそうだし、そうですね。ビデオゲームも日本のカルチャーだと思いますし、日本のカルチャーっていうのは世界にも広まってるし、我々の生活にもすごく密接だなと思います。私は野々宮美香です。日本で、ジャパンリーグの MC をやらせてもらったりとか、あとは、コンテンツクリエイターとして配信だったりとか、シージを盛り上げるために大会を開いたりとか、たくさん遊ばせていただいてます。シージを初めてプレイしたのはイヤー2のシーズン4からプレイしてます。最初はYouTube で見て面白そうだなと思って始めたんですけど、まず何をしていいかっていうのが分からなかったところから始まったんですけど、あとはゲームを遊んでいくうちにやっぱり周りの人も一緒に遊んだりするようになって、ここをこうした方がいいよ、ここをこうするともっといいよとか、このオペレーターが強いよとか、なんか情報がやっぱりいろいろ入ってきて、コミュニケーションでちょっとずつ成長していって、だんだん強くなっていったっていうのが本当に楽しいストーリーでした。シージは最初。でもゲーム性ももちろん好きですし、作戦とかも好きですけど、一番はやっぱコミュニケーション。
ミカさんすごいですよね。
初めて配信したのは多分5、6年前なんですけど、その時は一人で。もともとゲームはすごい好きで、自分も YouTube を見たりとか、ストリームを見たりする、ライブを見たりするのが好きで、私もやってみたいなと思って、そこから最初はグループを組んで3人グループで YouTube の方に動画を投稿してたんですけど、そこから、生配信とかも多分だんだん、しやすくなってきて、配信して楽しいのは、自分がやっぱなんですかね、一人でゲームすることも多かったんですけど、配信を見てくださってる皆さんと一緒にゲームをしてる気持ちになれるっていうのと、やっぱそこでしか出会えない人たちもたくさんいると思うので、新しい出会いにもなったし、今の私があるのは配信をしてきたからかなっていうふうに思います。
ですよね。
私は最初からいたわけではないのであれですけど、私がシージをやるように遊ぶようになったりとか、日本シージの、リーグの、MC を務めさせていただくようになってから感じていることは、やっぱり本当にみんななんかシージっていうゲームがすごく大好きで、すごい家族感あります。ファミリー感があるイメージが私の中ではあります。そうですね。本当にシージのおかげでたくさん世界の友達も増えましたし、海外の大会にも行かせてもらえるようになって、今まで知らなかったそういった世界の感じとかも知ることができたりとか、あとはやっぱ一つのゲームでなかなか出会えることのない人たちと会ってお話をして、そのシージっていう共通の趣味でっていうのはやっぱすごいなと思いますし、あとやっぱ国ごとによってちょっとその大会とかだとなんていうんですかね、メタが違ったりとか動き方が違ったりとかっていう面白さもあって、シージってすごいなっていうのは改めて最近感じてます。そのゲームならではだし、その国々にいながらお互いの国のことを知ったりできる、なんか今までではない素敵なツールなのかなと思います。
She cares a lot about making people feel like they're a part of her community and that everyone is accepted.
When I think of Japanese Siege, Mika these days is what comes to mind. It's such a warm, infectious personality as well. She's always so welcoming. She's just such a delightful person to have in the community.
特になんかね、まさかこんな受賞なんてさせてもらえるなんてまず思ってもなかったし、ただ好きなことを楽しく盛り上げて 一緒に盛り上げていけたら、私にできることやれたらいいなと思ってここに来てしまったので、個人的に頑張ってきたものもあって、なんか苦しい時期もあったし、だからこういった賞がもらえるのは本当に頑張ってきてよかったなって思うすごい賞だと思います。で、日本の皆さんはまさか日本人からこの賞をもらう人が出るなんて多分思ってもいなかっただろうし、でもこれって私一人ではなくて、日本の皆さん、日本の CG コミュニティの皆さんと一緒に作り上げて一緒にいただいた賞だと私はすごく思います。
ミカさん、すごい。すごいですね。好き。ミカさん好き？着物。素晴らしい、素晴らしい。
Ladies and gentlemen, looking more fabulous than ever, it's Mika! Mika, this is your award. Congratulations. Sahil is going to join us on stage for any translation here. I don't know where to start. Mika, when did you fall in love with this game and why?
いつこのゲームのことを好きになりましたか？なぜ？
日本語で話させていただきます。イヤー2からこのゲームをプレイしているんですけど、もちろんゲーム性が面白いのは一番なんですけど、たくさんの人たちとコミュニケーションを取ってできるゲームだなと思って、シージをプレイするうちに友達もたくさん増えましたし、コミュニティがすごく広がったっていうのがこのゲームの一番好きなところで感謝しているところです。
I've started playing this game since year 2, and while the game itself is incredibly fun, there's a lot of communication required in this game, and I love meeting new people. Thanks to this game, I managed to meet a lot of new people, made a lot of new friends, and that's why I've continued playing Siege.
We love to see you at any event in cosplay, and you always look so good, and the community always loves to see you at these events. But what inspired you to start doing cosplay?
今まで何回もコスプレされたことがあると思いますけど、なぜコスプレし始めたんですか？
この CG コミュニティの皆さんのコスプレって本当にすごいと思うんですよ。
I think she said when she saw
私もいつか絶対にやりたいと思っていて、その時にアザミというオペレーターが登場して、このオペレーターは絶対私がやるんだと思って、
cosplaying Azami first time.
の中でアザミを開発してくれた方に本当に心から感謝しています。
She's very grateful.
So I watched a lot of the majors, and I saw a lot of the community cosplayers doing Siege cosplay, and I got inspired by them. When I saw the Azami character released, I decided there was a calling for me. That's the reason.
I love that. I've got to ask you, what does it mean? Normally you are somewhere within the crowd or elsewhere, but now you are under the bright lights on the big stage here in Boston. What does this mean to you?
今ボストンでここで立って、これはののみかに対してどういう今お気持ちを感じてますか？
正直まだ信じられません。嬉しい気持ちと、
a lot. I'm very
嬉しい気持ちと、びっくりしている気持ちが、あります。ただ世界に来れるようになって、世界大会に来るようになって、私は日本と世界の距離感を縮めたいなと思って頑張ってきました。プレイの面では選手の皆様が頑張ってくれているので、私はコミュニティの面で頑張れたらいいなと思って、自分にできることを精一杯頑張ってきたつもりです。そしたらこんな賞をいただいてしまったのですごいびっくりしてるんですけど、こんな賞をくださった UBI ソフトの皆様、そして一緒に頑張ってきた UBI ジャパンのサヒルさん、アビエルさん、そしてマリサ、Thank you so much.
I think.
そして私が全然英語ができないんですけど、こうやって受け入れてくれた世界のコミュニティの皆様、そしてコンテンツクリエイターズ、そしてキャスターズ、あとは本当にもう日本の皆様にもう心から感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。
Good luck, Sahil.
That's a long one. So, I'm both surprised and shocked and happy at the same time. I'd like to thank Ubisoft, the global Ubisoft, for giving me the opportunity to receive this award, including
I kinda
Abigail
understood what
and
she
Sahil from
said
Ubisoft Japan,
a little
and
bit.
Melissa. Thank you so much. I've been trying to connect Japan with the world for a long time, and esports players are automatically, they compete in international events. I try to bring my community, and that is why this means a lot to me.
I think it is safe to say that everybody here and everybody watching at home, we love Mika, right? And I absolutely adore what this moment means to you. And it has been a privilege standing here next to you, delivering you this commendation. And how cool is this kimono, by the way?
I am kinda surprised that she has trouble
Just
speaking
before we throw
English,
this back, you only get
because
these
she
moments
has
once in a
been
lifetime. So please, ladies and
in
gentlemen, one
contact
more
with
time
so
for Mika!
many people talking English, so she should have the basic
Thank
knowledge.
you very much, Sahil, as well, for joining us up here. Mika, enjoy the rest of the Six Invitational. That was an emotional one. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Ian, and congratulations one more time to Mika. The amount of effort and work she puts into her stream and also delivering Siege Esports into the Japanese community has been incredible, and it was wonderful for all of us to kind of watch it grow over the years. Japanese community is very lucky to have you, and so are we in the international English-speaking part of it, but also, I guess, the French part and the MENA part, well, all of it, the world, right? It's a beautiful thing. This accommodation coming out from the entire community to Mika. But gentlemen, we talked about games, we talked about commendations. It's always good to talk about the future. And the future of esports, as always we say, the future is now, right, Jack?
Yeah, the future is now. There's obviously some changes coming, and yeah.
So let us bound together and see a quick look of the upcoming Rainbow Six esports season for 2025.
2025 season of Rainbow Six Esports is set to be the most competitive yet. With further enhancements to R6 Share, an exciting new path to the Six Invitational, and a revamped global league structure, the stage is set for a thrilling season. Today, we're revealing some of the final details of the upcoming competitive year. First, let's take a look at the R6 Share program, which plays a key role in supporting our teams and strengthening the esports ecosystem. We are thrilled to officially announce the final R6 Share partner teams, Loud and Cloud9, joining an already stacked lineup of some of the most prestigious organizations in Siege Esports. Additionally, following their acquisition of Fluxo, W7M will take over their partner slot. But that's not all. Affiliate teams will also be competing in the 2025 season, playing a crucial role in each region's ecosystem. These teams have earned their place in the leagues and will be battling for a shot at international glory. As previously revealed, all regional leagues will follow a two-stage structure, with Stage 1 kicking off in the first half of June and Stage 2 resuming in September after a brief summer break. Each region will feature a combination of partner and affiliate teams, with additional slots filled through the Challenger Series. In EMEA, South America, and North America, each league will feature 10 teams competing through a group stage, followed by a 6-team playoff bracket. After Stage 2, the top 4 teams in each league will qualify for the November Major. Open qualifiers begin in early March, leading into a Swiss format group stage and culminating in playoffs to determine the final teams advancing to each regional league. The NAL Challenger Series features a distinct structure with 2 separate qualifiers. The first qualifier is open exclusively to North LATAM teams, guaranteeing them an affiliate spot. The second qualifier is open to all of North America, with an expanded format and more invited teams. The EML will feature 5 affiliate teams, with Wolves Esports, ENTS, and Virtus Pro securing slots. and 2 slots going to Challenger Series teams. The SAL will feature 5 affiliate teams, with 9Z, Black Dragons, and Ninjas in Pajamas securing slots, and 2 slots going to Challenger Series teams. The NAL will feature 5 affiliate teams, with Luminosity Gaming, Oxygen, and Shopify Rebellion securing slots, and 2 slots going to Challenger Series teams. The top 6 teams from both stages in EML, SAL, and NAL will compete in December at their respective regional finals. The winner of each regional final will secure a direct qualification to the 6 Invitational 2026, while runners-up will receive additional SI points. Finally, the Asia-Pacific League brings a unique structure to the competitive scene, divided into 3 subdivisions: APAC North, Asia, Oceania. Challenger Series tournaments in Asia and Oceania will provide a clear pathway for new teams looking to break into the league. Open qualifiers will begin in early March and run throughout the month. 16 teams will advance to the group stage, competing in a Swiss format. The top 8 teams will move on to playoffs, where they'll fight for spots in their respective regional leagues. For APAC North, all teams will be directly invited for the 2025 season, with plans to introduce a Challenger Series in 2026. The APL will feature 8 affiliate teams, distributed across its 3 subdivisions. In the APAC North subdivision, slots will go to Kinotrope, Enerforce 36, D+ Kia, and 1 additional team to be revealed later. In the Asia subdivision, slots are secured by Fury and 1 additional team to be revealed later. In Oceania, affiliate slots will go to Chiefs Esports Club and Gaming Gladiators. The APL Regional League will be split into a subdivision group stage, featuring 8 teams from each subdivision, with the top 6 teams moving on to a subdivision playoff stage. After Stage 2, the top 2 teams from the Asia and Oceania subdivisions will join the top 4 teams from APAC North in an offline major qualifier, where the top 4 teams will earn their spot for the November major. The top 2 teams from APAC North, Asia, and Oceania will battle it out in December in an offline LAN event, where 1 team will earn their place at the 6th Invitational 2026, while runners-up will receive additional SI points. With these changes, the stage is set for an incredible year of Siege Esports. Teams will battle their way through regional leagues, fight for major titles, and chase their dreams of lifting the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2026. Stay tuned for more updates, as we've still got more to reveal about our grassroots activities in the coming months.
God damn, there's a lot coming next year. Oh my God. That is a lot coming in for the 2025 esports calendar for Rainbow Six Siege. Gentlemen, I know it looks overwhelming. Trust me, we'll be studying every bit of it as the days go on, but there's got to be something that really sticks in your mind.
My key takeaway, by far, Challenger League is back.
Yeah!
Tier 2 is back. We're going to develop talent. We're going to focus on grassroots. We're going to elevate young players to top stages. This is exactly what I want. This is where I came from.
Yeah.
I never went to top stages, but I was the grassroots. and so this is exactly what we need, right? To keep developing talent for these games and make it last.
Especially in Europe. We've got so many strong teams that are at our kind of tier 2, tier 3 level that are consistently beating some of our bottom tier, tier 1 teams. So they're going to have the shot to prove it and get themselves up into EML. I will say as well, the return of finals.
Oh, yes.
Previously, when we had finals, it was only to play the finals. Now it qualifies for 6th Invitational. Puts so much more on the line.
Regional finals, right?
Yes. So every single region having its own, which means we just get to close out the year in a great finale for every single region in the competitive eco space. But there's a lot of events, you know, SI majors, everything in between. But there's one special surprise that I think we should all talk about.
Hey Milosh, how's it going, man? I'm a big fan of Milosh for a long time now, but seeing him like this has me a little bit worried. I hope he's okay.
Cara, o Milosh é um cara legal, mas parece que ele perdeu o brilho, eu não sei dizer.
Recently, Milosh hasn't been the same person.
A tartaruga leu o jornal.
A Tortuga Leo Jornal.
E eu acho que eu sei o motivo que o Miloš, ele tá um pouquinho para baixo. Ele sente aquela falta do Brasil, né?
A Tartaruga Leo Jornal. A Tartaruga Leo Jornal. Now that's perfect. Muito obrigado. De nada. Congratulations.
Mas é o seguinte, eu vou avisar ele que o próximo reload vai ser no Rio de Janeiro.
A Tartaruga Leo Jornal.
There it is, Reload coming very, very soon. Cannot wait to see how the event's gonna be like. We're going to Rio de Janeiro. We've been to Rio before. It was incredible. Brazil is incredible in general. Oh man, it'll be a nice change of scenery, right?
I mean, Siege back to Brazil again after last year's SI. I mean, it holds a special place in my heart, and obviously Brazil and this community with Rainbow Six, it's such a passion.
The Brazilian fans are absolutely crazy as well. They get behind their teams so much. I cannot wait to go back to Brazil as well. And I will say, we've been cold places, we've been rainy places like Manchester.
Montreal
and
negative
Boston
30.
are so cold, so get us back in the heat, baby.
Yeah, it is definitely the time for it. Gentlemen, that's a lot to break down. There's a lot to talk about in the future, and there will be more panels to discuss this. However, we're going to have to take a quick break. When we get back, our final matchup in the semifinals. Coming right up.
Was a time when I was young. You got no time, better late than never. There was a time, but it's best to do something. You got no better late than never. Yeah.
Hello, Skyfox. Yes and no. I'm getting my new PC, hopefully on Thursday, so I'm not sure how I'm going to be playing for that day. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to play, but at the same time scared because I don't know how my aim and everything will be as well. Do hope that everything is good for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, MBs. It is time. Six Invitational 2025 continues. Our final best of three of the entire tournament. Before we hit the grand final tomorrow, we got a little swap out here. We got our NA crew joining us, Foxy and Laxing. I gotta say, Drip, on point.
Thank you.
I mean, I would say Foxes is the best looking here out of all of us. I mean, this green suit.
Doomer as hell.
You got it.
We're in Boston. You know, I had to dress up in green for the state, you know? Let's go Celtics.
Playing it for the crowd. As long as you're not cheering for Bruins, that's fine. Montreal at heart here. Gonna anger some people with it. Anyways, we have some teams to talk about. Of course, not just some teams. The grand finalists of last year's Invitational are here in Boston, and we're getting.
I'm just going to grab something to drink and some famous, and I'll be
last year
right
was
back.
incredible. You knew Furia as W7M, and here they have gone all the distance to drop the BDS and down to the lower bracket.
We're getting the finals from last year early, but this one doesn't get you a trophy. This just gets you that opportunity to taste that trophy yet again for Furia, where they want to defend their title, whereas for FaZe, they want to gain that World Championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially after the matchup Furia BDS yesterday, I think Furia's going to need some immense changes to be able to bounce back. BDS have been looking very scary, so either one of these teams going up against BDS is going to be a difficult matchup nonetheless. Both of these teams need to get to that next level. They need to get that warm-up here today.
So let's talk about what makes up that next level roster that was able to win last year's SI Furia. Now, throughout the year, they were not really present much. You couldn't really hear your peep out of them. And then that loss to open up to CAG, you're like, oh, these guys are cooked. But here they are.
Yeah, everyone counted out, but here they are. They are one game away from defending their title and then also gaining another World Championship underneath their belt. But what we saw yesterday was not the Fury that we were seeing throughout their all group stage, throughout that phase 2. They got met by a wall, and that was BDS. And big players that really didn't pop off that game was KZ, was Herds, and JV92. And especially KZ and Herds that we've talked about throughout this entire event. Those two were leading the charge at last year's SI, and we need to see them bounce back and have those same performances that we were seeing from last year's. And then again, Felipox, he needs to be the man, the voice that is setting his team up and moving them around the map to have successful rounds. Because on BDS, where I was talking about them, they slowed down. They changed their tempo from an aggressive team to now a passive team. So I need to see the Fury that we were seeing before BDS come here against FaZe.
I mean, I think the biggest player that stands out the most is probably JV92, just because he was the MVP from last year's Invitational, and he's such a pivotal player on getting those opening kills and being that consistent backline for Furia. That's the biggest thing. KZ is able to get those frags, Felipox is the IGL, but JV92 was the player who was standing up, making play after play, and obviously against BDS, they did a really good job at shutting him down. So hopefully he's able to bounce back, and we can see him come alive against FaZe, because they're a familiar opponent, you know, get a little bit more comfortability.
Absolutely, and let's talk about FaZe then in this case, because we just saw FaZe taking down the last hope in North America, Unwanted, getting knocked out of the Invitational. But here, now, FaZe moving on to familiar territory against an opponent they know, as you said, Fox. That's what it takes to go back-to-back. They're already warmed up.
I mean, the story's so different compared to this matchup, compared to the last invite, because FaZe is not the Titan that everyone expected to be. They didn't smoke their way through playoffs. They didn't make all their way to the main stage just to choke it out. They lost early on in groups to SSG. They fall down to the losers bracket. They've had a little bit of a run through the losers bracket, and they've been slowly progressing, getting better and better. And obviously, it goes to say everybody on the team has been performing very well. Handy's been one of the best players at the tournament so far, but the player that sticks out the most to me is Cyber. Cyber, we spoke about him the whole event and how he had to elevate his play. We had to see him change the way that he played, especially with his lurk and roam roll. And I think that's exactly what we saw in the matchup against SSG. We saw him constantly rotating and being that rat player, but being around on his teammates. Every single one of his kills, obviously on a map like Skyscraper, you have to be forced to play back to site, but I love the fundamentals of getting these kills and playing so much more passive than we've seen him done in the past. And it worked perfectly against SSG. And these plays, I mean, right here, the calculation, the C4, and he runs back to site, and that's what we needed to see from Cyber, because he was constantly getting red by previous teams. Now we're seeing him be that aggressive player, but fall on back to his team.
Yeah, we've talked about him a ton. I mean, Cyber has been such a pivotal piece throughout this FaZe roster. Since he joined that roster, he needs to be able to allow to play his playstyle and interrupt the flow, interrupt the comms. But, I mean, we're seeing him come alive towards the very end, which is great, because in the beginning, we would talk about him so much where he couldn't find that success. He was being cyber bullied by everyone in the lobby. So the fact that he is now coming alive, especially going into this last matchup can determine all of FaZe's fate of getting to that grand final, get to that shot again of once again trying to reclaim a title. I mean, it's a good scenario for FaZe, but again, they're going against Furia.
These two squads have a lot of history between them, not just in Brazil, but also internationally, as we mentioned. Fox, there's just a lot of beef to settle between the two.
I mean, obviously, when you look at the current cores and how long they've played each other over the last year, you'd think Furia would be the better team, but the only times that Furia has actually beaten FaZe were in this event and Invitational last year, where they won against them in the grand finals. And obviously, if you take it one step further, you'd think maybe it's a little bit closer when you go back to the W7M roster that Furia was. But no, not even close. The only time that Furia steps up and dominates against FaZe is when it comes down to a main stage event. But aside the fact, FaZe is constantly winning. We know that FaZe has the potential to beat Furia. They just need to not get in their own heads when it comes to a main stage event.
Well, the past are the past, but what if we narrow it down to just the Invitational in Boston?
Yeah, let's definitely take a look at that, because these two are so close to each other. But Furia's got to feel comfortable here, because statistically, they are doing better in the attacks, on the defenses, on the entry. But the biggest one for me, and this is where they struggled most with against BDS, is that conversion, where FaZe is significantly doing better. Obviously, 71 to 72 isn't a crazy difference, but it's the fact of the matter that FaZe is leading in that conversion. And when you're already playing against your own region, that's a hard mindset. After you're going against every single region, you have to change your playstyle and to immediately fall back to a playstyle that you understand. The beauty is, you know the idiosyncrasies of every single opponent you're going against here. It's just a matter of being able to really articulate that and display it, especially in those conversions, and getting that into a round win for Furia.
I agree, and it's definitely a scary sight to see, because Furia is the #1 rated defense team, and obviously FaZe the 13th ranked attacking team. So obviously it's a scary situation. When you have to match up against one of the best defending teams. You have to make sure that you're not getting picked apart. And so that's why I highlighted Cyber, because we can't see him going down. He needs to be able to get those opening kills and fall back to his team to give FaZe the best shot possible on their attacks.
With two squads with so much pedigree in Rainbow Six, their map pools are vast, massive, one would say. But how does it translate into this game itself? All 9 maps are in, and we have our 3 Lax.
Wow, so this was the map that they wanted to bring BDS to finish it. Obviously, they couldn't get it done. They ended up losing 0-2. Clubhouse was the decider. Now we're seeing it here. This is a very popular map for Furia. They enjoy this map, but it's also a good map for FaZe. Both these teams are going to be heavy hitting, but again, we have to reiterate this every time we get to a Clubhouse. This is going to be one off your attacks. Where we did see they were leading on the defenses, we need to see that on the attacks here, and that is where they are going to be starting.
I mean, FaZe starting off the bans with getting Chalet border off the map pool is obviously a tell that they don't want to play against an aggressive team. They don't want to worry about their own attack. So Clubhouse being that map pick for Furia is so smart, because they know that's going to be the weakest maps remaining to be able to have a weaker FaZe. But FaZe taking Cafe is a comfortability pick. They obviously played against SSG. They're comfortable on the map. It's a defensive-sided map. They're going to look very good on it. Furia is comfortable. They're very aggressive. They love playing with the Azami on this map. So I'm expecting FaZe to ban out that Azami to give them the best shot on Cafe.
And the only thing that worries me here is when we did see that Cafe against BDS that Furia had, it was off gimmicky rounds that they were getting, rounds where I can't see that happening against FaZe.
Now this is a live view into the practice room of FaZe as they're preparing for their game. You see them with staff and the entire squad just prepping in, getting their notes on their pads. Because remember, when they're up there, you see a lot of teams that have their little notepads. They have critical information that they might have gathered from their staff, and our wonderful player manager has just knocked on the door to tell them, guys, it's time to go get set on that stage. What is it like in those those moments? Because you've both experienced it.
I'll say this, like, as much prep you can do, as much VOD reviews you can do, what matters is when you get to the game. And it's the mid-round, late-round adaptations that you are doing within the game. Because it doesn't matter what blueprint you have of the team, anything can change at any given moment in Siege. So it's going to be important on the IGLs and every single individual player to be able to step up and recognize when something changes or when they need to change something.
I agree. I mean, it's up to the IGL. It's definitely evolved a lot since the days that we were playing, because back in the day, you'd have one strat, maybe two strats. Now, teams come in with a whole strat book, counter strats prepared for the other team. There's a whole lot of information, and it's hard to keep it all retained, unless you are an IGL, which that is your job. So the most part, little notes always help. It puts you in the right direction.
We're going to see it one by one. Let's go through it. Map 1, how do you see this going, gents?
I'm going to have to go with Furia.
Map 1, I'm going to go with Furia.
All right. Both of our gentlemen are going for Furia in here. And that is our matchup, our rematch from the Invitational 2024 Grand Final. It's Furia versus FaZe, and we'll get into it after the break.
Oil and gas industry makes
Not
$3 billion
allowed to
a
speak
day,
according
but
to
you
my
can't secure the
husband.
land.
He's an exceptional
He says
assassin.
that I'm loved.
I know I can find him.
War's over, Beth.
No, Jimmy. War is just beginning.
Say that I'm loved. freaking commercials all the time is annoying. My husband told me to be quiet. That's an actually it is. Hi, Sakalopi. How you doing? So I'm not allowed to speak too much today. My husband told me that. It's now he's saying that my out of breath that I'm forcing myself to talk is making my shortness of breath worse. So it's just that I need to be quiet because he thinks that I've been loud during the stream. He didn't want me to stream during the weekend at all, and I said like, no, I need to stream the games, and I don't have to talk as much. Apparently I'm still talking a lot either way. Yeah, so he gave me this so I can be quiet.
Hello, welcome back to the Six Invitational 2025. We are live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston with one best of three separating us now from finding out who will join BDS in our grand final. Boston, are we having a good time?
By the way, there's a Siege Cup on Friday, just so you know.
Let's bring out our two teams. Our first
unwanted loss against FaZe
quite a lot these last couple of days, and they are unfazed by this crowd. It's FaZe Clan! They have destroyed dreams to get here, but now they are ready to end a nightmare. They know exactly what it takes to go up against a team like Furia, but do they have what it takes to beat them this time around? Their opponents, we now know that they can bleed. But one thing we know about them too is they always bounce back. It's Furia! Albeit under a new banner, this roster achieved the impossible last year on home soil in Sao Paulo against their opponents here in this lower bracket final.
Don't think Furia have what it takes this time.
In what is a repeat of the grand final this time last year.
I thought that I did my prediction that Unwanted would win against FaZe.
Come and join me up here.
And Furia.
Of course, we have brothers facing off against each other once again, which was an iconic storyline over in Sao Paulo. You two know each other very well. It feels like yesterday that you made history
to fix his
in the Six
back.
Invitational 2024. For
Christ.
yourself, KDS,
He has
it was
hunchback
heartbreak. How
on
can you
his
stop
back.
them this time around?
I think we are going to play like every time you win against them. So I think it will be the same thing. Yeah, let's see it.
Philippox, it was a rough day in the office yesterday. Do you have their number?
Yeah, we have, like we did before in the tournament. We know how to play against them now, and we are going to win today.
You guys are, of course, friends behind the scenes. A lot of you mix with each other and are good buddies. But right here, the friendship ends. Any last words for your opponent?
will be eliminated today and will be watching me tomorrow in grand final.
Felipox.
Just good luck. E torcida brasileira que tá aí, bora pra cima e torce por nós.
Please shake hands. Thank you very much, guys. This is iconic. A rematch of the SI Grand Final of last year. Let's do it.
Hello, my name is KDS and I play for FaZe Clan.
I'm Felipox and I'm from Furia.
I think our strength is the players like Handy and Souls. They are playing very good this year, and I think this is the biggest strength of FaZe Clan.
I think we're the best team because we have understood the meta that we're playing right now better than anyone, I think. So that's why we're the better team.
We are very prepared to face Furia.
Yeah, I think FaZe is a little bit scared. Just a moment. I think they're going to be haunted by what happened last year.
Playing against Furia again in the finals will be a challenge for us because the last time we lost, but this time we are going to make other things and we are going to win. A gente vai levar o troféu para casa.
No matter the map, no matter the operator ban, we are always finding a way.
It really is poetic. We've just announced that we are going back to Brazil for a huge event in Rio later this year. And now we have an all-Brazilian buffet here in what is a rematch of the SI Grand Final last year. Furia versus FaZe Clan. I've got to just do a quick check with the fans. Who's winning this? FaZe Clan? Or will it be Furia taking this one? Boston is up for it. I know that you are too. Let's get into this with my legends. Devin Pengu.
Thank you very much, Ian. The stage has been set for a rematch of the greatest game in Rainbow Six history. Now, last year, Pengu, you were there.
I know.
You were watching Furia versus FaZe in that behemoth of a 5-map grand final, and it was a very different environment. It was in Sao Paulo. It was before the Brazilian fans. Now, here we are in America, and FaZe are looking for revenge.
They are, and I feel for them. You know, it's one of those, you want to get to the grand finals, but to get there, you have this insane matchup in front of you, while also having played a best of 3 just earlier today. I mean, the energy levels, the motivation behind this. We saw Furia on stage getting ready. FaZe Clan, they were in their room prepping for the future matchup here. It's going to be a long match for FaZe, but they got to do it.
It's been a long day already for FaZe. Although they had a fairly easy, handy match this morning, it's not going to be easy or anything of the sort against the reigning world champions. But what about yesterday? That was not the Furia we expected to see. We thought maybe they would be going through into the grand final already through that upper bracket, but they got knocked here by BDS, and waiting for them is FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday up against BDS, it seems like, you know, Furia, they won the hammer last year, as WCNM, you know? But yesterday against BDS, it seemed like they saw everything as a nail, and all they thought they had was a hammer. They were brute forcing their way in gunfights, in 1v1s and 50-50s, and BDS were out adapting Furia every single round on both of those 2 maps. I want to see more depth from them today. They claim they know FaZe very well. Today, they gotta prove it.
Yeah, that they do. And of course, FaZe and Furia, and back when Furia were W7M, these teams have played each other a hell of a long time. They've been playing in Brazil and at these 6 Invitationals so many times, over and over. And typically, it is FaZe that comes out ahead of these best of 3 series until it comes to 6 Invitational, until it comes to these matches that matter more than anything. Furia already bested FaZe in the group stage. We saw it already once in this tournament, and the confidence from Felipox on stage to say there's no doubt that that's what's going to happen again. But FaZe, we saw it in KDS, they don't believe that at all.
They don't. But let's look at that Unwanted matchup. It happened, what, an hour ago or so? FaZe were not beating Unwanted in a very decisive manner. It was close. 7-3 Cafe, sure, but a lot of rounds could have gone the way of Unwanted. 7-5 on the following map, again, not very convincing. And that's also with Unwanted having players like Adam falling kind of short, having like a -16 KDA. So if Furia show up, like they have been doing so far,
FaZe need to be better now than they were just an hour or two ago.
Yeah, it's been a turbulent year for both of these teams after playing in the grand final in Brazil. Both Furia and FaZe, in a way, dropped up. I mean, Furia didn't even manage to make it to the Montreal Major. FaZe, on the other hand, they kept making it to these main stages, but couldn't find themselves in another grand final. Today, for one of these teams, for the first time in a year, we see them again in a grand final matchup. And we know both of them have been spitting, waiting for this opportunity. FaZe, of course, they've won a major before, but never an SI grand final. And standing in their way, it's the bogeyman.
Yeah.
It's Furia. It's the team that robbed them of their hopes and dreams last year when they had match point over and over again in front of thousands of fans in Sao Paulo.
This redemption for FaZe Clan. I mean, this is it. If you can break this monster and, you know, wake up from that nightmare, come out on the other side, rejuvenate up against BDS in the grand finals, you can then lift that hammer yourself. But as we keep saying, the nightmare, it might just continue. And I mean, the mental must be broken for FaZe if this goes back-to-back 2 years in a row like this.
It's always neck and neck between FaZe and Furia, and it seems to be the case as well here. From you guys at home and you guys here in the venue, it's very much a split vote between FaZe and Furia. It's a rematch of last year's grand final to make it to this year's grand final, and we're about to get stuck into map 1. Furia have taken us to Clubhouse to kick things off in this series, and FaZe are hungrier than ever for redemption.
Any expectation, James, here? Is it going to be standard Clubhouse? Is it going to be crazy Clubhouse? What's the vibe check
I
here?
think there's going to be a level of standard Clubhouse. Both these teams are so good at it. And then on top of that, there's going to be the hero plays. We're going to see JV jumping out windows. We're going to see aggression. We're going to see rushes. And of course, we're going to see that shield play. But not with the Monty, it seems.
I mean, this is the thing. Furia actually, surprisingly enough, yesterday up against BDS on Bank, they did bring out the, I think it was Monty and Blackbeard in a couple of rounds, saying we weren't great in the shield meta when it was there, but we're trying to learn it nowadays. Of course, FaZe unknown, Vidiking is a great multiplayer, great multi team. Makes sense that they won't survive the map veto phase. But Nomad, Bandit, Kaid, this is a very usual Clubhouse where it's all about the hard destruction of the walls, keeping them intact for as long as possible, or trying to deny opponents from breaching them.
That's right. Usually this map is all about the hard breach. We've just taken down 2 of the electrification operators on the defense. No Bandit, no Kaid. Very much changes the scope of things here on the attack. Now, as a reminder, FaZe are starting defense first. They are going to lock in a Cav. All right.
Hey, crazy Clubhouse.
Yeah, okay. It seems like you've already answered that question for yourself, Nick. We are going to see a crazy club here. Already that little sneaky Brazilian operator on the defense taken out by FaZe on this defensive side.
So one of the things that I was thinking to myself, you know, prepping for this matchup, is that FaZe and Furia, they know each other so well, from domestic play, even internationally. I mean, they have so much history. The best way for FaZe to catch Furia by surprise is that, to be surprising, not play their default FaZe clan. We're gonna be slow, we're gonna be fundamentally solid, but we're predictable. Throw a span in the works, being like, oh, aggression here, oh, crazy thing over there. Starting things off like this, Vigil and the Caveira, confusing the drone rig off the roam clear, having Cyber try and bait for an interrogation, because if you can find that one player, that one isolated member, that can turn the entire round in favor of FaZe Clan.
And there's a back and forth read here between FaZe and Furia as well. The Vigil pick is spotted, and it baits out Herds to re-pick onto the Jackal. But of course, Cyber's footsteps won't be visible. That said, it seems like Nade is attempting a rush. He's already 20 seconds into the round in Dirt Tunnel.
Okay, let's go. You canister pop there, of course. Slow down any sort of rush. Not gonna happen. So all eyes kind of on Cyber, hiding top floor. The drone doesn't go into strip, actually. They see the castle barricade above the double door and bathroom. So this now says to JV, hey, there's nobody in strip because there's no rotation. So this means if somebody walks on in, that right there, JV92 has been such an instrumental player throughout this tournament, and he might just find himself, oh no, he goes on the repel instead, please, no.
And meanwhile, Hertz, on his entry from CCTV, has found the opening kill. That's the Vigil gone down. That fickle roamer that's going to be all over the map all at once. Here comes the Cav. A free kill on the JV92, but not the interrogation he was looking for, and thus he will retreat.
Yeah, that's the strat, right? You got the surprise factor now. You know, the cat's out the bag. Caveira, you can't roam around. They're not going to go alone any longer. And they've got a good read in the flank right now. But look at that handy way inside. He can fall on back. Oh, great collapse from Nate upstairs.
I am doing better. I talk better, but it's still kind of hard with my breathing, so.
And so Cyber goes back to the bomb side and starts reinforcing. That they do. Still 3 more in pocket. Wow, this is a very lackluster setup on the bomb site, but it might not matter. A lot of action's already gone down offsite in a 3v3. FaZe decide, how do we want to play this?
Everything is good for you.
It's funny because I think both teams are pretty happy with the current circumstances. I mean, Furia, they have hard destruction, they have soft destruction. They can go for a kitchen attack, you know, for an armory triple wall breach. They can do vert inside of kitchen, they can go for a hatch play. They have so many options. And likewise for FaZe on defense, they got 3 guns, they got 4 canisters, they got 2 mines. This really comes down to execution. Furia, ideally, when they go for a bomb site attack, they need to find an opening pick to start off the push. Oh, well, they found it before the take, actually. Now in a 1-man advantage.
And now Furia poised with 40 seconds to play. Vidiking and Souls hold their positions as Furia try and bait some form of a swing. Vidiking does not land the shot that he is required to. A goo mine out, a flashbang to respond. Soul's looking for something, but there's no gap in the smoke. He might be able to see a brief angle, but a few bullets from Herds come his direction. Now Vidiking with info on the player, but Philippebox shuts him out of it. 1v3 now for Souls, and he can't find the angle onto that planter. Nate forcing that down, an impact to go out. It does find Philippebox. Who's that Pokemon? Looking for 2 more now. The slug shotty in hand. Another impact grenade in the pocket. It's up to Herds to fall back. A bit of damage through the wall actually finds him. And now the fire will continue to trickle out through this bomb site as Souls looks for something. It damages him, and he's forced back again. A post plant that is an unenviable position. Herds will find the final kill, and a big round from the entry of Furia to take the first in the series.
And Furia is showing us that they can do more than just one thing. Normally, they're super fast, they're aggressive, they're in the building, they're taking all these like risky gunfights. They're being slow, they are being calm, they're cutting off their rotation, setting things up that 3 versus 3, finding pick after pick, and again, they weren't rushing anything. There were good canisters on the entry pathways. There is a world where they should have been worried about the timer, but they weren't. So again, already in that very first round, we're seeing a different look to Furia, where they couldn't really find their pacing against BDS, and I know it's early, but it just goes to show that they have come into this matchup with, I think, more respect for their opponent than they had yesterday. You can underestimate BDS and go lower bracket, but you don't ever afford to do that any longer. If you underestimate your opponent now, you go home.
Yeah, and how often can you go for cheeky little picks onto the cab? Cheeky little ideas from FaZe to try and catch out a mistake from Furia? Very rarely will we see mistakes from teams at this level, but when you're standing on the SI stage, when the blood is coursing through your veins, when every bone in your body is saying don't mess up, don't be the one to make that mistake, that's when they start to creep in.
That's the big thing, risk assessment. Are you playing at the biggest stage of your career? Are you playing for home, cozy and comfy? It doesn't really matter because you gotta show up all the same.
Yeah. And we saw last year what happens when the pressure starts to get to FaZe. 6-1 on Nighthaven Labs on the final map of the tournament. 5 match series championship, 6 invitational points on the line, and they could not deliver the killing blow. Furia have shown through history that they are never to be counted out. And they're already off on the defense, on the attacking side rather, with a good start here on their map pick. And we need to see more out of FaZe in this second defense.
Bit of self-destruction, get rid of all those castle barricades, windows, destroy it all. Furia again, they're showing us that utility comes before just taking those gunfights. You gotta use as much as possible so that when they gotta go in the entry, get aggressive, if a player were to die on the attack, they've spent most of the things in their pocket and they can afford to die. If you have Herds with 4 Flourish Stones and 2 Flashbangs in pocket die, it's like, what are you doing, Herds, right? Spend that stuff first, then you can get aggressive. FaZe right now, they're not doing anything. They're sitting in their corner, still waiting for the first move. They're happy with the current player positions. It's up to Furia to make the first step. The only thing FaZe has shown us so far, they want bar control, they want verticality. The rest of the Furia, do they want to pick that apart or just simply go upstairs?
Very mobile defense here from FaZe. Spray through the wall from Hertz as he's attempted to lurk downstairs. The Kiba to protect the re-aggression from KDS up the main stairs as Souls finds the player outside the breach. And in the building, it's Nade. Diffuser in hand. But also that Bearing 9, of which he will find his second kill of the round. Numbers advantage for Furia as they just wait and bait for FaZe to make a mistake, but Cyber will not do so. In fact, he brings the advantage back into FaZe's favor.
They had a phone call. Philipbox was on the window to kind of bait his teammate. I mean, you have Nate inside the bomb, so now he's dead as well. Furia, what was that push? You had it, now you've potentially lost it.
Bit of a spray and the retreat from Cyber. He has to stand his ground now. A C4 goes out. JV falls. All up to Philippox now, desperately jumping in the window. A second flash to go out. That will blind Cyber, but he can retreat down that hatch. And now there's no way, surely, for Philippox to win it. Vaulting and an easy spray from the king himself.
Nice, be done.
FaZe have replied in kind.
I feel like Fury had it all. I mean, they got the bar control. They had Nade inside the bomb site. They had Luka call in pocket. They had man advantage. And all of a sudden, they pull the plug and go, pause. Let's hold angles. Let's wait for the next step. But what was the next step, Furia? I didn't see it. You didn't show it. And then FaZe Clan, they actually get on the offense, start swinging out, realizing, hey, if we don't start getting a couple of kills, this will fall apart for us eventually. This right here, great from Cyber. He has to take that risk. Philipbox doesn't answer back. That's a yellow ping. They have information.
Yeah. You said at the start of this map, Nicholas, are we going to be seeing bog standard Clubhouse? We're going to see something a little bit different. Well, that round we saw a mirror on the unusual side of the wall that enables aggressive peaks. We saw FaZe re-aggressing in the numbers disadvantage, and we saw Nade just sending it into sight, Furia. So I think your question has been answered.
What I love about Clubhouse is just how many ways there are to attack it. We often see when a team, Fury, they start the attack, they'll do their approach, then side swap. FaZe will do a whole different kind of take on it. And it's one of the maps where you have so much creativity. Right now, whether it's the Mirror, the Asami, the Capital, I mean, you still have Blackbeard and the Blitz open as well if you're a shield team. People will think, oh, they're defending CCTV. So as an attacking team, you're gonna go catwalk, you're gonna attack that, walk to the side, that's it. You don't have to. You absolutely can with the Capital open, but that's why KD is on the Wamai. Because they are also recognizing catwalk is a strong point, put the Wamai magnets to cover the Asami. You can try and play there for as long as possible. Mirror on breach, KD finds JV actually. They know is taken off the board. That's important because that's how they're gonna get information on Handy's position on catwalk. And now Fury taking so much damage outside the building.
Yeah, Souls must have found a 4-leaf over this morning. He's finding wall bangs. A lot of damage on the poor Herds, who thankfully does get out with his life. However, the same cannot be said for JV, as you said on the Deimos. 0-3 right now for one of the star players of Furia. Frustrating for someone that likes to get as lively as JV.
Oh yeah.
Has certainly been silenced thus far. KZ's on for a bit of a lurk, all the way down, waiting for someone to come his way. Good info though. This castle will protect some of these positions inside of Lounge for FaZe. That castle which has been brought every round so far from the defense thus far. Hammer and anvil as KZ makes his way up the secret stairs, guided by a drone, with the Kiba standing in his way.
The call comes through, but where is the push? They're looking for players downstairs, but there's nobody to be found. I mean, now you're gonna fight with catwalk player. This is so risky. The thing is, because Fury are losing players early on, they can't go for risky plays.
Cyber through the floor finds Herds. Good angle though, KZ lit up to high heavens by KDS. From here on top of the rafters, Furia have struggled to find their way into this round.
FaZe is not a team that leaves gaps on defense. They play this very solid 5-man hold, the coverage on those backs, no gaps to be found. Furia, they're fishing, hoping for a mistake from FaZe Clan, instead of matching them on that team structure, picking them apart. They didn't attack catwalk, they didn't attack the breach, they were fishing for a kill downstairs, but there's no one there. They're gonna just walk on in.
Oh no, Nade's been watched as well. Could it be a perfect round from FaZe? As KZ, the Lion, goes outside and tail between his legs will just talk to the rest of his team. The dog's hounding him. He's just gonna wait and have a little bit of a chat with the roster because 30 seconds is enough time to figure out what the hell they're gonna do next round to stop that from happening again.
It feels like Furia might even be overcomplicating this and maybe doubting themselves, saying, oh, FaZe, I know how we play the game, so let's try and go off paper right now. But it's not working. I mean, they have such great operators. Maybe in this particular round, the fact that JV died as early as it did on the demo said, okay, let's go to plan B. We've already lost a key member. That could be the case. But you still had Capitao. You had a ton of flashbangs on Hertz and KC. You could have easily attacked Catwalk Raptors if you wanted to, but that wasn't their approach to this round. They're gonna call their quote-unquote timeout right now. KC just talking to his team as you mentioned, but we gotta see Furia get kind of warmed up now and go, you know, aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that FaZe have started to read after what happened in that first round where they tried to go for a bit of a roam. That's what Furia want. Furia want these late round 3v3s, 2v2s. That's their comfort zone. But if FaZe create a fortress on that bomb site, if they lock up, they cover their crossfires, and Furia are gonna really struggle to break into it. Like you said about the BDS Furia game yesterday, when Furia sees a problem, they see a nail, and all they've got is a hammer. They need to be a little bit more nuanced than that if they want to break into these solid defenses of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, look at how every single kill happened there for FaZe. I mean, they barely had to work for it. They picked their 5 positions. They stayed there pretty much the entirety of the round. And that was that. Problem solving has to be stronger. It has to be better. Now, that's the first rotation of bombs. The first 3 rounds, you see the primary ones, the basement, the CC, the gym. Now Furia, they got kind of a scope on what's the landscape looking like? What can we expect from FaZe Clan? So now there's 2 things that can happen. Either FaZe will keep things the same, and Furia will have to make the adaptations necessary, or FaZe will go for a wildly different approach, keeping Furia more in the unknown. And if you go back to the very opening round, we saw Caveira, we saw Vigil, we saw a heavy aggressive roam game. Now we're seeing a ton of utility. Mirror windows, Wamaitis, mute jammers. Likewise, Furia, they're playing Blitz.
Yeah.
Now, they're not a huge shield team, but they have started slowly implementing it. And I want to see what Fenerbahce's thinking right now, because a Blitz can be very tricky to deal with on basement because of long lines of sight.
There he is. Spotted, but behind
Cyber.
him lies in Wade Hurts. Whoa, Cyber! How are you doing that to Furia? A good trade, though. Furia try and restabilize, but KZ says there's nothing stable about it. We have to go deep. A castle barricade bars his way, and JV himself has snuck into blue. Looks for one. Finally gets on the board. JV for a double. FaZe might have started the equation, but Furia looked to finish it. Another one for JV. Goes begging as he looks for a little bit more. Worried about Util. It's time to back out and time to reassess.
But you see again, Furia, they hesitate. They drop their hands. Okay, pause, slow down again. Okay, now we re-aggress. They're doubting themselves just a little bit. A great drop after 2 players dying so early on, but I gotta say, why not full commit? You said, James, they like the 2v2s, and they got it right now. The attackers on full HP, Vidiking handy, both relative low, no C4s, very limited information game as well, and so much time to work with. Almost half the round left. Furia, again, they gotta make the first move.
Look at the HP on Vidiking. Look at the HP on Handy. What are you doing, Nade?
Oh?
Waiting. Oh, there's JV finding his 3rd. And now Handy looks to try and get aggressive. He has to isolate these 1v1s, but he can't march too far forward because JV's got the angle, and Nade can secure it. Furia are back into this, breathing life into Clubhouse. It's 2-2.
I mean, that round just does make sense, right? When you see 2 players in the entry dying and bombing, it's so over for Furia. But then, that's when they get aggressive. I mean, it wasn't KC dropping the moto hands up expected to make the hero play, but JV walking down blue, despite the mirror window, the castle barricade, and the fact that FaZe did actually have a crossfire, but they mistimed it. Nobody was watching him as he walked down. I mean, this is beautiful. Fenerbahce thought he went for the flashbang. Hertz thought it was safe. He gets his 2 kills, he dies. But then this, finds one. Wamai unsure where to swing, dies as well right after. And that's when they restabilize, they slow things down. JV had a slow start, but he has awakened.
That he has. And you also have to credit the minutiae of the team play here from Furia. KZ, the player that dropped down that moto hatch, he was shooting either side of that mirror. He was trying to keep, if there was a player there, distracted so that it could enable JV to march his way forward. And of course, JV being the instrumental player in that round for Furia, he needed to be enabled. Little details that escalate teams to that next level, especially in arenas like this. I mean, I can tell you for damn sure, it's pretty damn loud on that stage. It's pretty damn loud in here. Need to be able to concentrate, form up, and get every tiny little I dotted and T crossed with your team. You have to be fully in sync.
especially if you're going for a heavy execute-oriented strat. I mean, look at this. The Sense, the Capitão always have Blackbeard. They're going to use those auto shields outside the building to create a safe area to hold the rotations. They use nade on the Sense to cut off the bomb site and all these tiny pieces and just go for a bomb site plant. Mind you, with that rework to Sense that happened recently, the projector walls don't count as a smoke grenade. You can't see through them with the bulletproof cameras or a Warden or Maestro or a Glass, nothing like that. So that wall, you can shoot through it, sure, but you can't see through it.
Oh,
no, Cyber.
That's a little bit awkward.
He didn't get the thermite either, so nothing was won for him. So that's step one. Breach, Osa Shield. JV's gonna sit here probably the entirety of this round. My curiosity now, where is Furia thinking they're gonna enter the building from? Is it gonna be repels, the hatch, the window jump-ins? Right now they're made, what is that?
Very unusual projector. Vidiking also gets aggressive. I like the projector here on the balcony. Cyber finds his, directly traded by JV. And Souls is hiding in the corner, finds KZ upon his entry. Desperately looking for a little bit more. KZ! KDS has found another. It's all up to JV now. Hiding behind his Osa shield will find him very little. A desperate attack from Furia, trying to make their way up the main stairs, trying to vault in windows. Souls was there to meet them, and KDS there to support. Furia easily put down that execute, and once again take the lead on Clubhouse.
I didn't see it exactly, but I think Souls might have saved the round there because they were going for the Capitão fire arrow on the windows, and I think it keep it off the window as the fire arrow got shot. That's why there was fire outside the building. So I think that's how they're gonna try and clear that, you know, Souls inside a gym on the rotation, and because they missed it, he gets the kill instead, stays alive, shuts down the push. Furia, not the most well-coached strat in that round, but with that being said, FaZe Clan are showing us that they can be aggressive and proactive when they feel like Furia are getting close to execute. So here we see the openings. Grapple on in, the flashbang misses. Individual kills, yeah, just going in favor of one team over the other. And I will say Furia, not a whole lot of players that could help each other. It was 1v1v1v1s that typically favors defense.
Yeah. Yeah, and little things like being allowed to retake main stairs when you've got an
My
Osa
hubby
shield
told me
outside
that
the
I'm
breach.
not allowed to talk
Furia
too much. If
expecting
I'm
these
not
positions to be
talking too
covered,
much,
and
then
that's
you
why
don't
they have a
know.
lot of their
You
players looking the wrong way.
Shut up.
One last round and a half now,
So,
Pengu.
they bought
Furia
me
look to try
snacks
and
and
tie it.
everything, so I don't
This
have
is
to
their map
talk.
pick after all, and there's a good chance that FaZe will come out swinging on their attacking side.
I do think with the current playstyles though, I could see FaZe being better on their defensive side than their attack, because Furia, when they're not giving the openings and they can't seem to make them themselves, they get locked down. That's how they lost most of these rounds so far. When the Sidestorm comes out, Furia can run around, they own the full map, they can take the gunfights the way that they want. They can force FaZe to either match their aggression or try and pick it apart very slowly. So if Furia can go 3-3, they should be very happy with that side half. However, if this
Are
goes,
you
you know,
done yet
4-2 in
with
favor of
your
FaZe Clan, you're not far from being against
with
match point.
building your horror game, Dark?
Look at the passivity now from Herds, a player that's usually the first one in the building, hiding behind the bikes, waiting for someone to cross his line of sight in through Lounge. Cyber seems to have a read of this. Been a hot series from Cyber so far, and now he's got that magnified scope. He's been watched. Herds flicks and finds the kill. Finally, Cyber put in the dirt. Furia starting with a numbers advantage again.
Such an important kill, punishing the aggression of FaZe Clan, finally getting an opening pick they've been wanting so badly, but it comes down to execute. Last time, they failed to do anything on Cattle Rafters. KDS is still there. Magnets in pocket, positioned and ready. Verticality, all those long lines of sight. And Furia, they need to now enable Felipox on the Capitão. Get him in there. Get the fire going. Burn the player positions. Get Catwalk control. Then work the bomb side. They have so much time. They just can't mess this up. They need Catwalk.
So here comes the Capitão. It's the smokes used to cut this line inside, but guess what? Souls! He's retaken the position where Cyber fell previously and avenged his dead teammate by taking down Herds.
And just like that, what do you do now? I mean, that was plan A, right? James has some flashbangs. That was your throwables. Now Capitão, he has no burn for the magnets. Now you can't pick out Raptors.
Someone needs to support poor Felipox down here. Nade still has 2 grenades on him, and so he will rotate over. He's a slow operator though, and he's worried about another player peeking from that pool window. As he makes his way into garage, he preps his nades! And KDS gives him exactly what he's looking for while taking down Philippox. Easily picked up. Furia have the control they needed, but not the time that they wanted to do it in.
20 seconds left. FaZe, do you wait around, try and go for Planted Eye, do a last shout and try and find those individual players? There's one, Philippox goes down, still C4 in pocket. This is so winnable for FaZe Clan.
Diffuser picked up by Nate. C4 pre-ripped by Vidaking. It's all up to Souls now to prevent any quick aggression. He does so for one. Traded by JV. Still this C4 is ripped, but they're hunting for kills. Diffuser is down, and Vidaking, all he needs to do is lie in
Nicely
wait.
done, FaZe Clan.
Furia fumble it, and FaZe are flying.
They're giving so much space to FaZe to thrive in these rounds right now. I gotta say, the catwalk vault over, I'm thinking you're crazy for that, but it did burn enough time. It got so many players from Furia low enough on their health bars for Souls to take those gunfights comfortably, shut them down one by one, and then we saw a time of 5 seconds, 4 seconds. And again, there's no trade game. One person pushing radio, one pushing top red, and FaZe, they get their 1v1s that they desired.
But dude, the confidence that it takes for Vidaking to hold his nerve in this 2 versus 4, to contest these long lines of sight, and then to rip his C4 and hide in this corner for 15 seconds, waiting, just waiting and hoping that no one from Furia will pre-fire him. All alone, and he still does not budge. He hears the player coming in close, he sees the diffuser drops, and on 1 HP, he hides it. That right there is nerves of steel, and that's why he's the king.
Oh boy. So the 2-4 half happens, and Furia, I mean, they don't look like they're in control right now. Now it's side swap time. Furia, they are in my minds, back when they're Reign as WCNM, they were the kings of defense. They're everywhere on the map, they give you nothing for free, they contest the roam game, and they have such an ego about the way they take gunfights. They do not care who you are, and they do not care what operator you're playing, what gun that you have. They'll happily take any fight you give them. And this lineup, it screams gunfight potential. Valcams, Scopos, Mossy, Lesion, they can play for themselves. They can put down the gadgets. They
Do you
can
see
slow
the
down the
bans,
attackers.
by the
And guess
way,
what?
Dark?
They all have
They have
low
banned
recoil,
both
really
Bandit
high
and
rate of fire
Kaid,
weapons that can just win out those
Nomad
engagements.
and Monty.
Well, Furia are the best defense team at 6 Invitational.
There it is.
65%, with FaZe trailing just behind them by 0.6%.
Oh, okay.
Both of these teams are unbelievable on their defensive side. This SI, a hacked drone there. I heard says Mozzie. Cyber is concerned, wary about aggression, doesn't have info from his drones, and so he has to dry peek all of this.
Be dangerous, be scary. Have lack of intel, pre-play C4, not pre-plays at all, gets popped immediately, finds nothing though. Philippox roaming inside a strip clock, has TV on Scopos, but look at this KC getting so aggressive, that's the ego I talked about.
Oh, but he's caught out. Vidaking says, that's enough for you. And he puts the big cat to sleep. Still, the roam is alive. Herds on this top floor. Goes for an impact, goes for a kill, but he can't find the angle. And now the jig is up. FaZe know exactly where Herds is lying in wait. And the hunt comes in from Souls. It gives him a new haircut. A 2-player advantage now, and Philippox on the Scopos keeps this roam alive, but for how much longer for Furia?
They're just not helping each other. I mean, Casey was aggressing inside a kitchen, and nobody else was striking anywhere else in the map. So FaZe, they can focus one roamer at a time. First it was Casey, then it was Hertz. Now it's Philippox up next. Has the teleport, can go by the side if he wants to, but you have to stick around.
Tomorrow, Dark, at 8.
Finds one.
They will reveal the new season.
Because you're still down one player. TP goes through. Downside he goes. No spare reinforcements. That triple wall is soft on the 3rd panel. So pressure will come when Bot gets downstairs.
And there, Scopos' spare shell destroyed. Philippox is now stranded on the site. And yet still Furia taking these aggressive positions. JV in Church. A rotation from Handy. But Souls, as you said, is going to be the instrumental player. This flash doesn't find JV, so he sprays him on the drop. A refrag coming in from KDS, but he's low HP. And now caught
There
by
is a new Aruni Elite skin out as well.
And now again, it's up to Nate. He spots the first. There's a second player looking for him. And this time the clock Nothing in it for FaZe to chase down the rats on the bomb site. And they are left wanting. Furia starting the second half, closing that distance by one more round.
The timer is a very difficult thing to manage sometimes in a big map like Clubhouse. You know, roam clearing top floor, first floor, downstairs. And up against the goo mines. The Goyo Fire. It's so problematic. FaZe did a great job finding those first 2 picks, but could not convert them into a round victory. It looks so free, but then again, the bomb site, very few ways in.
I want to try sometimes if the enemy's banning Kaid,
really
I want to ban
on the attack of FaZe.
Bandit just to see what the enemy is going to be thinking.
Now instead, they'll go to CCTV,
Both of them.
Which plays out very differently. Now you can no longer play around the entire
Imagine
map.
banning Maverick and then you have Kaid and Bandit banned.
1v1,
that would be hilarious.
JV being allowed to just thrive in these over-aggressive positions. He started off at 0-4, 0-3. He's 8-5.
Wow. Aggression's the name of the game for Furia today. Even KZ running it through the kitchen hallway early in the round. Yeah, and he was taken out. Even near the end of it, Philippox on Skopos, at the dying moments of the round, he's sending it back up main stairs for a flank. Yeah. That was where he died that round.
Yeah.
And it is burning the clock away from FaZe. The fuse is burning at both ends of the candle for the attacking side. As this aggression continues to mount from defense, it will be sat down by that lion pick of Vidaking.
Maybe one could say that there's so much respect between these two teams, not allowing each other to execute in those like 5v5s and 4v4s on Clubhouse. They both know they're so great at it on the attacking side, they'd rather make it messy, make it chaotic, and just get those odd numbers like a 3v2 and a 2v2 where you can't really play for a bomb site plant. It's more about playing for the killing, playing for positioning. He's gonna try and trick the wall with the mirror window.
I love it. What do you do when you ban Bandit, Furia? Oh, well, we can trick. We can just juggle with the bloody mirror window.
It's ridiculous. Not been put down just yet. It's great against the exothermic charges, but that's not what we're gonna see right now. Is the Selmas. Handovers and wow. Nades. Okay.
Well, the doc won't save you from that, KZ, although it was a nice idea. FaZe had the perfect remedy for that ailment.
That's what I mean, though. When Fury were attacking, they couldn't pick off those isolated players on defense in corners. FaZe are so efficient already. Just nade spam it. Now they got spare, Captain Fire. And one thing is, Doc is supposed to deal with the Captain Fire. If you're fired and you get Doc stimmed, you'll live. Now there's no Doc, you'll get burnt to a crisp.
Here comes the fire, but the swing from JV. Traded back by KDS. And that does mean Garage has been forfeited by Furia. Numbers still in favor of FaZe on this attacking side. But the Roamers on the ground floor look for a retake. Hiding in the corner is Souls. He's chilling out on top of the couch. But he's like, gotta watch both ways. He finds the first one, traded by Hertz, who's left all alone. C4 available, but he's got to duel this long engagement. And KDS on the Blackbeard will take him down. FaZe have mounted that momentum, taking this game back into their own hands.
Such a high-level round from FaZe Clan there. I mean, that's why they're such a good team. There are two players on Calligrafters, the Asami and the Doc. What most teams will try and do is they'll use the Capital Fire to burn the Asami alive, and then Doc will stim her time after time after time, and you'll live. What do? They deal with Doc first, spending 4 grenades and a couple of flashbangs, and then they can fire the Asami for free because the first counter is done. It's just recognizing the win conditions for Furia, picking it apart in the right order, and just executing it very cleanly. While that's happening, they got flank watch downstairs excellently. They recognize where the players are from Furia and where they could be backstabbed from. This right here, that's the only thing that didn't really go their way, but guess what? They traded it. So they get 2 kills at the cost of losing 1 player. That's always worth it.
In the first minute and a half of the round, all 3 E1Ds were used from line as well to suppress any aggression so that FaZe could afford to be using all 4 of their grenades to toss in and kill that Doc. Beautiful work from FaZe. They've come into this game prepped for Furia's Clubhouse. Keep in mind, it's the reigning world champs who picked us to go to this map. Next up is Cafe. It's going to be a rough slog for Furia if they lose here on the very first map, considering that yesterday it was Cafe and Bank. They lost to BDS. Now that's the rest of this series after Clubhouse. So we're already looking at Furia and saying, guys, you're behind by 2 rounds. We need a little bit more to show that you've got it in you to take down FaZe again.
Not just that, but I mean, Clubhouse, Cafe, and Bank, it's all about problem solving. There's so much map to work with. There's so many difficulties to overcome. So if you can't find it here in the first map, Fury, I mean, you better hope that's your warm-up because you gotta solve it very soon shortly after.
Mirror trick.
Oh, does he get it? Oh. I'm gonna say he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay. If that was detonated straight away by Cyber, I believe that would have still exploded. But yeah, unfortunately for FaZe, I don't think they had quite the read on what was happening there.
It's a nice attempt, but they're gonna be missing that breach later on. There's no real replacement. I mean, the Summit charge is sure, but Ace is not in the right position. He's in Garrett instead. KC holding catwalk control. They keep it barriers, playing to die in the spot.
I've seen him play here before. Wasn't that just last round on the dock? How'd that turn out for him?
Well, this time, there are no nades, but they're still kept on fire. There are Grim Bees. There are drones. He drops down. Is he out?
Oh, he's been caught.
Oh, the Castle barricade.
It's taken down. Can we see a swing? Oh, one for Handy, but not the second. Meanwhile, Cyber has been finished off, though both of his exothermics were already utilized. So not the biggest of deals there for FaZe. They should be pretty happy with this exchange.
Yeah. I mean, the health bars, KC, JV, both very low. They get so much map control. I mean, all 4 defenders now on the bomb site itself. If FaZe, they realize this, or drone out the building, they'll recognize, okay, we got, for one of the few times, a 4v4 execute that can be played out, where you have a lot of utility. You have C4s from defenders, 2 in pocket. You have Capital Fire, Grim Bees, EMP. So now it comes down to execution. Will Furia leave any gaps for FaZe to exploit? Will Fury have the crossfires to trade bodies evenly or advantageously when it comes down to execute? Where will FaZe strike? The fire and the smoke from Capital should show us what the plan is. Here comes the fire.
It does flash out one position. Oh, C4 does miss for JV, but now his position down below should be known, and Handy can go hunting. Good lines of sight exposed on the bomb site for KDS to look deep in towards Jim, but no breach here on the main jacuzzi wall, and it does force Souls to rotate. 20 seconds to go, and in goes KDS. But all of Furia are hiding at the back of the bomb site. Vidiking needs to get into position to force this plan down, but Nade and JV come to life. It's up to Vidiking now, with Souls covering, to force this diffuser. One with the DMR, not a second! The Furia fight back again! No map point for FaZe, not yet!
Back and forth, round by round. It will come down to who is the best team on this map.
Come on,
We'll
FaZe
not just suddenly have one team give up or fall over, have no more gas left in the tank. Now, if this goes the long way, we gotta start considering, you know, oh, FaZe Clan, they played earlier today. It's FaZe Clan. They are an experienced team. They played for a very long time. They were there last year. They played a very long series before.
How many hours did that Sao Paulo Grand Final go for?
Yeah, a long
6
time.
or 7 hours.
I mean, I know it's a different FaZe Clan nowadays, but Berlin Major, FaZe Rogue, different team, but the organization, they know a thing or two about playing the distance.
Oh, well, if you want to speak to that, FaZe as an organization joined Rainbow Six 7 years and 28 days ago.
Okay.
In the January of 2018, and they are still yet to find a hammer. A major championship, yes, though that was way back in 2021 in Gävle, Sweden. It's been a long time since FaZe have raised any sort of trophy in Rainbow Six, yet how many times have we seen them in grand finals? Surely another one here in Boston. That said, it's gonna have to be against Furia that they claim that spot. Furia are looking good here on their defensive side. They've only caved 1 round so far, the 3 we've played. They're starting to build this back up into a convincing clubhouse.
I think it's been hard to figure out which players to look out for right now. I mean, for FaZe Clan, KD-wise, everyone is very even right now, putting in their full efforts. For Furia, KC, Felipox falling a little bit short behind the curve of expectations. 2-9, 3-6.
KC, the best player at Six Invitational by far, so far. 152 kills to 111 deaths. Ooh. Positive on the entry, high costs, and the highest EPS of any player as well. And yet, 3-6. So if the line wakes up, Furia will certainly not be in as much trouble as it seems.
That's been their biggest strength. I mean, Furia can run over most teams at this event by just sheer gunpowder and skill. But the longer you go in these tournaments, the less it becomes about the individual players, more about the team core and what you can do together as a 5-man unit. And FaZe Clan, they know all about that. It's all about the brotherhood, playing together, executing together, and covering for each other. We see Furious Williams there right now looking for a mini play against the smoke. But off screen, actually, KDS finds hers instead.
Here comes the Candela!
Okay.
And the collapse! Philippox is down, a C4 finds very little. And Soul sending it down main. Barbed wire to be taken out. A quick pounce from Souls with that Ying. Still 3 Candelas in pocket.
Last time FaZe attacked this, they had this exact same position. 5v3 in the roam clear, they did so good. Then they stalled out, they got way too low on time, and in the end, the clock was against them. We see the Gorus available to the defenders. They cannot afford to slow down. They got the Ying, they got the glass, they have Capital. They can go whenever they want to. And in the next 20 or so seconds, they gotta show us what their plan is going to be. Otherwise, I do worry about it. Maybe perhaps figure out where Nate is on that Warden and just attack in the opposite side of where he is to utilize the smoke grenades, the flashbangs.
Bit starved for information though. Here comes the Capital's fire. No choice for Nate but to run through with the guns come to life. Out of absolutely nowhere. FaZe fall onto the site one by one.
Are you kidding
Furia
me?
can hardly believe it themselves.
Come on, FaZe.
5 rounds apiece.
This
5
is
attackers.
getting annoying.
3 of them powerful operators in utility. Execute operators. Oh boy. And they will this actually. Furia calling their tactical timeout.
Nada. Not working.
Alô.
Agora?
Tá, guys, se liga. JV, ó, eu acho que eles vão fazer agora a play deles de caçada lá pra construção. Fox, vamos fazer aquele setup do Jagger.
Sim, eu ia fazer isso.
Você acha que se a gente fizer, tipo, com tu de Clash e alguém de Jagger, tu fica vivo na garagem? Porque eles só te tiram com recurso. Eles não te matam, tipo. E aí, porque tipo, aí só vai ter a Clash e eles estão querendo fazer HE com barba lá da porta, tá ligado? É isso que eles estão fazendo.
Alguém pega muito rápido, guys.
Esquece, eles vão dar mais
tem que ser o
tempo.
case, então.
Ó, aí tu pega o Jagger, ele pega a Clash e tu faz o mute. Eles vão querer caçar, provavelmente, tá, guys? Pode mudar, ó. E aí é isso. Depois, vamos fazer uma da academia. Vamos começar a colocar as Frost um pouco na janela e tal, tá ligado? Aí vamos ver qual da academia quer fazer, beleza?
A lot to say from Igor, the coach of Furia in their tactical timeout. We made out a few words there.
Yeah, one of them being Clash.
I heard Clash, I heard Jaeger, I heard Garaji.
Okay. I think I heard Dokkaebi.
Dokkaebi,
well.
okay.
Yep.
Well, I do believe it should be a CCTV defense. Next up for Furia as they just won Church and the round prior they won Gym. CCTV is going to be up for grabs, and this has been a tough one to defend for Furia.
Yeah, that kind of was.
Well counted, and now clearly something cooking up with a Clash and a Jaeger.
EU is in the final at least, so we do have an EU team.
Yeah, what happened that round? Not a good day to be Doc if you're going up against FaZe.
There it is, you're right. Jaeger and the Clash. Now, I am curious what the thinking is for Furia, because in my mind, if you're gonna put Jaeger and Yeses on the catwalk rafters and play the Clash in that position, I feel like you would just die to the Captain of Fire like most other operators. At the very least, have a very hard time against it. But that to be said, it doesn't have to be the Clash playing on this position. You can do other things with it. Play Master Bedroom, play for a retake. Just get information on main breach for an aggressive swing, for example. And the most best thing of all, Clash is an operator, you can roam around wherever. You can start catwalk rafters, you can also get out of that position because you can extend that shield, walk around the other place. That's why we see these rotations on the bomb side being so tall and so wide, so Clash can walk through them while extended. Wait, you see this?
Yeah,
Clash,
you have... Counter-Strike is the most viewed.
Good full-size rotation hole there for JV.
Then, like, it's...
My concern though for Furia is that JV has as many kills as
I am
KZ, Philippox,
actually
and
not
Hertz
sure.
combined. Yeah. And he's now on the operator
I
that's
know
going to have a
it's not the
shield
most
in his hands
viewed,
instead of a
but
gun
it's
for the
very
majority of this
high.
round.
This is where you say,
I think Siege is the most
play the shield. This is when you say Philippox.
paying
I know
job.
you're 2 and 10, but we know you're an absolute
Except for
gunner. So spring to
Counter-Strike.
life with that SMG-11 this round, please, for God's sake.
So it has a very high...
You gotta have it.
You gotta have it.
We've seen Philippox show up in this tournament as well so far. Seems to be KZ, who, as we said, has been a little
For
bit
the one
quiet.
that ends up
Found
on
2 kills
second
last
place,
round,
we
though.
get 4 million crowns.
Lamini execute
in
here.
prize pool.
Pop the Castle barricade, hold that aggressive angle. Jordan inside of lounge main door. Go for a swing to get a free pick.
Good read. As this bait herds into looking for something, yet KZ's gone for a swing as well, and he's been read to death by FaZe.
They're so sharp again. FaZe get the 5v3.
Oh, what are you doing? What is this, JV? JV! He said, I need a gun in my hands. He didn't realize he was vulnerable. And now, after the tactical timeout, Furia are letting it slip quickly out of their fingers. Nade looking for something aggressive downstairs, but FaZe have so much time to burn.
Yeah, they should expect aggression now. Furia will be desperate. FaZe, you cannot mess up this round. Hold those angles, do not get greedy, utilize the pipe information, and work out where those two defenders are, and pick up high one by one.
Nothing but a pair of SMG-11s to do it. Perhaps a Nitro Cell could bear some weight here for Philippox, but no! 11 deaths in the game for him, and Nade now desperately looking for something. Hopefully, more than an exit. 2 gas in pocket against 4 players here from FaZe, and they are hunting him down.
Nicely done.
The tactical timeout denied, and FaZe now on map point on Furia's map.
Oh boy, and they've had rounds where, I mean, the 5v3s from FaZe now could haunt them. If they cannot close this out in regulation, if it goes to OT, and Furia, they make the comeback happen, that's where I start to worry about the mental side of FaZe Clan. Because they should have closed this out last round. They've had 2 separate 5v3 advantages on basement where they blundered massively. Now they had a clean 5v2 into a 4v1 victory. That was it, it was clean. Furia, they're losing most of these rounds in the first minute or so. These small mini plays, main door swing aggressively. Again, no trade from Furia. JV, you're thinking, what are you doing? He has to go for that play. He's lost 2 players. He's gonna get burned by Catwalk Rafters. No one can assist him. But Furia, instead of getting desperate in the beginning, play together, and then of course you can eagle swing if nothing else works. It seems like eagle swinging is their main play style. It's the only thing they have. Again,
only
hammer and the nail
in their toolbox, as you said, the hammer to every nail. FaZe have won 8 out of the 11 opening engagements in this map so far, and yet only 6 of the rounds. If anything, that tells us that FaZe probably should have put this map to bed so far.
They should have. Move
Furia
on
have
my
looked
right
so
side.
rough, and it is not a good look for the reigning world champions on their map pick. Could they be dethroned by the team they stole it from last year?
We're seeing both teams bring out those shield operators once more. Viddy King, because Monty's banned on the Blackbeard. Nade this time on the Clash. Now this bomb set of Gym Master Bedroom, I do think favors a Clash a whole lot more. You have more ground to move around. You have more angles to cover. And I think you have more agency saying, hey, they're going for a CCTV attack, I can deal with that. They're going for a Jacuzzi Breach, I can walk over there as well. Once you're in Catwalk Rafters, you can find yourself stuck. So Nade playing right now very openly around the map right now, top red. You see 3 players from FaZe Clan ready to strike, however. And how will they deal with the Clash? I mean, they have only grenades, 2 in pocket of Viddy King of Blackbeard. That's the only real way to push that Clash around.
It has been a Heartbreacher's paradise here on Clubhouse with no Kaid and Bandit. Look how easily Handy and Cyber can clear open these walls. Furia, they tried tricking, using a mirror window. They tried swinging everything, and now they're trying to use that Clash to enable the retreat, but JV, he has been caught. Philippox finds Handy. 1 free kill there for Furia as they pull back onto the bomb site, give up the ground, give up the ghost to FaZe. Nade's taking a hell of a lot of HP damage, and he won't be getting that back anytime soon.
1 more bullet, he's down, that's it. I mean, Twitch drone at this point could maybe injure the Clash as well as possible. JV surrendering a body early on, running into the gunfights off base, basically waiting for him. This 4v4 is very tricky though.
Did Souls actually get into it? No, he's gone for that mirror window, and the Twitch drone has been taken down. Still, there's no doubt who's in favor here. It's FaZe.
Ideally on this attack, you really want office control. Work that office hatch, use the Blackbeard, try and take office. That gives you the rest of the map. Here we go, they're gonna go for it.
Still so much time to work with though. It's no rush for FaZe. Furia just holding on, peeling back. The Blackbeard is the first one in the building. Can the Frostbite anything hurt has been taken out.
1v3.
It's all up to KZ in the 1v3. First one found, but Viddy King goes nuclear on the Blackbeard.
Yes, FaZe, let's go.
They are thieves on Furia's map. 1-0 in the series, and the world champs are on the way out the door.
You ban the Monty, you get the Blackbeard. What are you gonna do about it? The Shield meta is still somewhat here on FaZe Clan, looking like the stronger team.
Shield meta never left us
Trying
issue.
to brute force every single problem with aggression and taking those risky gunfights. They need to adapt that second map coming up.
It's do or die for Furia on map 2 coming up after this.
They played that very well. Very well. I do prefer that that FaZe would win over Furia. That was a cool pistol skin. Ooh. Wolves was also kinda good. That was kind of fun. Some of the skills look pretty good. I actually did not mind that. Jesus. Let's do this while we wait. I have usually shown you guys some old videos that I have done, so might as well continue. So we have let's just let's see if this, oh yeah, I need to fix that. I need to fix that.
And some amazing kills in this video. If you want to see more of this, don't forget to subscribe and like to the channel as well. And yeah, let's get started. Kids, start the video. Press the green. Yeah, now.
Cringe. I still can't believe that I and kill so many with that old PC.
Nice, well played.
Just so good.
Did I start? I'm just good, dude.
There was a big moment from Furia, that 2v5, where they stopped it on the basement bomb site, and I thought, this is the moment. This is the moment FaZe throws again. They have the PTSD, they think back to last year, and that's it. But no, FaZe's mental resilience after that timeout that Furia took right after that round, FaZe was able to pull themselves back in it, and they still were playing such good shield usage with the Blackbeard, but they started using the Capitao forced off of the BB to be able to push these people out of key positions, and that was the difference maker for FaZe. But all in all, it was the mental resilience not to get overwhelmed after losing that big 2v5 basement round.
You know, we can talk about the mental resilience of FaZe, and obviously it was very well demonstrated here, but for Furia, I mean, this is where they went wrong yesterday, going against BDS, is they were trying to do these one-offs. I mean, Nyx just recently spoke about it, is that they weren't really adapting. They were just trying to have one player go into a position, try to get 1 or 2 frags, and then try to play around that. But all in all, the team was just completely disconjointed in where they were trying to approach.
Yes.
It was one person on one side of the map, the other trying to take from another, and that's where FaZe would slow down and just pick apart piece by piece by piece of every single engagement, every single defense or attack that Furia was trying to muster and get a win. So again, Furia really have to dig deep and play a far better game at adapting.
And that's what you were saying, that Furia, that was their downside against BDS, is the individuality play. When push comes to shove and they need to be able to adapt and change things on the fly, if they don't have a timeout, it's usually just individual players going for individual plays, and most of the time, yeah, it could work out for you, but when you're playing against an opponent like FaZe that is very reserved, very slow, they're able to slow you down and slowly collect those picks one by one onto their side, and then at that point, you're grasping at straws.
Time management is something that is incredibly difficult, of course, for attackers in general, but also knowing when to control the tempo and how to do it. When you have two teams that have so much pedigree and experience between the two of them, it's those little seconds that can change the entire round. That's the beauty of it. You can swap it one way or the other.
That is the beauty of it. And again, it does come down to IGLs too as well, to be able to realize in those moments, to make those difference makers, where Phillypox, we just aren't seeing that, in my opinion.
Oh, gentlemen, that was map number 1. We got Leo Alfama standing by. My God, he's looking great. What do you want to talk to us about?
Thank you, Milosh. Yes, I want to talk to you about Furia's attacks. I think there was a big issue for me. They were, like you guys said, maybe trying to have multiple pressure points, but not working together as an objective. And most importantly, FaZe's adaptation. Now we are looking here at gym and bedroom bomb site on attack, and you're wondering, where is the sense sending that onto terrace? Well, you will see server window is a huge, important issue for anyone attacking here, because as you can see, terrace brings a lot of pressure onto master, but server window can cut all of that off, and by sending the sense, they actually don't care about the entirety of the server side. Don't care about cash. Don't care about all of this. They don't have to clear it. What they want to do here is very clear. Furia, once again, they want to take a shortcut directly to the bomb site. And if you look at the setup, there is something I don't like with this strat. Because right now, they can only go from master window, gym window, okay? They can go through jacuzzi breach, they can go through main stairs window. 3 windows out of 4 entry points, that's not ideal. But look at FaZe setup. It's perfectly set up for a trade. As you can see, Souls One here is in gym already, ready to trade anyone with KDS. At the same time, Cyber from Mainstairs can get traded from anyone in office with Vitaking. And then you have Andy, who can backstab anyone who dies here, he can replace him. And when we move on to real footage, Hertz rappels in here from Mainstairs. Cyber knows he can get traded, so he goes aggressive. He doesn't care. Gets the pick, gets traded, that's okay. Souls One from Jim gets the pick on the jump in. At the same time, KDS, who was ready to help him, will get the pick on the second player. Again, another train. And then here, another trade. Vitaking can go and replace Cyber, who died first, killing Mainstairs. KDS can go aggressive and get the last pick. That's
very
FaZe
good
for you.
play.
Always in a tradable position in defense. Strong on fights, yes, but teamwork. Always on top. Now, FaZe is one map away from SI Grand Finals and is coming after a short break.
Freaking breaks again. Yeah, got which. Oh my god. Okay, let's watch another one while we wait. I think we could go with this way instead. So it was when I was playing Call of Duty, and I'm not really good at it.
Or am I really bad? So you're going to see me using mostly sniping in this.
Test me, so don't test me, nah. So don't test me, nah. Don't test me. Yo, you don't impress me, so don't test me, nah. So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
Yo, they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me.
You can barely play this at all.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah. So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
Damn,
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah, they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah.
So don't test me, nah. So don't test me, nah. Don't test me. You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah. So don't test me, nah. Don't test me. 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 Yo. Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me.
11 sniper kills at least, so.
Yeah, something like that.
The chat now is about Cafe Dostoyevsky. Can Furia bring him back, and how, Gabe?
I think they can. They did lose it against BDS, as we saw it yesterday, but what that came down to was just gimmicky plays that we were seeing on this Clubhouse. What I need them to do, the individual prowess on this Furia roster is unmatched. The reality is they need to be working together. They need to stop doing this solo play, trying to find an opening, trying to go for 2 kills, and trying to make a round go in their favor. If they can just work together, find that opening together, make a proper execute, that is going to fall on Felipox to find that, coordinate that, they can have a far higher success rate than what we just recently saw on Clubhouse.
I mean, we know Furia is an aggressive team. When it comes to Cafe, they innovated the aggression that you can play on that map. They're going to play aggressive. They just have to do it together because against BDS, it was very individualized. KZ alone inside of Piano. Felipox downstairs alone in sight. That's the issue that we need to see isolated now, because against FaZe, they'll be able to slow you out and slowly suffocate you out. There's really not much that Furia can do other than just play together. If they can focus on that one easy element, they'll be way better set up for Cafe.
Gentlemen, we've yet to see a map 3. Is this the time for it?
If Furia cannot get the teamwork down and with the coordinated aggression, it's going to be a 2-0.
Cafe is just one of those maps that favors defended-sided teams. Unless Furia has some big individual plays, I think FaZe is taking a 2-0.
I think we all deserve to see it. Boston, you want to see that 3? Yeah! Well, let's hear it. Let's try to get it here. Devmarta, Pengu, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos and the analysts on the stage. There's nobody here that doesn't want map 3. We've seen 5 maps out of these guys before. Of course we want to see this go the distance. It's for a spot in the grand final at Six Invitational, where we saw FaZe and Furia just a year ago in Sao Paulo. Now we're in Boston, and FaZe have won the hearts and minds of you at home. Let's get it on Cafe.
We gotta see more from Furia. We want a third map. We need a third map, and Lax and Fox broke it down so well. Too much individual play from the side of Furia and great coordination and team play from FaZe Clan. Clubhouse, you can do hero plays and get away with it. Even though it didn't work, you can try and go for it. On Cafe, however, it's a whole different kind of beast of a map. You need to coordinate all the pushes, the rappel-on-ins, the timings. The one saving grace, Furia are starting on the defensive side, build a couple of rounds, build the momentum, but we need to keep a very sharp eye on them come the side swap.
And for Furia, after we saw them win 6 maps straight in the group stage and playoffs, they have failed to win even a single map here on the main stage in Boston, falling 2-0 to BDS, and now 1 map down in the series here in the lower bracket final up against FaZe Clan. And that is the operator veto. Once again, Pengu, we're hit with a few curveballs from both sides of the squad.
Yeah, this one's interesting. So whenever you see a Brava ban, it usually signifies one very important operator, Maestro.
Oh yeah.
So when you see the Brava, it's like, we gotta ban the Maestro. Like, there's really no two ways about it. Honestly, it's so hard to deal with. It's similar to when you see like the Thatcher getting banned out, like give her the Kaid. It just makes life way too difficult. It's open, of course, but this will, of course, also force both of the teams into playing a certain playstyle. Because if you're gonna be banning out the Brava, it means other key operators are open. For example, Monty goes through. Blindbeard survived the map veto as well. Now, Blindbeard was a very strong operator we saw on Clubhouse. Monty was banned, didn't get to see that in that instance. Grim got banned out. That speaks to, for example, you're often going to be stalking corners on defense. The Green Bees will spot you, red pin you, and then attack and detonate you, kill you from below, etc. So a lot of intel being targeted here in Cafe.
Yeah, and we've seen FaZe have Montaigne banned by them or against them in, what, 7 of the last 9 maps that they've played, give or take. They really love that Monty. You don't want it in their hands, and yet Furia have taken a bit of a gamble here by letting it on through. Of course, we're in a little technical pause, but if anything, that just builds up that anticipation here for both of these squads. And there's
no, they lost lap.
Shoulder rest.
It's FaZe against Furia right now, and Furia won the first map, so they are playing Cafe.
You could possibly win. Champions in Copenhagen, in Atlanta, and eventually claiming the hammer itself in Sao Paulo. Ever since being picked up by Furia, they haven't won a damn thing.
I always say it's not hard to win your first tournament in a Tier 1 competition. It's hard to stay winning on top and everyone's looking at you, they're gunning for you. And back when Furia, they were known as WSNM, they didn't just win. They're destroying the competition, they're a trendsetter in the meta, and they dictated how almost every other team in the world would play Siege for almost a full calendar year. Almost no one has ever done that before. Then there's this whole debate about the Dynasty. Was it enough? Has it paused now? And will it continue if they win this Invitationals? Or will it be a different chapter in their careers? And it's hard to argue because it's back and forth. What Furia/W7 they did, it was a dynasty in my mind. That full year.
Nobody had ever done that before, winning 2 majors and then a 6 invitation.
Exactly. Nobody had ever done it. But then they kind of disappear, like you mentioned. They qualify sometimes they don't. They don't really get to grand finals anymore, etc. If they win this grand finals, like they say they beat this lower bracket, they go up against BDS and they take it, what does that mean for their story? Is that a different chapter for Dynasty? Is it the continuation? That's a big debate right now.
That's right. For Furia, they're not just fighting for a hammer.
Oh.
Here we go, come on. There we go.
Oh,
Cameraman
losing to
winning.
cameraman?
Damn.
That's crazy.
But for Furia, they're fighting for a hell of a lot more than just another hammer. They're fighting to make history and dethrone what many people regard to be the greatest run of any roster of all time, which was, of course, Penta G2 back in your heyday. Have Furia beaten that yet? That's an ongoing conversation, and there's no doubt they're very close, but have they actually topped it? And I think this SI is the answer to that question.
Yeah.
If they can win here, I think that nobody can doubt they're doing what Penta G2 did back in the day.
That back-to-back hammer, that's the one thing missing, isn't it? And it's such a hard thing to do. Winning one Invitational, sure, but then you gotta be relevant a full calendar year later in a very different meta, different operators, maybe different maps even, and do it all over again. While everyone's looking at you like, you are the best in the team, we want to take you down.
And Rainbow Six, more so than pretty much any other esport, it's so hard to stay at the top. The game is constantly changing. Every 3 months, new patches, new operators, new maps.
Hey, mid-season changes sometimes.
Mid-season changes that can shake the bones of every operator in the game.
Oh, who's gonna blink first, huh?
Oh, you guys better not be blinking. Cyber's gonna win this one out. I'm already feeling pretty intimidated. If he keeps that up during the series, there's absolutely no way that Furia can push this to a 3rd map. Now that is determination.
That's commitment, yeah.
Unbreakable. I'm terrified right now. Can we please cut away? I'm getting scared. Thank you.
There it is.
Thank goodness.
The mental game, though. If FaZe finds themselves behind in round count with a slow start on Cafe, do they start getting into themselves a bit? Oh, you know, we're throwing. Because there were a couple of rounds in Clubhouse where I started fearing if they couldn't close out those pivotal rounds, 5 versus 3s in basement, back to back, they completely throw them. I mean, that a 5v2 that they lost.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was pretty scary. Out of 12 rounds, FaZe got the opening pick in 9 of them.
That's ridiculous.
3/4 of the rounds played. Furia, was still winning a lot of these rounds from a deficit, a couple of 3v5s, a couple of 2v4s. And so that map could have been a lot more of a dominant scoreline in favor of FaZe had Furia not had a little bit of gusto in the late round, a little bit of clutch. But on this second map, of course, the shoe's on the other foot. It's Furia who start on the defensive side of Cafe. And while both of these teams have played a hell of a lot of Cafe in recent times, there's one map that stays in my memory.
Okay.
Which is going to be Shopify Rebellion. You and I actually casted this, Nick. In the group stage, Furia won 7-0 against Shopify Rebellion on Cafe to put to bed what was anticipated to be quite an even series. Ended up being extremely dominant in favor of Furia. One of 4 2-0s that they've won so far in the tournament. Fun fact for you, Furia has actually not been part of a 3-map series so far at the 6 Invitational.
Oh.
In their opening game, they lost 2-0 to the Japanese of CAG.
Wow.
And then they beat Team Secret 2-0, Shopify Rebellion 2-0, FaZe Clan 2-0, and then of course taking down Raza Company in the same scoreline.
You get it for watching, you got drops.
BDS, albeit in an overtime on the second map, Furia still could not push it to a 3rd. They're gonna have to break that streak here to stay in the tournament,
I think that's the reason why.
For the back-to-back hammers. As we get back into the game, Cafe is ready for
Or
us.
if
and
you
FaZe
have
look to put this one to
dumb prediction, but you missed the last prediction,
You know, I'm
then
just
you
happy
get
that
the
this take issue
packs.
happened before we get into the rounds, right? Nothing like a good old pause, you know, halfway through. No, it's 0-0. Nothing's happened. You haven't missed anything, by the way, in case you weren't aware. We have not played out a single round here in the second map, but we will start the first one right now. FaZe, of course, Arbiter Benz, Grim, and the Maestro, Valkyrie, and the Brava. A lot of intel here. Cafe is a very small map. When you play, for example, this downstairs bomb site, you don't play a whole lot of the other floors. You don't typically roam. When you play top floor, you only really play top floor. That's pretty much how it goes. You don't roam a whole lot vertically as a defender. So with these information operators being banned out, it will just mean that it comes down to so much more of playing off the feeling or playing off your knowledge of the map than a matter of fact that I know there's a guy in this corner. No, you have to assume or feel if there's a guy in that corner and where those power positions will be.
I've already seen FaZe play a dominant Cafe today against Unwanted. And now they look to kick things off against Furia on the attacking side. Defense down inside a kitchen with a bit of a roam. As the top floor is being droned out here by FaZe. There doesn't appear to be any presence from that defense on that top floor. So Vidiking will waste no time. Monty is on the cards this time around, and yet the Blackbeard's still the preferred shield pick of FaZe.
It's more fun, James. You get a gun, you get to sprint around and have fun. You see right now, Vidiking making the call, saying, I'm not gonna risk my body right now. Drone the crossfire, see if it's there. Okay, one person bottom right staircase. Could be a guy dining as well, doesn't want to risk it. This is where operators like Buck and Sledge are great. If you take top block control, you can do vertical destruction to apply pressure on the rovers and work it down 4 by 4. We see Furia falling back towards the bomb site now, say, okay, we broke, and made it to 20 seconds. That's enough for us. We'll fall on back. But you're giving FaZe 1 minute 40 seconds to break apart the floor and breach open a single hatch while playing 2 separate Harbingers in both the Recruit and the Capitão with the can openers. You got double self-destruction in Buck and Sledge. They can break apart this entire thing in the next 30 seconds and be ready for execute. So Furia, they might need to go for a backstab flank up a staircase, a C4 kill downstairs, because if this comes to a 5v5 execute, I would argue that FaZe have all the right tools, and Furia doesn't have that many answers.
Furia may have given FaZe not enough respect here, giving them so much ground early. Here comes Nade though, and he's waiting for the contest. As the Blackbeard spots him out and Nade goes his direction, manages to dodge it, and in fact it's the explosives for the other side. They'll find the opening kill, but there comes Vidiking. With the Scar, he finds Nade, and now looking for a bit of a reply for Leapox. Teeters around Bakery before falling back once again. Try and retreat deep into the bomb site. KZ looking for a little something, spots a player for a brief moment, but no kill as of yet. FaZe Clan encircle the bomb site from Bakery side as Vidiking, with diffuser in hand, prepares for an execute.
Has to make the right call now. Where do you plan? Do you need any assistance? Upstairs verticality is Cyber. The cover has to be good.
Here comes that plan. Where is the reply? No C4 available. Desperately now for Leapox, gets aggressive for one, but not for a second before traded back. It's all up to KZ. Vidiking low HP. He's got 3 players to find, and he is being watched. He sees the first one, and Handy can handily take him down. A good start for FaZe, and the defense of Furia picked to pieces.
Oh, I really want to say, Vidiking on Monty has always struck me as a very passive kind of shield player, and I haven't been the biggest fan about it, because FaZe, they can get aggressive, but then Vidiking just kind of stands around watching his teammates die. Now in the Blackbeard, he's getting into the action, getting a kill, trading his teammates, while still being that leader, yelling, getting the plant down. It's such a good look for him as an individual, and I think FaZe, they play around it beautifully as a team with all 5 players. We don't typically see a Bakery take. Normally it's that verticality, drop down the hatch, go for a plant, but they just make this look so easy because of Vidiking and because of Souls right behind him.
As you said, Furia completely forfeited the map with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Furia didn't have any response. The vertical play, the execute from Bakery, a Blackbeard shield to hide behind to entry for a plant. Not much in it. FaZe had it all worked out. Easy as you like, they can just stroll onto site. So Furia still floundering after what was a very lackluster performance on Clubhouse. these guys have had all morning to watch FaZe fight for their lives against Unwanted. And in fact, they saw these two maps played as well, Clubhouse and Cafe. It hasn't seemed to help Furia at all. They've come in extremely cold. And now onto the second map, FaZe are still looking to continue their form from Club.
Yeah, I'm not liking this from Furia. I want to see them try and set the pace more and actually fight back again as a team. Find a player of FaZe, maybe Handy unboxing. You want to fight this guy, send 2 players, 3 players, I don't care, and take him down. Even if you trade, it's fine. They keep dying alone. If you let FaZe set the tempo, and they're known as like a slow, strategical, fundamental team, you're in danger. Because if FaZe controls the pace on the attack of Cafe, it means you're gonna see bombs that execute with 4 or 5 attackers alive, with a bunch of utility, and what that means to the defenders of Furia, they're not gonna have any place they can play on the bomb side. On that last round, Cyber got so many kills and cutting off so many rotations, and just being on the verticality, while Vidikim was in the Blackbeard. If you let FaZe execute, they will execute.
Furia need to fight FaZe early on, but Nade is debated. And Handy can quickly take him down. A second kill for FaZe. What is going on today? Furia haven't even woken up. Asleep. 2 rounds in here to Cafe. KZ desperately trying to find something, and there's nothing in it. It's Hurts versus the world as FaZe can quickly, with 1.5 minutes to go, encircle the bomb site and hunt down this last remaining defender. He is put down into the dirt. FaZe barely breaking.
Good job, FaZe Clan. Very nicely done.
This is tough for Furia. Do you call it a timeout? Do you just send it yourself? Do you need your coach to reset your mentality? They're not fighting back. They're falling apart. They have no idea what's happening on the map. They're playing no information. The Maestro's banned. The Valkyrie's banned. You have other options. Whether it's the pulse, whether it's echo, whether it's a bunch of bulletproof cameras, somebody sitting on default cams. Look at this. They drone the bomb site, hand him downstairs, just gets the kill. If you check the default cameras and see Baker Cam has been shot, or you hear a player moving down there, you should expect red stairs pressure. They didn't expect it. Furia being caught off guard by a slow-paced attack from FaZe? I mean, come on.
Like you said, it's the pace from FaZe that Furia still cannot seem to wrap their head around. FaZe are not playing hyper-aggressive. They're not getting in Furia's face on this attacking side. They're sitting, and they're waiting, and they're mounting up. They're talking the pressure, and Furia are getting baited. They're being read into it. There's only been 2 sides of Furia that we've seen this tournament. The Furia that is untouchable and beating everyone 2-0, and the Furia that never wakes up in the surfer. And what we need to see is Furia figure out, okay, we're off our game today, we need a mental reset. And that tactical timeout they took out on Clubhouse, they lost the following rounds. They didn't have the read. Igor did not do what the team needed.
It again comes back to adaptations. Yesterday, Furia against BDS. I mean, it was an incredible match. This is a raw firepower from both teams. But BDS, they were the team to adapt every single round and find the right answers, the right solutions to the problems. Furia couldn't. And at Clubhouse, it looked like it was somewhat 50-50. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, like, oh, it's only 0-2 of Furia, but in the way that which FaZe are winning these rounds, they are in full control. And it can be so hard to find a way back on Cafe. Again, it's a small map. You have so few plays you can make. You need your individuals to step up. The team with the synergy right now. Piano pressure, a lot of it. Deployable shield, keep it barriers. Attackers on the rappel, trying to pick apart this first setup. There are at least 2 ADSs. We need to see some flashbangs and gaze here coming out from FaZe, and they have plenty to throw.
And this is some old school siege right here. But there's also an attempted flank there from JV. He decides better of it, falls back. A good nade in. Desperately looking for more, but nade cut down to size. Hurts looks for another, but the reply from KDS comes swiftly for FaZe. And they again win the opening exchange.
Yeah, there's just no gaps for FaZe Clan. You see it right there. They had the mini execute. Nade left, nade right, force the movement, get down that player, and if Furia goes for a swing, worst case they traded 2 for 1. Again, it's worth it.
And it doesn't matter how many ADSs, how many magnets you've got. KZ!
Why?
You can't get away with swinging that. Furia now falling again, 1 by 1. JV's been read to death. FaZe are firing on all cylinders today, and Furia are yet to exist on Cafe.
Maybe the nightmare all along. wasn't on the side of FaZe Clan. And so it's a quick timeout here for Furia. It didn't work for them on the first map.
Óbvio para onde eles querem jogar, tá ligado? Eu sei que nesse momento tá muito foda, o Nade tá certo, muita reclamação e pouca solução do que a gente pode fazer. Então, vendo tipo igual lá no bombe da roda, eles pegaram o Thatcher pra já ir lá e abrir o sapão e tal. Vamos definir o que a gente quer fazer. No primeiro round, eles quebraram a Banshee já lá no início, eles deixaram claro que eles queriam virar pra padaria. E a gente vamos tomar uma ação e jogar em conjunto, tá ligado? Eles estão fazendo as plays mais simples possíveis, só que eles estão fazendo todo mundo em conjunto. É recurso, dropa e mata, tá ligado? Se a gente começar tipo antecipar um pouquinho na hora do recurso, vamos tentar dar uma peitada, alguma coisa em conjunto, acho que a gente consegue buscar isso, mano. Só que a gente vai ter que fazer isso junto, tá ligado? Não tipo só atribuindo culpa tal. Então vamos tentar jogar com essa mentalidade o resto da defesa, bora?
Então bora, guys. Bora ter mais leveza então aí.
This time, James, I did not hear any operator specifics. This seems to be more of a mental, strategical, fundamental thing than just simply operators.
That's exactly what they need. FaZe just know exactly when Furia are going to peak, which is all the time. Furia are desperate. The FaZe have the read on every single flank, every single refrag, and yet again, FaZe are finding these early picks up against Furia, who have thus far at the Six Invitational been one of the best teams in the tournament in those early rounds.
There is a world where doing something really stupid might be the answer for Furia, because they're trying to play against FaZe Clan in those 5v5 executes, and they're unbeatable by the looks of it right now. I mean, they don't have the right answers when inside of Furia and FaZe Clan. They're prepared for everything. If you fly out a window and trade your body 1-for-1 on defense, I will say worth it. Because look at the attacker lineup. No matter who you take down, incredible high value. Either a shield player, a utility player, or a vertical self-destroyer. So I want to see Furia in this round get more aggressive with it. Be willing to take the risk in the fights, knowing that it's okay if you die as long as you get that one kill. Because what they've been doing is they've been avoiding the fight. They die regardless with grenades or the camp of fire, and then they feel forced to take that fight afterwards, already being down a player, and then it's too late. So take the fight before you're behind.
It's exactly what we saw on the first map. The rounds where Furia got it down swiftly to a 3v3, those are the ones they look the best. And for the team that is the best at opening kills in the tournament at 59%, that's how often Furia are finding the opening engagement. FaZe are way down at 51. The Furia have not showed us that level of accuracy in their aggression today. Yeah, they're getting aggressive, but it's the wrong time. It's the wrong read. It's the wrong player.
Now we see Handy's turn on the Blitz. I'm curious if this is going to be a more aggressive approach because Vidiking is on the Ying. Usually Vidiking, he'll be more plant, execute oriented. That enables Handy to go more crazy with it. C4 goes out, takes down the Injure on Cyber, not the confirmed kill. And they won't know necessarily, so he'll be okay. That is such a huge difference. If Bok dies, there's almost no self-destruction vertically for FaZe Clan because it's an Injure, he can continue his job. If they have impact grenades and they know he got injured from nade, easy kill. Second C4 from Hurts could also, of course, land, but he's playing White Stairs. Not quite gonna happen. Drone on the ground, not a pressure being applied with the free fire. He's gonna fall on back. And just like last time, FaZe with about half the round to go, they can do their setup, they can do their self-destruction. They, again, control the pace.
Are Furia going to be able to retake here? There's so much time left on the board for FaZe. And again, they have a shield. This time, they've also got that Ying. 4 Candelas in pocket for Vidiking. And the vertical dominance here from FaZe will suppress any form of re-aggression. We know full well, FaZe usually going to go for this bakery take. They're not going to hit the backstab. They're not going to fall into those Vulcan canisters. I think it's going to change this time, though.
Yeah. Fire's going to go out. Blitz down the White Staircase. Trying to isolate, but there's the shot from Philippox.
And for what seems like the first time in forever, Furia have started things strong, but Handy will find his kill! Takes a few shots on the pistol, but eventually Hurts will go down. KZ, meanwhile, has lost his life, and it is indeed a backstab here for FaZe. A flash comes out for Leapok's blinds. JV, him, and Nade to try and hold on to this position. Leapok spotted and eliminated by Souls! A 4v1 now, Furia cannot hold on! JV's found his first, but no C4 available, and no showdown! Souls has won it for FaZe again! The diffuser down, and FaZe untouchable on these attacks at Cafe!
They're just not making any mistakes. Doesn't matter if it's the Ying, the Blitz, the verticality, the capital, the grenades. They have so many different answers to so many different problems in front of them. And for Furia, it comes back to the same old thing. They have a hammer in the toolbox, they think everything is a nail, and they stay that course. They need to hit that switch assist, adaptation, change up. You're letting FaZe execute time after time. In this round, Philibugs opened things up with a kill. That was great. But then Handy got one, Cyber got one, and just like that, this early advantage was shut down immediately after. No crossfire, Furia surrendering players for free without a punishment.
Outplayed over and over again. Furia cannot find their way into this game. 4 rounds of attack straight for FaZe. This has really not even been a battle. The cover always there. Look at them. They've barely broken a sweat. They barely needed to fire up. And for any Furia fans here in the MGM Music Hall in Boston, your team hasn't given you a lot to cheer for yet. Not after the expectation placed on the hammer they drew last year, on the tournament they've had so far. Could it be that Furia does not even win a map on the main stage at 6 Invitational? I'd barely believe it. All I know is that BDS are sitting back, chilling out today, and licking their lips, ready to face whoever wins this matchup tomorrow in our grand final. At the moment, it's certainly not looking to be the world champions.
It's not. But this lineup, it screams aggression, the Mosh individual, deletion. We gotta see the individual players step up. I keep saying it, but we get to see us. A final window, take the 1-for-1 trade. It's gonna be worth it, trust me on it. But FaZe Clan, they're ready. The yellow ping goes out. They know something's up. They're gonna try and bait this play. Furia, do you have the guts to go for it? Do you swing it out? Yes, JB says I do.
And guess who's back? It's KZ! But immediately red again. The impact hurt. And KZ goes down. An even change, but more! Now for Furia. Desperately jumping out windows. JV finds his second. Hurts is also outside. Nate's the only one in the bloody building. And KDS is looking to try and cut off these 2 Furia players as they make their way back to side. Damage may be done. It's a 3v3 as Furia look to restabilize.
But that's what I was saying. Jump out the window, take the trade, it's good. But then again, KDS, he strikes back, finds another. JV's down. Oh, looking to re-aggress for this. You need to win this gunfight. The C4 downstairs gets a kill instead.
Dropping down from Laundry. He's been found. Hurts coming to life when he's needed. Souls knows exactly where these last 2 players are, and he's out of flashbangs to get it done as well. He needs to find the first kill on Nade. But Furia are finally in the server. 5th time's the charm for the world champions. And Furia have a hell of a long way to bring this back into the realm of possibility.
That was exactly what we needed to see from them, but it took them 5 full rounds, 4 of those losses, to realize that they had to go for that play. That's the round of Furia that we can recognize. The aggression together, making those mini plays, swing the window, impact Garrett's door, jump out the window with 2 separate players, escort each other back towards the bomb side. It's excellent. Sure, it depends a little bit on timings, a little bit on luck, if you will, but good players make their own luck, and Furia, they are excellent when they play their own style of Siege, but they've been forced by FaZe Clan to play on their terms, and that's not where they thrive.
And even though that was Furia's first round on the board so far, it was the closest one we've seen. FaZe, on the other hand, they've had a perfect round where they didn't drop a body. They've had a round where they only dropped 1. And the 2 others, they only dropped 2 players. 3 left alive in the server. Furia, it was down to a 2v1 that still looked a little bit shaky, a little bit on the rocks. And if that isn't a testament to how dominant FaZe have been in this map so far, I don't know what is. But there is a lifeline for Furia. 1 final chance on their defense. But even a 2-4 scoreline is not going to convince us that they can continue pushing this to bank.
On Cafe, no. Absolutely not. I mean, we're expecting 3 rounds, at least maybe 4 on defense. Of course, this could end up being an attacker favorite Cafe, but it just tells the story that scary things are to come. FaZe Clan sitting pretty. They're waiting for everybody to get into the right positions. Handy literally AFK outside the building on a rappel. Lion charge goes out. Can pop up in that window. Meanwhile, JV quite literally still put on the bomb side. Casts a barricade. Nate goes out to take it down again. It misses actually.
Bit of damage, but not enough as of yet. And Castle Barricade still secure as well. Another E1D subsides. FaZe, unclear what headway they've made so far in this round.
They're all outside the building.
Except Cyber.
Well, except Cyber, I guess.
He's on for a lurk here.
The hardest thing on Cafe, in my mind, is getting inside the building comfortably with all your players. Right now, you have one roamer downstairs, Cyber. If he can find the kill, create a bit of chaos, great. We gotta see the other players get on in the building. Nage, Flashman goes out. Is it gonna be a drop or what?
Ooh, Cyber on his lurk does open the equation. It's not looking hot here for Furia. FaZe, piece by piece, they inch their way into the map, but Furia finally have a response. Surely not for Leapbox on the long angle. With the wall bank, he does lose his life. And as a logic bomb subsides, it's up to Nade now in a 1 versus 2, but Handy's about to get picked up. He didn't see the first player, but he's dropped that diffuser, cold on the ground. As Vidaking's body will lay there and wait. Handy and Souls now. Leapbox can still scout for information. Handy's picked that diffuser back up. And he's looking to drop downstairs, leaving Souls up above, but guess what? Here come the red pings. And that means that Furia know they can go pick up for Leapbox. Plan's gonna go down, and it will be a retake opportunity here for 2 very low HP players on Furia.
They trade Diffuser for a revive. I say, okay, fair enough, but a 2v2 is anybody's round still handy. 1 bullet down, as is Furia.
Souls, the most likely to win this round for his team. 46 bullets in the magazine, but Handy, he's found 1. That's all it takes to put down for Leapbox. Nade, now in a 1 versus 2, with a hell of a long road ahead of him as he dances around the bomb site, but Souls has got him! And it's an unbelievable 5-1 lead for
FaZe Clan.
2 rounds.
I should have listened to my brain. I said FaZe Clan all
Maybe
the
there's
way.
only one way back now, James, if you're Furia. And we've seen it happen before, but it's not pretty. That 1-6 is calling their name.
But man, it was such a different environment. It was such a different time. It was such a different Furia. Can they show up like they did last year, even when match point is staring them down, which to be frank, it looks like that's gonna happen pretty damn soon. FaZe are up 5-1, and Furia, even in these tight, tense moments, FaZe are still winning these 2v2s.
They're making good decision after good decision. I mean, FaZe Clan right now, they're just not taking any unnecessary risk. In that 2v2, they could assume that the last player, Philippox, was injured, and they said, oh, we can risk it, walk over there, confirm the kill, or just say, you know what, take the bombs up for free. Either we'll get a 2v1, and we
Now
find the player on
FaZe
the
is
side.
going to be
On the side is
defending
clear,
instead,
it's going
guys,
for a
so
revive, and it's a 2v2, but we get the
they
bomb
only
down.
need 2 more
It's
rounds and they will
fundamentally
win.
solid siege. It's simple, it's highly effective, but it also relies on all the players communicating very clearly together. FaZe Clan, they spent the first half that round simply setting up the exact player positions. And then I said, if Cyber finds a kill to create that chaos effect in the server, it'll open things up. He found it downstairs, and they followed through. Now Cyber is on a dining. It looked like for a second he's gonna jump out the window himself here to start things off. Hasn't done it just yet. Furia that popped open that garage wall. And this first defense will be downstairs for FaZe Clan.
So Furia, what have you got for us on this attacking side?
He didn't jump out, damn it.
Clearly with some ideas in mind, thanks to that Sens pick, thanks to the Blitz pick. Oh yeah, attack didn't look too crash hot though on Clubhouse. I like this Twitch though. Clearing out some of this util brought to the board by FaZe. Even these Aruni gates are gonna slow Furia down.
No, they are. It's just a warning sign. When the gate gets popped, that means something is up. We see a blitz. We see the push, the Sense Protector walls. Here we go, Fitbox on in.
So he goes straight into prep and desperately looking for something. It's awkward now for Souls holding onto his position, but deep in the side, Philippox has found 2, looking for a 3rd! Oh, Philippox has taken matters into his own hands! Something now needs to come through for FaZe as Cyber and KDS make their way back to fight Furia, but it's a 4v1. The Cyber, it's all up to him. The Furia have finally come to life in the server. Philippox and Herds will finish it off. A second round on the board for Furia. And a hell of a long way to go to make this game even.
That's a statement round right there. You're down 1-5. We don't care. Let's send it. Blitz goes in. The Sense Projector walls to cut the line of sight. Show a pocket strat to full effect. And Philippox leading the charge for his team. He had a very quiet time on Clubhouse, but he is now finally showing up in the second map of Cafe.
Philippox is looking good on that shield. But you know who hasn't looked too hot today for Furia? It's KZ.
Yeah.
This is the highest rated player in the tournament. He's only had 1 kill so far to 7 deaths. That's him, one of the best players in the entire world, and he has been for a hell of a long time. Even back when Furia were W7M, before they'd started raising trophies, everyone was saying, who is this guy?
Yeah.
And everyone from the Brazilian region, he said, oh yeah, that's our Lion. That's him. That's our KZ. And yet here he is on the biggest stage where we expect so much from him. This tournament's been his for the taking. He's struggling and he needs to have an impact on these entries because Furia have been lacking teeth. That's exactly what Philippox was. And he's not the player that you expect it out of. He's on the shields, he needs to be creating a ruckus, but we need kills to come through from the riflers on Furia.
Now Philippox perhaps, as the Monty, can enable the rest of his team to get those pieces of information, figure out where FaZe set up, which corners are clear, which ones aren't. This top floor, gotta pop the hatches. You know, work your way down through Cigar Lounge, piano room most likely. You just take it one step at a time. The beautiful thing about Furia that we saw last round, they had a very clear vision of how to take the first map step in control, but if they want to, they can chain that into a full bombs and execute. So if you give them just a little bit of wiggle room, they might take the whole damn map with that.
E1D from Furia to try and lock these FaZe players in place. Very much a heavy anchorage setup as Vidiking deals herds here on that cocktail rappel.
No, slid down.
Yet again
Oh
for FaZe
no.
Clan, but Souls, who's been so dangerous, his army will go down thanks to JV, as again, the Lion scan will ring out through the server.
You gotta see Philippox up next now. You've gotten your 1-for-1 trade, it is what it is. Start working that map, we see the heartbeats going out, the drones coming through. Information is the next step for Furia. The CC Gar is clear. Philippox needs to double check all the corners by the desk, inside the box, it's all good. But a C4 downstairs from Handy can stop a shield, can stop a plant attempt as well. And if they don't know about his position, that could be a very big issue later on.
Furia slow and steady. They know there's a lot of info here for FaZe, and they themselves have been starved for info.
Come on,
There's Mutamas in
FaZe.
abundance.
Come on.
And KDS still lies in wait. I don't know. Surely they can find this. There's no way KDS survives in this position, hiding by the piano.
He has for as long as possible. You see Cyber, the play is there. The only issue is that C4 downstairs. It's been going upstairs instead, so there's no plant deny now. Philippox walks on in. Tons of intel now, but can Furia act upon this?
Oh, C4 shot out of midair. And Philippox will live to survive another day, but he's in a crossfire and he's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He needs his teammates to come and support him. He brings out the pistol. Him and KZ will find one, but traded back again. As FaZe look to restabilize, Philippox has made his way all the way deep in a cocktail. But KDS, the surprise inside of the piano, sings a sweet song for FaZe as Furia force that plant down. It's up to Nade now to
No
be the main
C4
fragger here
left
for
for
Furia
FaZe.
in this post plant. Philippox is alone though, and he's been taken
Where
out.
is he looking?
FaZe Clan are 1 round from revenge.
The best thing of all of your FaZe, with a big smile on their face, is that the scoreline does not say 6-1 and that nightmare begins at 6-2. Which, if you are a person that will fall to those kinds of things, you'll be fine this time around. History will not repeat itself 1-1.
And FaZe look as chill as ever. All the weight, as we've said, rests on Furia's shoulders. No tactical
I
timeout
should
in the
have
bank.
said.
This whole series, every time they
I
have
should
taken
have
one, they've
said
lost the
FaZe.
following round. In contrast, on the other side of the server, on the other side of the stage, FaZe look like they're just chilling. They look like this is another day in the office.
Yeah.
On their defense, they're so comfortable. They don't sweat when a Monty is marching towards them. They know that they'll win in the post plan.
I gotta say, someone's gotta help Philippox, man. I mean, that round was ridiculous. He's walking in, fighting 3 different players, unextending, goes for an ADS because Monty, walks further in, gets more intel, gets the
He went
plant
in
down.
alone
Meanwhile, almost
too
everybody else
much.
behind him, they're just falling in their individual gunfights. Furia never drawn out Piano. KDS was in the corner the entire time. He got the kill to Lion, rappelling all in. They had no idea. So the way FaZe are attacking on this map is that they say, we want Cigar, check. We want Piano, check. Now we go execute. Furia, they got Cigar, then they go, we kind of maybe have Piano, let's go for execute. But they never bothered droning it, they never bothered double checking. And those small gaps, that could be your own demise. KDS with the backstep gets the kill. Furia then fall apart very shortly after. I mean, KC on the demos could maybe get some action going. Nade in the block, great for self-destruction. But it doesn't matter what operator you're playing if you individually cannot wake up in the server, if you can't get inside the building. So I want to see Philippox now lead his players in. Say, hey, Cigar is clear, drop the red hatch. Get your foot in the door, get inside the building, and start working the map one step at a time.
Where is the energy that we expect out of these players on Furia? These core fraggers. One of the only rosters that can match any other team in the world in firepower. And KDS puts the Lion back in his cage for yet another round. KZ
Did that
has been
C4 go?
impactless
Yes.
for Furia. The
He
star
should
player
have
of the
waited
tournament
with the
has nothing to
C4.
show.
Philippox pretty much alone, walking in the shotgun downstairs. Cyber, close corner, gets the one tap with the Vigil Boss G. But Philippox, he's not leading his teammates in. He's baiting them into bad fights, and he keeps on swinging.
How does Cyber keep doing this?
Oh.
Philippox can thankfully refrag. Plenty of time on
That
the clock,
was
but
nasty.
not a lot of players in the server here. Not a HP on these Furia players. Still control upstairs for FaZe. There's
That's
nothing in this
not
attack
good
for
for
Furia.
What is
for
this attack?
Furia.
Dude, upstairs control didn't roam clear. Munty isn't in the building. You got yellow things upon you. You're low on HP. Furia, now's the time to clutch up and show up.
Philippox has to have an impact. There comes the DMR. Ring true for JV. Handy's down, but him and Nade are still so low on HP. And JV has been tried. It's all up to Nade and Philippox now. Numbers in a disadvantage for them. And Nade is on the floor. It's all up to Philippox. 7 years under siege. Haunted by the ghosts of Sao Paulo. A second chance at greatness. FaZe
Nicely
look to
done by
rewrite
FaZe.
history. Another grand final for FaZe Clan.
Not just that, but it's gonna be a FaZe versus BDS, the battle of adaptations, the battle of depth. Yes, they got firepower, but the teamwork and the strategy will reign supreme. And Furia, they had a tough year. They finally showed
They
up
did it
until this
well.
moment, but then once again, they couldn't get there all the way.
I should have listened to my head saying that FaZe would actually win all the way.
There will be no back-to-back hammers. The Panthers have been defanged, and FaZe Clan have their revenge. They will have a chance at a hammer, just like they did last year, tomorrow against BDS, shaping up what could be an historic grand final here at SI in Boston.
It's crazy, like you said earlier. There's 0-2 or 2-0s for Furia. They don't go third maps. And on main stage, what do you say? If they lost 2-0 here, they don't, get to win a single map on main stage? How?
It's not the Fury that we expected. It's not the Fury that already beat FaZe once in this tournament so far. And yet it's the Fury that showed up today. FaZe Clan have done exactly what everybody asked them. They've taken down Furia and they've made it back into a grand final. And we're going to hear from KDS on the main stage about this massive victory for FaZe.
This team has, of course, broken hearts here in this arena. But please, Boston, for KDS and FaZe Clan, show some respect. Ever since losing to BDS, you've looked like a different team. I'll talk about BDS shortly, but this must feel like true revenge.
Yeah, we lost on final in the group stage. Now we're on, and we're in the grand final, so this feeling is amazing. And we are going to prepare to beat BDS finally.
Do you think you've been carrying that loss with you ever since the Six Invitational last year in Sao Paulo? It was a much closer affair, of course, in that best of 5 in the grand final. This time round, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 is amazing because we prepared a lot to this. In the Six Invitation, we lost because one round. So I think to beat this team with 2-0 is amazing because they are very good. And now we are waiting for BDS in the final.
Look at this. You came one round away from this last year. You get another shot in another grand final, this time against BDS. How can you secure the hammer this time around?
I don't know, because every time we will play against BDS, we lost. So it will be a new thing for us. We are not remember what we have in Saudi in the last major. So it will be a new game and a new mentality to play against them.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 6th Invitational 2025 Grand Finalists, it's KDS and FaZe Clan. We are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we will be picking apart everything we just saw in that lower bracket final with Milos and the guys on the desk.
Well, that was interesting, to say the least. I did not expect Unwanted to lose, or my heart said that they shouldn't lose, but they did. So my prediction is completely ruined right now. So wait. So I said Unwanted would win both of them, but yeah, I should have listened to my brain. So for tomorrow, I'm voting for BDS to win. I've said it since the day one that they would win, and I do still believe that very strongly. They have played very good on multiple occasions, so. But this is going to be it for me, guys. I'm gonna head off, and I will see you guys tomorrow. For everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate that. And I will see you guys tomorrow, which time is going to be first match. So it's going to be at 6, I think, tomorrow. Around 6 p.m. tomorrow, I will be seeing you guys again. And hopefully my speech will be getting better tomorrow. So I'm getting better every day, so. But for everyone on YouTube, I will see you guys tomorrow. And thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. And I wish you an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. And I will see you guys tomorrow.